Would the meeting please come to order? We are continuing with our City Council meeting, our regular meeting of May 27th, 2025, which began at 4 o'clock. At this time, however, let's see, we're beginning at not at 4, but at 4:45, just to make the record straight. Okay. With that, I'd like to turn to our city clerk to let people know how they might participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 848-4853-1263. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-900-6833 or 346-248-7799 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And for the record at this time, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Franco. Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. Tonight, we have at the front end of this meeting a scoping session. That's item 1.1. I'm going to turn to the city clerk at this time to introduce this item by subject.
Thank you, Mayor. Scoping session for a general plan amendment to establish Planning Area 52, Oak Park, filed by Irvine Company.
Thank you. I know we have a presentation on this. What I'd like to do at the beginning, though, is indicate kind of the process that we're going to use tonight on this matter. We will be limiting this matter to 30 minutes of public comment. The scoping, the presentation itself, I understand, is going to be brief. And given the substantial number of public commenters on this item tonight, and given our full agenda, I'm proposing that we proceed as follows. We'll cap the number of the total time for public comment at 30 minutes for today. Each commenter will receive 90 seconds to express their points of view. We encourage commenters to consolidate their comments and appoint a single representative to speak on their behalf to make this process more efficient. At the end of the 30 minutes of public comment, we'll take initial City Council feedback on the proposal. It's my intention to then offer a motion that we direct our staff to conduct a public scoping meeting or 2 meetings if necessary here in City Council chambers after tonight to receive all public input and also to hold a further City Council scoping meeting once that input has been gathered in order to allow the City Council to provide its final feedback on the general plan amendment. Again, the hope is to include everyone and everyone to have their say in this process. That can't all be done tonight. There'll be additional public hearings before the Planning Commission and the City Council before there can be any action taken on this project or in any way for it to proceed. I hope that's clear. And with that, why don't we get started? Let me turn to staff. Please introduce yourselves and onward with the scoping session.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Agrin and fellow council members. My name is Eric Martin. I'm a senior planner with Community Development.
Would you do me a favor?
Sure.
Would both of you lower your screens so we can see your beautiful faces? just
Like that?
there you go.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
of course. And I'm joined by my colleague and principal planner, Chris Chung, and today I'll be presenting the general plan amendment application scoping session for Planning Area 52, also known as Oak Park. I'll begin by explaining that all general plan amendment requests require a city council scoping session early on in the process, and the intent of that is to obtain city council direction and input for subsequent staff analysis. It's important to note that the proposed amendment nor any proposed development will be approved or considered today. In this case, the Irvine Company has filed a general plan amendment application, again, to create the new planning area, and that would be on land in Planning Area 12, also known as Oak Creek. The image on this slide demonstrates that the new planning area includes and surrounds the Oak Creek Golf Course. As proposed, Oak Park would measure 268 acres in size and would be bounded by Jeffrey Road to the west, Interstate 5 to the north, Valley Oak and Oka Canyon to the east, and Irvine Center Drive to the south. To create Oak Park, amendments to text, tables, and exhibits are requested that redefine Focus Area 2 of the residential and residential mixed-use overlay to include the project site and assign up to 3,100 residential units from the Focus Area's allocated units to Oak Park, while also adding permanent open space in other areas of Irvine. Excuse me. Together, these changes would facilitate development of the existing land within the proposed boundaries to again provide up to 3,100 residential units, as well as a K-6 elementary school, a community park, neighborhood parks, and associated infrastructure improvements, all of which would be reviewed through separate future applications. And this development is also facilitated by an MOU associated with the project, which brings us to this next slide. Given the success of the 2023 MOU between the city and Irvine Company to guide the development of up to 4,500 residential units throughout various sites in the city, staff and Irvine Company agreed to execute a new MOU at the last city council meeting to guide consideration of this specific project with the goal of ensuring that it's consistent with the city's vision for future residential growth. Ultimately, the MOU provides a framework for comprehensive planning, affordable housing through the Irvine Cares program, community benefit fees, and additional public benefits such as those listed on this slide. The MOU is directly related to this site and its future redevelopment, and therefore the project would be subject to those terms and is one of the key aspects of our amendment evaluation. The evaluating the amendment will also focus on 4 other key issues. Firstly, a general plan consistency analysis will be completed to ensure that the project is consistent with the general plan objectives and policies, and also assessing land use compatibility with existing and future land uses. In terms of the environmental impacts, a traffic study will be reviewed and in tandem with a comprehensive environmental review per CEQA guidelines to determine if the project would result in any significant adverse impacts to the surrounding area. And lastly, in terms of state and Irvine density bonus law, an evaluation of any proposed waivers from development standards and compliance with housing laws will be completed. In terms of public participation and input, outreach methods include early notification letters, establishing a project webpage that's actively updated, and also sending emails to an interest list. The public will also be invited through public notices to attend and participate in all public hearings once those begin. Multiple opportunities for public input of this amendment will be provided by the city with the goal of effectively communicating with interested and affected property owners throughout the processing of this request and any future associated applications. In terms of the project schedule and applications, the public hearings are expected to begin in the spring of 2026 and will include a Native American consultation per SB 18 and AB 52 state laws, a meeting with the Transportation Commission, Subdivision Committee, Planning Commission, and then concluding with the City Council. At these hearings, future applications to be reviewed and considered include the General Plan Amendment, a zone change, environmental review, vesting tentative tract maps, master plans with any affordable housing plans, and also a master landscape and trails plan. To conclude, staff is seeking direction on whether it should proceed with the proposed general plan amendment, and if so, is also seeking input for subsequent analysis of the amendment. This completes my presentation. Staff and the applicants are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff or initial comments? Seeing no requests, I think we can turn right now to the public and public comment. Where do we stand on that, Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 40 requests to speak, 39 in person and 1 on Zoom.
All right. We will have each person entitled to 90 seconds. We will encourage people to come in under that if they can, to also consolidate their testimony with others. They can come forward and say that they are speaking for 2 others or 3 others on the list or whatever, and that will help us get as many in as possible. So with that, let's turn to the first commenter.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Maurice Pasley, Philip B., Claire Na, Hillary Willett, and Jason R.
And as people line up, be careful coming down the stairs. As people line up, please move right ahead to the podium in the order called and introduce yourself and let us hear from you. Who was the first?
Maurice. No Maurice? Okay, Philip.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Benyu, and I live in Deerfield Village. I would like to express my opposition to the proposed development plan for the Spectrum Village. Dedicated, unrevocable green space has been a key to preserving the quality of life in Irvine. I've resided here since 1998, and to my recollection, this is the first time the city has reversed its course in trying to remove dedicated green space. I invite you to take a look at the existing traffic on Irvine Center Drive or Jeffrey or Sand Canyon any weekday after 4 p.m. You need not do a traffic study to see that they are parking lots. Adding traffic from 3,100 new residences would be insane. Are you trying to turn Irvine into Los Angeles? I would remind the City Council that they represent the population at large and not just the Irvine company, who stands to make over $1 billion from this development. I recommend that you either deny this project or significantly limit the housing to just starter homes for affordable homes.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Hillary Willett.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor,
Could you
council
pull the
members.
microphone down a
Little
little?
bit. Is that
There
better?
we go. Speak
And-
right into it.
Thank you. Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Hillary Willett, longtime resident in Irvine, in Woodbridge. And I am concerned about, also as the previous speaker, about losing this gem of open space in the core of our city. And with the possibility, and tagging on to what the gentleman before me just mentioned about affordable housing for purchase housing, not vouchers, or at least to look within the scope of the project and what staff will be directed to do with a mix of housing that is actually affordable for purchase and sustainable. And I emailed formal written comments with more details to each of you this afternoon with a link to a PBS NewsHour segment that was 5 days that I happened to catch just before the hearing we had, I believe, before the council here on May 13th on this project. That was a segment about sustainable, affordable housing. And with the first prize winners of that, the students who'd constructed the housing, that type of house, that won at the Orange County hosted Sustainable Decathlon that this city has hosted in the past.
Thank you.
and
Your time
been
is up.
hosted for many years. So I direct you and staff to please look at for purchase affordable housing and keeping some of it incorporated into this beautiful gem in our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jason, and if I could also call forward Ryan Bates, Peyton Shim, Laura Cormack, Deanna Wu, and Mike Nystrom.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jason Rhoda. I'm a resident of Deerfield. When the Irvine Company began developing Irvine in the 1960s, it did so with a vision to preserve a balanced blend of development and open space. Irvine has a formal commitment to preserving at least 1/3 of its total land as open or green space. It's my understanding that this is not just a guideline. It is written into our city policies and land use plans. The decision to build approximately 1,500 homes and 1,600 apartment units on the current 193-acre golf course in Oak Creek categorically flies in the face of this mandate and thumbs its nose at the current residents and citizens in the villages of Oak Creek, Woodbridge, Deerfield, The Ranch, and West Park. Upon approval of this new village, Irvine's current 20,000 acres of parks and dedicated open space will now be slashed by roughly 200 acres, and I highly doubt this will be the last time that this happens. Today, it's our neighborhood. Tomorrow, it's going to be yours. Equally unsettling, the already heavily congested streets of Irvine Center Drive, Jeffrey Road, Culver Drive, Barranca Parkway, Alton Parkway, and Walnut Avenue will only swell to the point of failure with the 10,000 additional citizens crammed into the proposed new village. Red lights on busy streets will be ignored in the interest of time, and people will undoubtedly get hurt or even killed due to the lack of appropriate infrastructure these streets lack today. If you think I'm being overly
Thank you.
dramatic,
Your time is up.
I strongly urge you to take a ride down Irvine Center Drive at 5 p.m. and tell my neighbors here what you see.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Ryan Bates.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members, Mayor Agron. My name is Ryan Bates, and I'm a resident of Oak Creek, where my children, who are here this evening just behind me, attend Oak Creek Elementary. Their first reaction to me telling them I was speaking on behalf of a potential plan to replace the Oak Creek golf course with a new school and new homes was, "But you love golf." When I explained to them that it meant an opportunity to expand our community, educate children, and create truly publicly available open space, they jumped on board pretty quickly. At the very least, I believe this plan should be explored and seriously considered so more families like mine have the chance to grow up in this very special place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and my goodness, for delivering them in 30 seconds.
Peyton Shim.
Welcome.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Peyton Shim, and I'm a student and Irvine resident. I've grown up in Irvine and hope to continue to call this place my home after I graduate college, and I hope to begin my career here. So I fully support the City Council in the further analysis of the Irvine Spectrum Village Plan. I'm confident that with this plan, it will make Irvine available for broader demographics, including young adults and professionals, also allowing them to pursue all the opportunities that Irvine has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Laura Carmack.
Hello.
Laura Cormack, Orange Tree resident, 20 years in July. One person on Nextdoor app posted, when enough housing is constructed in Irvine, the developers will stop developing. And I laughed and laughed and laughed. And we've already been through the traffic. So parking, not just for 3,100 units, 6,200 cars or more. They want to put an elementary school right across the street from a hazardous waste dump disposal. Where are the teachers going to park? Where are the guests for the people this small neighborhood going to park? There will be no parking for guests. Irvine Co. is known for no parking. They'll build housing, but they will not build parking. I have a neighbor that had to move from a Irvine Co. to others just so she could have a parking structure built. If I have any more time, New Village, home values. Oh, home values. They keep saying that, oh, our home values will go up if we have a new village across the street. But then on the other coin, they're saying that we want more housing
Your
so
time is
that
up.
property values go down.
Thank you.
So which is it?
Thank you for your comments.
Mike Nystrom, and if I could also call forward Melinda Beckett-Maines, Linda Wallace, Dave Cafaro, Susan Sayer, and Paula.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agron and City Council members. Thank you for hearing us once again tonight. As a 25-year resident of Irvine and an avid golfer, this gem of a green space is not accessible to everyone. The proposed plan makes more green space available to more people. The plan also addresses state mandates for housing, and as a father of a graduating high school student, will hopefully provide a place for her to come back and work and live when she completes her studies. I think any change is difficult. Growth is difficult. We all want our place to be the last house built. But I think this is a project that should be strongly considered and supported by the council. And I'm thankful for the thoughtful work that has gone into it thus far by all of you and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Melinda Beckett-Maines.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm an 18-year resident of Irvine and live in the Ranch neighborhood. And we are a planned community. This planned community has already expanded as the Great Park has had to take on more housing than originally planned due to budget shortfalls. So we already have additional traffic, and as many of my predecessors mentioned, Irvine Center Drive and Jeffrey are crazy. If you come in the morning commute, if you come in the afternoon, if you come when Irvine Valley College is letting out its classes, it is backed up quite a bit. I wind up taking all sorts of back roads trying to find a way home that'll be faster, and I feel like this would be better suited for somewhere where the infrastructure and wider roads could accommodate the additional cars that'll come with it. So probably closer to the foothills where it could be built to suit the people and have the space that is needed, because right now, unless you're going to broaden the streets and make them wider, there just is not enough space currently. In addition, you're adding 3,100 houses, well, I shouldn't say houses, community places for people to live. Apartments are not even mentioned in the brochure that was sent to every resident. It seems quite deceiving. It seems like a very large omission. And then the things that people are being asked on the survey card.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Linda Wallace.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today. My name is Linda Wallace. I'm the Vice President of the Ranch Homeowners Association. I have with me lots of people in representing them. I have lived in the ranch for 30 years and oppose the new proposed planning Area 52 Oak Park for several reasons. One, the current proposal does not explain how the City Council is going to solve the increased traffic on Jeffrey, Irvine Center Drive, and Sand Canyon. If 31 new units are built when there's most likely going to be 6,000 to 7,000 new cars on the roads, the congestion at the on and off ramp for the 5 at Sand Canyon is already unacceptable. I live at the Jeffrey end of the ranch, and I can't get out of the ranch today at rush hour. I have to go out another exit because I just can't get out, okay? This proposed development should be moved to a different part of the city, which has already been suggested, where there is less congestion. The council has already allowed a tremendous amount of high-density housing, and in my opinion, the city is becoming less family-oriented and is leaning towards big city problems of crime, congestion, residents with no interest in preserving the beauty of their neighborhood. I'm beginning to see this in the ranch already.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Dave Cafaro.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am here to support advancing what we believe to be a balanced plan for the city's strategic development. Specifically, we believe that providing more homes near where people work and through the Innovation Center, providing a clear path for entrepreneurs to build new businesses here in Irvine matters for the long run of the economic viability of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Susan Sayer.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name's Susan Sayer, and I've lived in Irvine since 1981. One of my biggest problems with this is that it's my understanding that the Oak Creek area is part of the open space agreement that the voters voted for. So in order to build on this, you're going to have to go back to the voters. Also, I understand that in 1988, there was agreement between the city and the Irvine company that they would never build on the Oak Creek golf course. Also, another problem with this is a 2-year affordability voucher is ridiculous. 2 years is awful. It should be a minimum of 20 years, if not more. And also, I would like to have the affordability units have 15% of the units to have ADA adaptable amenities in order to meet the housing needs of seniors and disabled adults. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Paula, and if I could also call forward Derek Shirk, Diana Colby, Tim Stanley, Farah Conchar, and Laura S.
Welcome. Proceed.
Thank you. Mayor Agron, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Paula Miller. I am the president of the Ranch Homeowners Association. We have a good number of people here tonight. My husband and I moved to Irvine almost 50 years ago. We were drawn to Irvine because of the master plan, because of the open space, because of the balance of housing, and because excellent education, wonderful recreation, which we all enjoy. But today, the city is forgetting its beginnings and its promises of 88-1. Our city is becoming a metropolis filled with high density, congestion, and concrete. This is a major difference than the picture we were painted with the Irvine master plan of the 1970s. I know things have changed, but we bought our homes here and invested our lives in this city for those promises. Just maybe one more reason to think about leaving California and leaving Irvine, which I really don't want to do. But because of 88-1 and the promises we were told of treasuring our open space, we have never had any inclination that the Oak Creek Golf Course would ever be anything but green space. And now that we're seeing what the Irvine Company wants to do, we're not happy. We're looking toward more pollution, more congestion, more noise, more crime. Please don't let the Irvine Company, don't let Irvine become that city that replaces the green space with houses, condos, apartments. And yes, parking spaces. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Derek Shirk.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Derek Shirk. I'm a homeowner in Orange Tree. As previous speakers have mentioned, this proposal has a lot of problems: the overcrowding, the congestion. It won't move the needle on affordable housing. But what I'd like to discuss is the democratic nature of our government, and that this needs to be put in front of the voters for a vote. During the previous city council meeting, we heard multiple council members indicating that they were left out of the negotiations. This was the first time that they had seen the MOU. So our democratically elected representatives evidently were left out of the loop of this process. So that's anti-democratic. And then we also heard the presentation from our city stenographer repeating back the arguments from the Irvine company that the voters do not need to approve this because this was not direct legislation that was done in 1988. It was just advising the city council. Well, that may be true, that may be not true, but the council still has the option to put this to a vote by the people. Maybe you don't have to, but I would really like to see a commitment from the council here tonight that this will be placed in front of the voters for a citywide vote to make this decision. I feel that this, yes, thank you. This decision is too big to be made by the council itself. It needs to go in front of the people just like it did back in '88. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Diana Colby.
Thank you for your comments and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Colby, and first of all, thank you for taking the time the other evening to allow us a chance to voice our support to the Spectrum District Village plan. I know it was a long night, and it meant a lot that you stayed engaged into the evening. Secondly, thank you for approving the MOU so the city can explore the village. It's certainly appreciated by us. One big draw for employees is the opportunity to live and work in Irvine. On the other hand, for those who don't live here, it can weigh heavily on them. So as you can tell, I believe this is very important. I urge you to continue with the reviews of the SDV plans and to continue to work through any outstanding details. I'm sure the final result will be something the residents and business community will be very proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Next speaker, please.
Tim Stanley.
Welcome, sir.
Tim Stanley. The justification for this project is based upon the premise that it will provide affordable housing. Everyone in this room knows there is no such thing as affordable housing in Irvine. What the council is really referring to is subsidized housing. In the last council meeting, we were told that the Irvine company would pay the difference for those qualified to receive subsidized housing for 2 years. And we were asked to believe that somehow, magically, these people would be able to pay the full rent in a few years. The Irvine company people are not stupid. Rents will be increased for those who are not subsidized to pay for those who are subsidized. So what is called affordable housing is actually taxpayer-subsidized housing. No amount of twisted words about vouchers can deny that. We are also told that the city must comply with state affordable housing mandates, but many cities, LA included, have not been complying. City leaders know that a change in government could repeal or modify the mandates. Those pushing the project also tell us it will help the homeless. This also is deceptive. I don't have time for that one, but these deceptions and others, who are pushing the project are trying to claim a higher moral ground over the residents who oppose it. But the methods they've used clearly show that they're not qualified to claim it. You can't get fresh water out of a saltwater spring. The unveiling of this...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Why don't you just finish your sentence, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The unveiling of this project was conceived in deceit, and it is unreasonable to think that anything but more deception would come out of any number of so-called studies to justify it.
Thank you, sir.
We urge the council to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comment.
Farah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Farah Kanchar, and I'm the president of the Arab American Business Chamber. I'm also a doctoral candidate at the University of Laverne. I've been a proud Irvine resident for the past 10 years. I personally support this plan because it will attract new businesses, entrepreneurs, create a space for innovation, and strengthen Irvine's economy and community for the current and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Laura, and if I could also call forward Mike Ellison, Susie W., Jackson Murray, Cheryl Long, and Mark S.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agran, Vice Mayor James Mai, and council members. My name is Lara, and I know it's hard to believe sometimes people don't want to accept change. Change is difficult. But you know what? As my uncle used to say, when Orange County was, it was all orange groves. There was no building, no roads. To go to Pasadena, you had to go to PCH and go or different means, which means none of us would have had homes, businesses, or anything if there was no development and all this progress. Progress is scary sometimes, but we have to take the chance because our future is coming, our children coming. They will need a place to stay. They will need businesses. Economy is tough right now. Businesses are closing. If there's no development, there's no business. There's no jobs available for the people, for our children's future. We should think about that before we make hasty decisions. I am for the project because it brings innovation, it brings jobs, businesses, and actually elevates everybody. And that helps the city as well. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Mike Ellison.
Welcome.
Hi, Mike Ellison. I want to thank Mayor Agran for giving me notice of the meeting tonight. I think part of the reason you're seeing so many people here is that I live one traffic light away from this development, but my neighbors and I received no notice of the last meeting. The Irvine company knew about it well in advance, circulated colorful brochures to our whole neighborhood, and brought in a whole bunch of people to make it appear as though there was somewhat of a balanced approach. There wasn't. There were many people who didn't know about that meeting, so they're starting to come here today. There's still, I don't think notice went to everybody. So the first thing this council should have done before agreeing to any sort of MOU was to give notice. They never should have agreed to the MOU last time because people didn't have the chance to even comment on it. So I think that was the first breach of obligations by this council. I think the second breach is that before you could possibly agree to something like this, you should have done an evaluation of the proposal that was out there. There's some great people on the council here, but you're not experts in real estate, and your city attorney clearly isn't, your city manager isn't. So there should have been an analysis of what you were giving away when you agreed to the MOU. Now, the good thing about the MOU is it can be canceled at any time. And so that means at tonight's meeting, you could cancel it. And if there were a council member up there who represented this district, he should probably bring a motion tonight to cancel the MOU, because that's clearly within your fiduciary obligations to do. Step back, do evaluation of what's going on, take a look back at some of the things that were discussed.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Finish your
Thank you.
sentence.
I'd say go back and do the process that should have been done before it was sprung on you. Look at what happened in 1988. Look if you do have the right to even decide what you decided without going back to the voters. Take those steps. So undo the MOU tonight. Go back and do this rationally with input. And I appreciate that you're talking about having a public session. Let's do that and cancel the MOU.
Thank you for your comment.
Susie Winokur.
Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Susie Winokur. I've been a resident of Irvine for 39 years. I echo Mike's sentiments. I am an avid golfer, and when I learned they were going to close Oak Creek, I literally was sick to my stomach. So the other day, I left Oak Creek at about 4 o'clock, came back on Irvine Center Drive, and thank heaven for the beautiful night-blooming jasmine, because I sat on Irvine Center Drive with my window down and said, how are we going to accommodate all the extra traffic? Anyhow, I love Irvine. It is a gem, like somebody else mentioned, the golf course. People love it. It's value added. It saved my life after my husband passed away. It's good for families. You know, so I can't say more about how fantastic golf courses are. Anyhow, I implore you to look at what Mike said. I think he makes a lot of great points. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jackson Murray.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Jackson Murray. I'm a college student who greatly admires the city of Irvine. As someone representing a generation preparing to enter the workforce, I believe this project reflects exactly the kind of vision we need to create vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable communities for the future. As we all know, one of the biggest challenges facing my generation is affordable housing. For students like me who are thinking about where we want to live, grow, and contribute, this community represents a special place where we can transition from students to professionals and from residents to community members. I urge you to support this plan, not just for the people who live in Irvine today, but for the people who hope to call it home tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Cheryl Long.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor Agron.
If you'd lean into the microphone a little bit, thanks.
That better? There we go. I'm Dr. Cheryl Long, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak and support this project as you go forward. I have worked in this community for 40 years serving patients, and I am now here as part of the Irvine Housing Champions Advocacy Group. Firstly, I want to thank you for keeping Irvine in the lead in addressing affordable housing. However, more still needs to be done, and the current MOU for Oak Park doesn't adequately address our community's needs. My patients trusted me and were willing to share their fears about becoming homeless, issues that even their families didn't know, and definitely not their neighbors. The most challenging being a medical condition that leads to bankruptcy, given the high cost of our health care in our broken healthcare system. My message: no one chooses to be homeless. And I ask you to challenge your understanding about homelessness, and including everybody in this whole arena center, that that there's a lot of misunderstanding that's still shrouded by unfounded myths and misinformation. It is gut-wrenching to see that the fastest rising segment of our homeless population is our elderly, and we see them on the streets. The City of Irvine policy, when moving forward with any housing project, needs to have as its first goal keeping the citizens of Irvine housed. What I ask for, what we know what this means is a minimum of 15% of the units built must be permanently designated as affordable housing units for the long term.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight.
Mr. Mayor, that does put us right at 30 minutes.
We've exhausted the 30 minutes, so let me suggest a couple of things. First, I just want to comment, are the representatives from the Irvine Company here tonight? I want to give you a few minutes. Hold on. But also, I want to turn to my colleagues if they have any brief thoughts. But I want to put forward the motion that I suggested. I just want to assure everybody that this meeting tonight is just the beginning. There need to be scoping sessions that involve and invite residents who are here and many who are not here to participate. Just kind of thinking down the road, there's no doubt in my mind that this proposal is going to change. It's going to have to change. I personally take very seriously the election proposal, the provision in the open space plan for the city that was adopted in 1988. It did include a provision that any tampering with it, any changes in it require a citywide election. That's a very serious matter that has to be considered, has been suggested here. So there are lots of things to be thinking about going forward. I don't want people to feel we're shutting down the public participation tonight. So with that, I would call on Irvine Company representative, looks like Jeff Davis. Welcome, say a few words if you wish, and then I will offer my motion and we'll move on beyond this item. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Agron, members of the council. Jeff Davis on behalf of the Irvine Company this evening. And I think you've hit on a couple of key points. First of all, tonight is a session that kicks off what will be an over a year-long process. Staff referenced the documentation that will be required. That process will include meetings, as you've mentioned already, including a public review of necessary secret documentation in terms of, and along with our commitment to continue to work with nearby community members. After which all of that's concluded, the council will have all the information it needs to make a decision as to how much needed housing might be approved. I want to bring up a little bit of a side note there with respect to that analysis. One thing that's clear is our proposal is different than the existing general plan at the city. Right now in Focus Area 2 on the site, including the golf course driving range, as well as the site near Innovation Office Park, for those of you who are familiar where that is. Right now, the general plan would allow 4,000 to 5,000 high-density homes, a minimum density of 50 units to the acre. That's in the current plan now. That's in the current focus area. That was in the plan that was adopted by the city of Irvine. When we took a look at that and we had our conversations, as I mentioned last time, with the community, it was expressed to us that the community really was looking for more than just more high-density residential, but a mix and a balance of that community. And therefore, we came up with a program that has a mix of for-sale housing, attached housing at a for-sale basis. Yes, some apartment communities that will deal with the affordable levels next to our job centers, which is important in this spectrum area, but that the full range of housing would be included with this program. The difference between our proposal and the current general plan does not have a school site designated anywhere. The current general plan does not have a funding mechanism for libraries or for transit. We've heard a lot about transit and transportation issues that are important. Those are the things that will be evaluated as a part of this process through that environmental review. Nor does the current plan include a likelihood of any single family or for sale housing at the densities, the minimum densities that are required as the city responded to the housing mandates from the state. One other thing to be clear, and as a part of that, is our proposal for the 3,100 homes are not new homes to the general plan, but homes that are already been allocated to the general plan within that focus area. It's just the decision as to how those housing units will be provided, what those housing units will be, what the mix of the community will be, and whether or not those amenities, infrastructure, and schools will be included as a part of this program, or we would go back to kind of more of a piecemeal approach, which we and the community that we've talked to suggest would not be the appropriate solution in this particular case. We look forward to continuing to meet with the city, the staff, and the community in the upcoming year, have the conversations I think that you're mentioning about how we can make the project better, have a better discussion on infrastructure that will be provided with this program as part of our applications, and very much look forward to your recommendation this evening, or that you would support the staff's recommendation moving forward. We're here to answer any questions you might have, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, what I'd like to do is offer my motion, turn to my colleagues and see if they have any comments, vote on the motion, ensure a process that's acceptable to all, and go on from there. So with that, at this time, I'd like to move that we direct staff to conduct a public scoping meeting, or 2 meetings if necessary, here in City Council chambers to receive all public input, and further hold a further City Council meeting, scoping meeting, once that input has been gathered, to allow the City Council to provide its final feedback on the general plan amendment. So a series of meetings, a real process here. Could I ask for a second? Someone second the motion? Seconded for discussion, or we'll be sitting here all night. Okay? Are you seconding?
Yes, I was going to second the motion. I second the motion.
All right. With the second to the motion, now I can turn to my colleagues and they can speak. Councilmember Carroll.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Some of the speakers have talked a little bit about this open space matter, and I just wanted to see if we could go through that a little bit with our city attorney. Can you walk us through this open space matter? I'll just say for reference, I was a sophomore in high school when this matter. I now have a daughter graduating high school. So this predates me and perhaps most or all of the council. So can you just walk us through the process of what that is, the scope of it?
Absolutely, Councilmember Carroll. I will do that. First, I want to commend Mr. Shirk, who did a pretty good job of recounting the key points from the presentation at the last meeting that I put forward. The first thing is, we'll start with what everybody knows. In 1988, there was a city council sponsored, then citizen adopted. That meant there wasn't a petition. The city council put the item on the ballot. The citizens adopted Initiative Measure 88-1. What Section 2 of Initiative Measure 88-1 said was the city council shall amend the general plan to designate this particular property. Actually, what it said is pursuant to an exhibit attached as Exhibit A to the initiative measure. And if you look at Exhibit A, it's preservation where the Oak Creek Golf Course is today. That was the action taken by the city council, the voters of Irvine in 1988. It's a nuance, but an important nuance of initiative law, that it is one thing for the citizens to directly say the general plan is hereby amended, which is not what 88-1 did. And it's another thing for the citizens to say the city council shall amend in this way, which is what 88-1 did. If you do the second thing, which is what happened in this instance, then you don't have to go back to the voters for a subsequent amendment to the general plan. And that isn't fanciful thinking. That's what happened in the city of San Clemente in a case called Marblehead versus City of San Clemente 2 years after the initiative was adopted in 1991. And so that is the law, for better or for worse. On top of that, if this were an initiative measure that was supposed to be direct legislation, it would fail. It does not contain all of the text of the measure that would allow, which is what the law requires, the city to effectively take what was in the citizen adopted measure, put it into the code. It required amendment, tweaking, and implementation steps that weren't included in the initiative measures. We have a rule in California that says for an initiative to be successful as direct legislation, it has to contain the so-called full text of the measure. And if it doesn't, it fails. So the upshot of that is, and again, I want to emphasize, I'm telling you what the law is. I'm not making a recommendation to you one way or another whether you ought to solicit the opinion of the voters again. That's a different decision. Mm-hmm. But on its face, this measure reads and behaves like an advisory measure. It was the advice of the people of Irvine in 1988 that this property be designated as preservation. And it is the prerogative of the city council to change that.
So I'm running really short on time.
I'm sorry.
Here. No, that's great. That's helpful. That's the longest recitation I've heard of this. So we have an applicant, and on this side here, you're saying that, yeah, that's the way it states. It seems like we also have some public input with regard to, hey, we kind of relied on it as being something else. Why did it not, and we may have to take this up in a second round, but can you briefly state why it wasn't done the alternative way that you're speaking of many years ago?
I've been around for a long time, but
not that long. So I really don't know. I want you to know that me and my team have done some digging into the legislative history and the background on this, and we really haven't found a definitive answer. It might be as simple as that was the convention over the way things were done in 1988. It certainly would explain why something very similar happened in San Clemente in the same time frame. And it may be that there was an expectation for what would be sufficient in 1988, and then a court of appeal released a decision in 1991 and said, no, that's not, that it isn't sufficient. Not sufficient to forbid the council from taking subsequent action without going back to the voters.
Well, thank you, and I imagine there'll be more opportunity to kind of talk a little bit more about this. Have some more time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me comment and see if I can bring this to a close. Unlike you, Mr. Melching, I was there in 1988. And I do remember the conditions under which that particular provision was written into the open space discussions and ultimately assumed by the voters to make changes to the open space initiative immune to tampering without another vote of the people. I don't think this is the place to continue that discussion. I do think it will have to be taken up again, but right here, right now, I think the motion before us is the way to go, which is to, I'm going to repeat it, direct staff to conduct a public scoping meeting or 2 meetings, if necessary, here in City Council chambers to receive all public input and hold a further City Council scoping meeting once that input has been gathered to allow the City Council to provide its final feedback on the general plan amendment, which no doubt would include an expanded discussion about legal questions of whether or not an election is required. That's the motion before us. Unless there's more comment, I'd like to call for a vote at this time.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
Thank you to all those who came to testify on this matter, to comment. We want your continuing involvement. With that, why don't we pause for 3 to 5 minutes so people can exit the chamber if they wish. Would the meeting please come to order once again? Please take your seats. We've been in recess effectively for the last 10 minutes. With that, we're reconvening tonight's City Council meeting. At this time, I would like to turn to Councilmember Melinda Liu to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who are able, please stand.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Our invocation tonight comes to us in the form of music. I want to invite forward Diana Farrell, welcome, who is a soprano and founding artistic director of Lyric Opera of Orange County. She's going to perform for us tonight, America the Beautiful. There's no need for anyone to stand for this. Just remain seated and enjoy it. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, that more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And coming at the end of the long Memorial Day weekend, it's so uplifting. Thank you. Now we move on to presentations. We're running a bit behind, but we're going to catch up here. We have a presentation this evening from Working Wardrobes. Mr. Peterson, do we have somebody who's presenting?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have Bonnie Palmish and Richard Ward from Working Wardrobes.
Excellent. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Richard Ward. I'm a longtime resident here in Irvine, and I'm very pleased to be here with you this evening to call your attention to and learn a little bit more about and hopefully support a real community gem that we have in the organization called Working Wardrobes. I'm a volunteer for the organization. I believe in this organization because my personal mission is to help people live better lives, and I can't think of a better way to do that than helping people with gainful employment who become productive citizens and are able to give back in turn. So I'd like to welcome my friend Bonnie Palmish, the President and CEO of Working Wardrobes, to tell you a little bit more and seek your support. Thank you.
If only I could sing it to you. That was absolutely incredible. Our mission at Working Wardrobes, as Richard said, is to help people. And the verb is to overcome. We teach the skill of how to overcome the barriers so that they can achieve gainful employment. We've been at this work since 1990, and it is proof that one person can change the world. In fact, she has already, and our founder pictured here, Jerry Rosen of blessed memory, just left this world, but left it in good care, which is to say that it is now our job to continue this mission that she started in 1990. In 1990, she set out to help women who had experienced domestic violence. And since then, just a few years later, we had services for men, for working age youth, for our military, for justice involved, etc., all people needing help. To date, we continue to help and see more people who need help because underpinning all of these barriers depicted here, mental health, food insecurity, justice involvement, the transition from military to civilian work, these are all underpinned by the high cost of living here in Orange County. We approach this work in a very unique way because our paradigm is that no two people are the same, and therefore no two career pathways are exactly the same. We start with the coordinates of where are you? What assets do you already have to promote? And then we identify where are you headed? That can be a career assessment, a coaching conversation. It can even be real-world career exploration, where our clients speak to people in positions they're curious about and find out the real scoop. What's it really like to be a city council member? What's it really like to be a staff member of the city? What's it really take to do that job? You, every single one of us, can help in this way by scanning that code and offering an informational interview, a job shadow, a mentorship. You decide if it's in person, online, short, long, etc. But once we've identified what that goal is, once we know what you've got already to promote and what the goal is, we work through a series of soft skills training, certification programs, apprenticeships, work experience, everything to round out a person's ability to achieve gainful employment. We do this in a different way, not only focusing on individualization, but focusing on teaching them how to fish. Our methodology is rooted in self-sustaining skill building. We fund this in 3 ways so that our clients do not pay anything for the services they receive. One way is through our government. Our government funds us to be a vendor, and we are a contracted vendor to provide these services. Another way we provide them at no charge to our clients is through our 3 retail stores. You can literally shop to help promote this cause and help people get back to work. And thirdly is through individual and corporate giving, donations, and grants. All of us can help. The most popular way is by giving stuff. When you have clothes that are still able to be used, you can donate them gently loved, clean, and on the hanger to Working Wardrobes Donation Center, which is literally down the street here in the great city of Irvine. You can also do drives for just accessories or shoes, purses. It doesn't have to fill up your entire car. Other ways that you can help are by volunteering, whether it's as a group or individually. Corporations love to engage employees around this mission because it's an amazing way to build your team by being of service. And another way is to sponsor our events. I want to thank Councilmember Mike Carroll for being a part of Leading by Example. Councilmember Melinda Liu, thank you for sponsoring and being a part of our events that tell the community we care about getting people back to work in a way that is self-perpetuating. I want to invite all of you to come and celebrate with us, actually. This is our 35th year of service, and our gala on September 20th will celebrate not only 35 years of service, not only the life and legacy of our founder, Jerry Rosen, but this year we will reach our 135,000th client. There are so many ways that you can help, but council members, I want to share with you one special message. It is from former City of Costa Mesa Council Member Don Harper. Don Harper is issuing you a challenge. Whether you use personal dollars or city dollars, he will match you dollar for any gift you make to Working Wardrobes. How's that for a deal to help people in our community strengthen their abilities and be able to give back like Jerry did? Council, do you have any questions for us?
Well, let me just kind of weigh in here. We do want to offer the public a chance to be heard, but first, I would just like to say Working Wardrobes for years now has been a mainstay of our family of nonprofits in the city of Irvine, and I've heard countless stories of how you've actually turned people's lives around, and I hope they've told those stories to enough people that you're able to get the dollars that you need. All of us on the council here have a small fund that we're allowed to distribute to nonprofits. So your request, I'm guessing, will elicit a positive response. It's like those things that come in on the internet, 2x your dollars or 2x, 3x, whatever. But I think that I think you can expect some continuing support from the city of Irvine. What I would like to do, we're of course going to be adjourning the meeting later on, but what I'd like to do now is let you know that it's my intention that we adjourn the meeting in honor of Jerry Rosen. I'd like to actually read a little something about her, if that's all right. This evening, I'd like to adjourn our meeting in memory of Jerry Rosen, a remarkable leader whose lifelong commitment to service transformed the lives of countless individuals in our community. Jerry was the founder and longtime CEO of Working Wardrobes, which of course is a nonprofit organization that she launched 35 years ago to support individuals facing major life challenges, including domestic violence, homelessness, addiction, and incarceration. Her vision was clear: to help others and restore dignity and self-sufficiency by providing professional attire and career readiness, those tools, to those seeking employment. Over the years, the organization has helped, as you've said, more than 135,000 women and men prepare for and secure jobs. Jerry passed away on May 14th at the age of 79. She's remembered not only for her boundless energy and leadership, but for her unwavering belief in the potential of every person to overcome hardship and rebuild their life. So we will honor her memory, the lasting legacy that she's left behind. We, of course, offer our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends, and we will be adjourning the meeting in her honor tonight. So thank you to her and a life well lived. Thank you to you and all that you do. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do my colleagues have anything to say? Councilmember Carroll and then Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I just want to thank Working Wardrobes for everything that you do. I had the really good fortune when I first got on the City Council to meet Jerry and to take the tour and to go through the process, and we immediately brought a lot of clothing over that next week that we really, knew could go to a lot better use and inspired a lot of our friends and other friends that are parents at our kids' school at the time. And, I don't think I really knew that she had founded it, which speaks to her modesty, because I remember just being moved by her passion and showing me the job training. And I just thought this, but I thought this was a place that gives, men and women of really all ages and many young men and women dignity through being able to wear, professional clothing and other, types of clothing. I had no idea the other aspects that she, I guess, had really spawned with the rest of your team. So thank you so much. We talk a lot about the different aspects of this amazing city, and Working Wardrobes is an incredible part of the mosaic that is the success and the greatness of this amazing city of Irvine. Thank you so much. And just if I could ask you, I really implore, can you just speak out so everyone, because we have about 100 or so people here, how people can kind of donate or what you're looking for, just in terms of wardrobe wear?
Thank you so much for asking, and thank you for honoring Jerry's legacy in life in all of those ways. Financial donations are always the most efficient and effective way to support Working Wardrobes. Second to that, we always need clothes, and it's everything from business wear to casual wear, formal wear, every part of the outfit, the accessories, the shoes, the purse, the attaché, all of it. If it is in usable, good, clean condition, and please donate it on the hanger, really down the street here. The third way I've already shared, which is your time, your expertise, your access. If you are a very well-networked person, you can volunteer to guide real-world career exploration by connecting people to the right people to help them on their journey. So if you are interested in giving of any of those means, go to workingwardrobes.org or give us a call at 714-210-2460. Any of those ways are probably the fastest and easiest way to find the rest of the details you're seeking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu, and then Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Hi. Yeah. Well, thank you for doing the presentation. Thank you for doing what you do. I had the great honor of going to the ribbon cutting at your new facility, and it's beautiful. And it's great to see how you're able to transform so many lives. I remember first learning about working wardrobe in high school when it was in the news, and I thought, what a great idea. And it was for domestic violence survivors. I don't want to call them victims. And now it's expanded to help military veterans to transition into civilian life. So it's creating this ripple effect. And I really appreciate this, and I know that the Irvine Rotary Club recently had a clothes drive, so I encourage everybody in the community to run clothes drive. And if you have any friends or business connections that have any clothes, any brand new clothes, please also consider donating. I have a few things that I need to clean out of my closet, so I will be bringing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
I want to thank you so much for the job that you do. When I was going through my experience in domestic violence through Human Options, I had the option of going through working wardrobes. And I know many women who benefited from that same option. So you literally help us gain jobs and in moments that we didn't know what else to do or who else to count with. So thank you so much.
I think that concludes the comments from the dais here. This is a receive and file matter. Thank you again for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Now we move on to public comments for non-agendized items. On tonight's agenda, public comments on non-agendized items are appropriately heard now. Any member of the public may address the City Council on items within our jurisdiction which are not listed on this agenda. We have a little process we have to go through here. How many requests do we have for people to be heard under public comments for non-agendized items?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 10 requests to speak, 7
many?
in person and 3 on Zoom.
How many?
We have 10.
10 and 3. I'll tell you what, let's make it 90 seconds each, and I won't cut you off at the 90 seconds. At this time, though, we'll take no more. You can give it 1 minute, and then we'll take no more requests. We do need to confine this tonight to 30 minutes total. And with that, I'm going to ask our City Clerk, Carl Peterson, to call the first citizen who wishes to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Alan Meyerson, Susan Sayer, Darren Parker, Pamela B., Jason Garshfield, Mona, and Crit. And we will start with Mr. Meyerson.
Welcome.
Good evening, and council members, Alan Meyerson. Tonight, I just wanted to speak briefly about a subject that I'm very sensitive to, and it's bullying in the workplace and harassing in the workplace. Being a union steward for 15 years, there were many occasions where management would bully or harass craft people that I represented, and what we would do is we would file a grievance against that manager and then have a grievance meeting and try to come to a resolution. A lot of time those managers would start yelling and screaming. The behavior was at times quite incredible, and at other times it wasn't so incredible. It was a problem-solving meeting that got worked out, and the bullying and harassing stopped out of fear for their jobs, really. My concern is a situation here where you are all elected officials, and some of the people you work with are actually employees of the city. Are those employees of the city protected from you guys bullying or harassing them? That's something that just crossed my mind recently, and I have a concern about that. If they're not represented employees, maybe they should be to protect them. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Susan Sayer.
Welcome.
Hello again. I'm Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident. I'm concerned about the Irvine's history of failing to comply with the will of its voters. Let's go back to the Great Park. In 2002, I believe it was, all the Orange County voters voted to turn the El Toro Marine Base into the Orange County Great Park. And a number of us got together and worked on how it was going to be developed. And Ken Smith, a well-paid and well-known landscape architect, presented a highly lauded development plan for the Great Park, which was accepted at first, but then discarded. And one of the promises made to the voters was that everything would be affordable by all Orange County residents. I'm sorry, but the Great Park is not compliant with that promise. The other issue, another issue is the Veterans Cemetery. In 2020, the City Council adopted the provisions of a voter's ballot initiative to construct the Veterans Cemetery in the Great Park. However, citing technicalities, the City Council failed to follow through with permitting the construction of the cemetery in the Great Park, and instead voted to put it in Gypsum Canyon.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. That matters, of course, on the agenda.
I know. I'm going to speak on that too.
You're a smart lawyer, Susan. You got yourself an extra 15 seconds on that
I
item.
do?
No.
Okay, let's
no,
do the
no,
Open Space Initiative that was voted for. And
Yeah, no, that's it. You're done.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to name them all.
Okay, thank you.
Darren Parker.
Darren Parker, Irvine resident, speaking on behalf of the Irvine Dog Park Association. I just, as progress continues to go through with the renovation and the improvements in the existing dog park, and also the plans for the new dog park to be included in the next phase of the Great Park, I really just want to express my appreciation to Oliver Chi and Chris Slama and all of the City Council, and in your roles as both the Great Park Board and the City Council. And I just wanted to take a moment to really recognize Oliver Chi. I know he's probably on his way out, and I know he takes a lot of heat in the media, probably undeserved. I think there's people out there, like in social media, that don't realize he's not a policymaker. Policymakers are up here. He's always been very professional. He's always been very responsive, and I've had nothing but a good experience with him. And Oliver, you will be missed.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments tonight.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I have here a schedule for this meeting, which says that public comment is estimated to begin at 5:15 p.m. It is now past 6:15 p.m. Now, I understand the meeting's going to take as long as it's going to take, but but people are going to schedule their lives and their attendance at the meeting based around these estimates, so they should be made more accurately, or if they can't be made with any degree of accuracy, then they should probably be forgone with entirely. So I'd like to commend IPD for breaking up a burglary ring this month. Thank you guys for putting these people behind bars. It's crazy that we still have to deal with burglaries, burglary gangs, locked store shelves in the safest city in America, but I'm grateful that our police officers are doing what they can with what they've been given. Now, on the topic of bars, I'd like to see more in Irvine. I've said before, and this did seem to be at the heart of the issue earlier, that Irvine is a big city pretending to be a small city. And so almost every other big city gives its residents opportunities to socialize in that kind of environment. So I'd recommend the city council look into loosening regulations surrounding alcohol serving establishments. Doing so would make Irvine a more vibrant, less atomized city, and it would go a long way towards attracting the kind of young professionals who will keep our city's economy booming in the future. Now, I certainly respect that alcohol establishments can come with their own set of problems, but these are problems that every other city around us has been able to manage, and I have faith that Irvine can manage them just as well as anyone.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Welcome.
Mona.
Good evening. I know I tend to sometimes rub people the wrong way, but it is what it is. I speak from my heart. I never really prepare what I'm going to say. I just say what I feel. I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't get to talk about Irvine companies because I was cut off. So I have a couple of questions that are, we talk about affordable housing. Please give me a number what's affordable, because Irvine Companies is not famous for being affordable. So I agree with a lot of the speakers that went ahead of me and basically said, this needs to be looked more into. 3,100 units, I don't know. It's not just the traffic, it's what Irvine Companies will do. They overprice everything, everything is expensive. And when they talk about market rate, who's setting the market rate? Is it the Irvine Companies? They hold the whole purse. The other thing that I wanted to actually mention that is on the agenda, but maybe you can take it off, is the MENA inclusion thing that Melinda's been talking about, because that has passed Appropriations Committee. So it's, I think, a done deal as far as having it on this is the second time it comes up on the agenda.
Thank you. Your
so
time is up.
maybe time to go.
Thank you for your comments.
Crit.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Crit Van Tile. I'm here on behalf of Irvine Dog Parks Association. I wanted to thank you, council members, for giving me your time and our group as we've grown and are looking for more dog parks in Irvine, including the Great Park. We want to thank you. We're meeting with Mr. Chi and Chris Slama had a great first rounds looking at what we're going to do over there. Want to appreciate his work on that behalf and the cities in general, and we're making good progress on that. So some good news, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, council members, Mayor Agrin. I wanted to bring to everybody's attention that the period for performance of the IRP Irvine Relief Plan grants are coming to a close in June of this year, and the city was supposed to have oversight over the fund recipients, and also the fund recipients were supposed to provide quarterly reports with regard to the monies they received. I'm unaware of any quarterly reports actually being provided to the city or being provided to the public for that matter. And it's important to note that some of those recipients were actual donors to Farrakhan, or representatives of organizations that were donors to Farrakhan. Additionally, in light of what's happened to Tammy Kim, and if she should be convicted, what is the city going to do to address felons on the wall of recognition? And now that we're in the farming business, shouldn't we be recognizing Cesar Chavez also, in addition to Harvey Milk? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Tim Wang. Tim, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening.
My name is Tim, and I'm here to share some thoughts on the new protected Class 4 bike lanes recently installed on Phantom Agway Park. First off, I appreciate the city's efforts to improve biking infrastructure. But after riding the new lanes recently, I noticed a pretty big issue. About 20 feet before each intersection, the protective barriers end and gets replaced by dashed lines, basically letting cars enter the bike lanes to make right turns. This creates a major safety concern. Intersections are where most deadly crashes happen, so it doesn't make sense to remove protection right where it's needed the most, especially when there isn't much traffic in the area. It puts riders in direct conflict with turning cars, which defeats the whole purpose of calling the lanes protected. If we want to encourage more people to bike, especially those who might not feel safe riding alongside traffic, we need to increase protections for bike lanes. We don't need super complex design just yet, but at the very least, future Class 4 lanes should keep cars out completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Sarah. Sarah, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Sarah. Can you hear us?
Yes. Press play, please.
ماتوا
أنا استوي عليهم.
تحب ماما كثير؟
وبابا كمان. وبعدها كنا واحنا ماما تواصل بالبطارية وهي صارت تحت ماما أنا سمعتها بس كنت عم صوني هي أدور عليها أدور عليها.
أشعال نار في المواطنين داخل هذا الصف. حاول رجال الدفاع المدني استخراج هذه التي تم اندفاع الحماية بشكل كبير.
Genocide is going on over there and you don't know what to do, you know, from some kid over there in Gaza looking up and there's a bomb and they think, man, I'm so horrible, I deserve to be bombed. That's crazy. I hadn't thought about that.
There was a study done of children in Palestine long before October the 7th. 95% of those kids show traumatic symptoms, panic attacks, anxiety, fears. Can you imagine what's going to happen to that generation?
Years from now? Years from now. I mean, it just breaks my heart every day when I think about it. Well, when you put it in that sense, that a kid, imagine a kid like, I don't know.
Thank you. Your time is
up. So
up.
wrong with me. I deserve to be.
That concludes our public comments for non-agendized items tonight. Thank you all. Let's move on now to the next item on the agenda, which is the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report this evening?
Mr. Mayor, in light of the lengthiness of the agenda, no report this evening.
All right. At this time, we then move on to announcements and committee reports, council reports. Do any of my colleagues have announcements that they wish to make? Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I have a slide. Sure. Okay. Is it up? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor and council colleagues. I'm excited to share with you all the work that my council office has been engaging in, as well as some exciting future events we will be hosting that everyone should join.
Pull the microphone down a little bit.
No, I'm trying. Okay. As Irvine's representative to OC-SAN, it was nice to see OC Sanitation and OCFA partner to host confined space rescue training at their Plant Number 1 facility in Fountain Valley. We're proud to support those who protect and serve. Next slide, please. Okay. Being Irvine's representative on Orange County Housing Finance Trust, I'm pleased to announce that $1.9 million in funding has been approved for an affordable housing project in our city. This project will include 77 units, with 13 having affordability covenant. Next slide, please. I'd also like to recognize OCFA Headquarter in District 1 for their April efforts, including 12 fire incidents, 1,152 rescue and EMS incidents, 12 safety presentations, and 7 fire station tours. Next, please. And I'd like to thank OCFA and IPD for hosting Wildfire Prevention Town Hall at OCFA headquarters this last Monday, having resources from OCFA, IPD, the Irvine Ranch Conservancy, SoCal Edison, and the Irvine Ranch Water District to help educate our Irvine residents about fire safety. And next slide, please. I would like to thank Congressman Min for hosting an AAPI Empowerment Summit on May 17th, granting recognition to ANHPI students and community leaders in Irvine and across California's 47 Congressional District. And the next one, please. On May 21st, Team Lou had the opportunity to attend the ADL's Sherwood Prize event to honor the efforts of the IPD's Interfaith Security Department in their efforts to help combat anti-Semitism. And so congratulations to IPD. And and the next one, please. On May 18th, I attended the Mason All-Star Basketball Showcase game at Portola High School, which support AANHPI athletes from all across North America. And I had the pleasure of attending with Congressman Min and also reconnect with a lot of familiar faces and old friends from my basketball days. Next one, please. From May 22nd to May 29th, Irvine's 211 Marine Adoption Committee is partnering with Lazy Dog Restaurant on Jamboree Road for a fundraiser. And we ordered a team lunch to support that cause. So if you are willing to go to Lazy Dog, they will get 15% from the restaurant as part of their fundraiser. And lastly, in honor of Military Appreciation Month, Team Lou joined the press conference at the Gibson Canyon Veterans Cemetery to support AB 571 by Assembly Member Quicksova, shared lunch with Irvine veterans at Atria Senior Apartments, and attended several Memorial Day weekend events. We also have a POW MIA table outside the chamber to honor those who never came home. Let's continue to show our gratitude to all who served. And this concludes my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other. Councilmember Carroll?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just two items. I just want to first just go ahead and extend a big thanks to a resident who contacted me named John, who brought to my attention an important public safety issue that we took care of. John contacted my office regarding crosswalk lights located between Shady Canyon Trail and the Quail Hill Community Center. The lights were not flashing, and that's a road that creates. There's a lot of speed going up and down that incline, creating a safety concern for both pedestrians and drivers, especially during nighttime hours. And thanks to him reaching out, which is really important, especially with a lot of people in the audience, the importance of resident input is really, truly paramount. We got Public Works, our great Public Works team out there. The issue's now been addressed, and the crosswalk lights are working, and they're replaced, and they're functioning again. I want to thank Public Works and the staff team led by Oliver Chief for prioritizing this fix. Your commitment to keeping our community safe is always appreciated. And I know we deal with all these big, massive issues of our day because we're a big city in Irvine, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring up another item that came up, which I want to direct to Luis at Public Works and also to Oliver and the team, is something we don't see too often in Irvine, ladies and gentlemen: potholes. There's actually a couple of potholes that have been identified on Bonita Canyon Road, southbound between Shady Canyon Drive and the 73 Toll Road border. So if we could have Public Works take a look at that, that would be great. Thanks so much, Mayor.
Thank you. We expect that filled by tonight. Okay. They can do it within 24 hours. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
I just want to thank Mayor Agram for inviting me to Sacramento last week. It was a great experience for someone who has never been in the politics side, learning how to advocate for more dollars for our city, specifically for HAP dollars, and talk to our assemblywoman, Cuddy and other state legislators advocating for things that we really need in Irvine. Learning that our state doesn't have too much money to give, but still we are not gonna stop by going and advocate for more dollars. So it was a great experience, Mayor, and I went with Vice Mayor James as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Mai.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give an update to everyone on OCPA, our progress with them. We're squeezing as much as we can from these guys. We recently held the CCA conference here that generated $829,000 to the city of Irvine. They hosted the conference here. Also, to the public, we have, if you go to ocpower.org, you're able to get free energy efficient kits. We've been able to have them provide that for the public for free. In addition, the second thing that's available are free level 2 chargers for your home that are 100% free right now while supplies last. We will also be, OCPA will be offering $1,000 rebates for solar installations, including battery storage and standalone battery storage as well. So just a quick update, making progress and having them do things for our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others, let me proceed through a few quick announcements and reports. I do want to give a more fulsome report of our relationship with the state. We're considered among the big cities in California now, 13th largest city in the state. We do have, I think, special relationships with the governor's office and many legislators. I'll give a more extended report on what we learned in Sacramento at our next meeting. But for now, I'd like to make just a few quick announcements. Edison International honored 2 exemplary Irvine Unified High School district students, Matthew Chang of Woodbridge High School and Winnie Way of Northwood High School. Edison International named Matthew and Winnie 2025 Edison Scholars and awarded each student with a $50,000 STEM scholarship. So that's the good news, okay? I'll just read a little bit about these 2 outstanding students. Matthew's environmental research and findings have highlighted the critical role that biological processes and ecosystems play in climate dynamics. His commitment to integrating biological perspectives into climate science exemplify innovation, academic excellence, and a commitment to sustainability. Winnie's interests are in the field of solar energy, specifically in advancing the efficiency and economic viability of solar panel use. Her academic achievements, passion for innovation, and commitment to a sustainable future are exemplary. Matthew plans to pursue a degree in environmental science, and Winnie intends to study applied mathematics. The Irvine City Council, of course, commends both students on their academic achievement and commitment that we all share to a sustainable future. Next item of good news. I'm pleased to share that the City of Irvine has once again been recognized for its outstanding park system, this time ranking 2nd in the nation and 1st in California in the Trust for Public Lands Annual Park Score Index. This recognition marks the 10th consecutive year the city has been ranked in the top 10. This is a tremendous honor that reflects our longstanding commitment to parks and public spaces. It is the result of intentional planning, community vision, and a deep-rooted commitment to preserving the land around us. The Park Score Index looked at park access and equity and found that 94% of Irvine residents live within a half mile, just a half-mile walk of a park. Irvine also earned a perfect score for investment. A total of $681 per capita is spent each year on publicly accessible parks and recreation, which is among the very highest nationwide. We also received a perfect score for several park amenities, including the number of playgrounds and senior and recreation centers. Our parks are more than just green spaces. They're essential to community health, connection, and quality of life. I'm so pleased that we continue to invest in our parks and open spaces and that we continue to be recognized for this effort. To learn more about the Park Score ranking, visit cityofirvine.org. All right, number 3. I want to invite you to join me in how excited we all are to celebrate the opening of our Irvine Public Library System on Monday, August 4th. We're preparing to welcome the community to our Heritage Park and University Park branches later this summer, but residents don't have to wait to get involved with Irvine Public Library. Of course, the library system used to be under the county, but we're transitioning this very summer. In addition to summer programming, we're seeking community feedback through a series of meetings, so I hope you'll join our wonderful library staff at one of these meetings to help shape the future of library services. Meetings begin June 2nd and are designed to gather input to ensure the Irvine Public Library continues to meet the evolving needs of all residents. For a list of meeting dates, times, and locations, as well as upcoming summer programs, please visit irvinepubliclibrary.org. I hope to see you there. Next, we have a floaty exchange program in water safety. We launched our floaty exchange program earlier this month, and it has already helped ensure many children in Irvine have U.S. Coast Guard approved life jackets, a necessity for a summer that is safer. Bring any flotation device that is not approved by the U.S. Coast Guard to William Willett Jr. Aquatic Center or select city events, and we'll exchange it for a properly fitted Coast Guard approved life jacket or vest for free while supplies last. For a list of participating events and more information about the program, visit cityofirvine.org/aquatics. As part of our commitment to water safety, I'd also like to remind our community to follow the ABCs of water safety to ensure everyone has a safe and fun summer. A is for active adult supervision. Always keep infants and toddlers within arm's reach. Appoint a water watcher to keep monitoring the water without distractions. And B is for barriers. Secure your pool with proper fencing and multiple layers of protection, including gates, alarms, and covers. C is for classes. Enroll in swim lessons. Learn CPR and keep a phone nearby for emergencies. The City of Irvine offers CPR classes and swim lessons through the William Willett Jr. Aquatic Center. Learn more at Irvine.org. Let's make this summer safe and enjoyable by practicing water safety together. And finally, Ciclo Irvine. This is a video recap. I want to thank everyone who joined us for our second annual Ciclo Irvine and Open Streets event. This one was on Campus Drive earlier this month. Despite a little rain, approximately 8,500 people attended the event, which served as a vibrant celebration of community connection and sustainability. Let's take a moment to look back at some of the fun and memorable moments of that day. Play the video. All right, that concludes our announcements, allowing us now to go to the topic of additions and deletions to the agenda. I just want to take a moment here so that everybody is clear as to where we are on the agenda. We aim to hit our 7 o'clock start time for item 5.3. Regarding additions and deletions, I have a doubt as to whether we'll get to items 5.4 to 5.8 tonight. We can either delete those right now. My intention would be to probably call for a special meeting in the next week or two in order to deal with those various items that have been deferred for a number of weeks now. Is there any objection to deleting those from the agenda tonight? Hearing none, those will be deleted.
Mr. Mayor, the only other adjustment on the agenda, staff would like to ask that item 5.2 also be deferred. The finance team is working with our rating agencies on a couple of different components related to that particular issuance. We're requesting a little bit more time to get all of those details finalized.
5.2 was deferred, all right. 5.4 to 5.8, everything after 5.3.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good. We move now then to the consent calendar. Estimated start was 1 hour ago. Let's see if we can get through this quickly. The consent calendar consists of items that are considered non-controversial. That can be handled under a single roll call vote. Those items tonight are items 3.1 to 3.9. And do we have any requests from citizens to be heard on these items?
We do, Mayor. We have 6 requests to speak.
6 requests. On what items?
Those in person, we have 2 for item 3.4, 1 for 3.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We have 2 for item 3.4, 1 for item 3.7, 1 for item 3.8, and then we have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Mr. City Manager, what's your suggestion on this? We can get through the consent calendar. We also, I guess, could take the consent calendar later on, could we not, Mr. City Attorney?
Both of those are options available.
All right. Is there any item on the consent calendar that's time sensitive?
1 second.
I don't want to close out citizen comment, but at the same time, I want to keep to a schedule that works here.
Perhaps I might recommend maybe the balance of the consent calendar for which there are no comments could be considered. Those that do have comments, perhaps we can push those until right after, because we are coming up with 10 minutes left till 7.
All right. Why don't I offer a motion to adopt consent calendar items 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, 3.5.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, I think I offered the motion. We'll consider yours a second. Councilmember Liu will second. Any discussion on those items? There being none, would the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, before I do, if I may, the two speakers on Zoom, I don't know which items that they are speaking to.
Tell you what, let's go on to 4.1 now. You see if you can get that information. We'll come back to it, okay? So I'll withdraw my motion. You withdraw. The second? Oh, very well. All right, we'll come back to that. Let's move on now to public hearings. We can see if we can move through these very quickly. By the way, if we don't cover these in the next 10 or 15 minutes, presumably we can push them off to the end of the agenda tonight. Is that correct? Because you want to stay with us late into the night, right? All right. All right. I'm going to ask the city clerk to read the title of item 4.1, public hearings. Incidentally, anybody in the public who wants to participate in the public hearings, if you are participating via Zoom, make sure to raise your hand and enter the queue electronically.
Thank you, Mayor.
Matt, I'll turn to our city clerk to please read the title of item 4.1.
Thank you, Mayor. Fiscal year 2025-26 landscape, lighting, and park maintenance assessment.
At this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. I note the time is 6:50. And at this time, with our Zoom speakers presumably in the queue, I'd like to invite staff forward to introduce themselves and present a staff report.
Mr. Mayor, given the timelines that we're dealing with, perhaps I'll give a quick update, and then Josh and Dale can answer any additional questions that may come up. The item before you tonight is related to an update to the city's landscape lighting and park maintenance assessment district. That assessment district was initially established in 1997. More recently, the City Council a couple months ago authorized staff to issue ballots requesting that voters consider a very modest monthly increase to the landscape and lighting assessment district here in Irvine. Tonight, we're asking that the City Council conduct the public hearing. Really, what we're requesting is that a resolution be approved which would authorize the city clerk to begin the process of tabulating the ballots that have been returned related to the assessment district adjustment. In addition, also allow us to announce that the ballot tabulation will be open for the public to witness. We're going to be continuing that ballot counting process, and we'll be announcing the results of the election at our next city council meeting. Additional details related to this matter are included in the staff report before you. If there are any questions from the council, Dale, Josh, myself, we're all here and available to address those concerns.
All right, and then I'm going to ask for a little bit of guidance here. I'm presuming under those circumstances there won't be any, are there any requests for public comment in this matter?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 4 requests to speak.
We do, all right. I'll tell you what, at this time, Before we take public comments, are there any comments from my colleagues? There being none at this time, we'll turn to you, Mr. City Clerk, to invite forward any public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Ryan Sherman and Byron Luoma. And we'll start with Ryan.
Go right ahead to the podium.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to voice my approval of this proposal, but the paperwork that was sent out wasn't very clear that it's only like $10 a year. I mean, that's nothing. But I read through the thing and I couldn't quite understand that. I wish it had been a little more clear. I had to call up this company, Weldon, and they explained it to me. And I said, this is nothing. And if it had been more clear, I think maybe it would have made it a little easier for people to understand. And once you find out it's $10, who cares? So just that's all.
Thank you, especially coming on the night of the announcement of how highly we rank nationally on parks. Next.
Byron Luoma.
That was you. Thank you.
Was it Ryan German? Our next speaker is George. George, you may unmute your mic. Hello, George. Can you hear us? Our next speaker is Pamela Wyckoff. Ms. Wyckoff, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, I'm Pam Wyckoff. Each tax increase is a hardship for our budgets. After 4 years of Bidenomics, we are drowning in inflation. People are spending less money on entertainment. One vendor told me she's bringing in half of her usual revenue. This tax is adjustable by inflation, so it will automatically go up. Dollar by dollar, we are being enslaved. Is this tax increase aimed only at single-family residences? This is unfair, considering that so many apartment dwellers enjoy our bike paths and walking their dogs through the park. It appears that single-family residence owners are taking on this burden over others who can bike through or walk their dogs. If the city's having financial problems, you can't expect only a fraction of residences to shoulder the burden. The mail-in and back voting ballots are uncertifiable. Several times my mail has been stolen or opened. Recently, 114,000 invalid names were removed from the Orange County voter rolls. We're tired of these selections that always favor the liberal government. In 2020, our parks were ghost towns. Irvine promoted lockdowns, even to suggesting public parks would bring certain death. It was horrifying to see the chains and padlocks on children's swing sets when there was nothing but fresh air and grass around. If you want to boss us around, you can pay for it. Each tax increase is, okay, a little more. So because of this tax, the targeting of homeowners, a questionable voting process, and continual government control, I am not in favor of this idiotic assessment. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. So we're providing one last notice for an opportunity for members of the public to turn in their ballots. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. This is simply our verbal notice urging them to cast their ballots.
Yes.
All right. With that, I think we can close the public hearing. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Vice Mayor Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
All right, so we'll now proceed with the recommended actions. in the order that it's been noted by staff. Right? Before I call for a motion, I'll ask the city clerk to explain the process for this item. I think it's going to be mercifully brief, but it is technical and we want to do it right. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you this evening is a resolution for City Council consideration.
Wait, just a moment, Carl. All the people in the back, if you want to talk, you can go out of the chamber. If you want to have a seat, you're welcome. We do have a little further business to conduct here before we get to item 5.3. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you this evening is a resolution for City Council consideration listed as recommended action item number 2, amending and/or approving the engineer's annual levy report, including proposed increased assessments for the landscape, lighting, and park maintenance assessment district for fiscal year 2025 to 26.
All right. Thank you to our city clerk, Carl Peterson. Now, if my colleagues have any comments, questions, at this time, I think a motion would be in order to approve the resolution listed as recommended action number 2 in the staff report.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor,
Yes,
I raised my hand to make a clarification.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I raised my hand to ask for a
Oh, you have a
clarification.
question?
Yes.
All right, there's a motion and a second before us. Councilmember Liu has a question.
So just to clarify that all property owners, all homeowners, including apartment owners, are paying this tax increase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I've had people ask me about how it's assessed that the closer you are to a park, the more you are paying into it, but altogether you're looking at about a $10, $12 increase. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And about, say, 2/3 of the increase will be covered by general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, 2/3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right. Why don't you proceed to the next step, if we could, Carl?
Thank you, Mayor. As the city clerk and elections official of the city of Irvine, I hereby designate Will Dan to tabulate the ballots for the landscape, lighting, and park maintenance assessment district. Any member of the public may witness the tabulation of the ballots in conference room L104, located just outside the main entrance to the council chamber. The ballot tabulation will commence tonight and will continue in conference room L104 beginning at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The results of the tabulation will be agendized and announced at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting on June 10th. That concludes this part of the process. At this time, there is no additional action to be taken by the City Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson, for taking us through that. We've concluded item 4.1 now. Is there anything else that absolutely has to be taken up before we turn to item 5.3?
Mr. Mayor, what I'd suggest is perhaps, if possible, we can continue item 4.3 to a date certain at our next City Council meeting. As it relates to the TEFRA hearing, which is item 4.2, can that be deferred also, or that needs to happen tonight? Item 4.2 will have to be heard later at some point this evening. It's, I think, a less than 5-minute discussion if the council wants to take that issue up. We can push 4.3 to the next meeting.
All right, so what we'll have left after 5.3 is 4.2 on the agenda and then the consent calendar.
Correct, and also 5.1. So we'll have the consent calendar, item 5.1, and item 4.2. And we'll need a formal council action deferring item 4.3 to our next council meeting.
All right. I think then we probably should, do we need to do anything in a formal way, Mr. Melchian, on this?
Mayor, if I could suggest, just to make sure we don't forget later, a motion by the council right now to continue item 4.3 to a date certain, which would be the meeting of June 10th, 2025, would be in order, and we can dispose of that item.
Why don't, I also move that that item be continued to June 10th.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor, Councilmember Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent. I think that clears the decks here so we can move to item 5.3. I see we have, I saw Supervisor Foley. There we are. Supervisor Foley. Is Supervisor Wagner here too? Welcome. Holding down the other end of the aisle there. By prior arrangement, I had been in touch, I think through the city clerk and others, with the two of you. Nick Baradino also made arrangements. Here's the way I think this is going to go. I'm going to be making a presentation, which probably will be about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes of the resolution, the matter. And then what I'd like to do is invite, of course, the two of you forward and anybody else to make a consolidated presentation if that's your wish. And then we will be opening it up to council comment, but more importantly, general public comment. I guess it was you, Bobby, Bobby McDonald here. Thank you, Bobby, for your service and for working with the city clerk. Is that sound about right to you? Okay. All right. Well, with that then, with that, I think we're ready to begin with 5.3. Would the clerk please identify the item by subject?
Consideration of a request by Mayor Agron to adopt a resolution supporting the development of a veteran-serving municipal cemetery at the Great Park.
Thank you. Let me start this item. Everybody has access to the resolution. It's my intention to make a presentation that goes through the resolution point by point. I do want to make a couple of initial remarks, however, as to the importance of this item and the assumption that we are all in this, to honor the service and sacrifice of veterans. We spent this last weekend. This was Memorial Day weekend. I was at a gathering at Northwood Park that's very poignant about all those killed who died in service in Iraq and Afghanistan. We had then on Memorial Day itself our traditional annual ceremony in Bill Barber Park. And while I was reading the names, as we customarily do, of the fallen, those who had a connection to Irvine, as I was reading the names, it kind of hit me that here we are, the largest county with the largest population, without a veteran cemetery. The effort to provide for a veteran cemetery dates back to 2013 and 2014. Others were even involved before. And it just struck me that it's nuts that we can't get our act together and see to it that we have a proper cemetery for veterans. Look, this is going to be a long item. I want everybody to be heard, but I want you to kind of think about how you're going to participate. It doesn't really help to boo anyone. I know applause is always welcome, but please, I'd ask everybody, conduct yourself in an orderly way so that we can discuss this item as adults and hopefully reach a point where we actually do something and do something good. So with that, I want to start my remarks. I have a kind of a slideshow here that constitutes all of the. Why don't we put the first slide up? I have a monitor out here, so while others are looking up there, what I've intended to do with this is take us through the resolution step by step. This is the title of the resolution. Next slide, please. The next slide is, of course, referring to the fact that an available veterans cemetery for Orange County veterans is only basically Riverside National at this point. Riverside National is a long ways away. We've heard from many who have said their loved one is buried at Riverside National, and they rarely are able to get out there to visit the graveside. As you can see, the Great Park is located right in the center of Orange County. Gypsum Canyon is located at the edge of the county. Gypsum is closer to Riverside National. But that's the configuration that we have here now. The need for a veteran cemetery is obvious, I think, to all in this room and to thousands and thousands outside the room. Why don't we go on to the next slide? This just summarizes the fact that access to Riverside is difficult and really deprives Orange County veterans of the kind of closeness to home that a veteran cemetery in Orange County would provide. Next slide, please. There are, of course, some state cemeteries, but all the state cemeteries are in Central or Northern California, essentially unavailable to us. Next slide, please. In 2013, newly elected Assembly Member Sharon Quirk Silva, who I think then was head of the Veterans Affairs Committee as a freshman, assembled a number of us in her office, and we began the process of trying to identify a site in Orange County that would be not only suitable, but as it turned out, described by many as perfect for a veterans memorial park and cemetery. And that was in the Great Park on what was formerly known as the Artist Site at the northern end of the Great Park. So it was my privilege and pleasure on March 11th, 2014, to push for an expression of strong interest that we had in locating a state veteran cemetery at the Artist Site in the Great Park. Next slide, please. This is where the Artist Site is located. The green is, of course, the Great Park. In the lower left, for those who want to kind of orient themselves, the yellow is the balloon site in the Great Park. At the northern edge of the Artist Site is Irvine Boulevard. At the southern end of the Great Park is Marine Way. This area, the Artist Site, was indeed approved as part of a resolution expressing our intent to make 125 acres, that's the size of the Artist Site, of land then adjacent to the Great Park, now it's part of the Great Park, available for use by the California Department of Veterans Affairs for the establishment of the Southern California Veteran Cemetery. That night, when we adopted that resolution, there were as many veterans as are here tonight. And I can tell you, there were tears in the eyes of many of them, and my own as well. That was a remarkable achievement, a remarkable offer. We were on our way to getting a veteran cemetery here in Orange County. Next slide, please. Just to orient yourselves, those who served at El Toro, the black boundary line is the base. The park is, of course, kind of in the center, is 1,300 acres. It's on land formerly that was the base. And the Artist Site, which is part of the Great Park, is pretty much in the center of the old base. With that, why don't we move on to the next slide? So, Assemblymember Quirk Silva was really quite skillful in navigating a piece of legislation through the legislature, designating the Artist Site as the appropriate site to commence cooperation, state cooperation with local government, to develop, design, construct, and equip a state-owned and state-operated Southern California Veterans Cemetery right there at the site. It was in legislation. Next slide, please. Pursuant to that legislation, CalVet not only sought federal funds, putting us on a priority list, but prior to that, had prepared a massive 333-page concept plan for the Veterans Cemetery at the artist site. 333 detailed drawings, instructions, studies, costs, all of it. That put us on the priority list for federal funds. So we were on our way. The anticipation was that we would have altogether all those aspects of the park, of the Veterans Cemetery, within the Veterans Park that was the artist site. We would have it all put together, state-funded, open and operational by Veterans Day 2019. We were on track to do that. That particular course of action was reaffirmed, it was confirmed and reaffirmed by a vote of the Irvine City Council in 2016. Next slide, please. Then the trouble began. The then 5 Point Communities Corporation got involved in trying to, frankly, get back the artist site that they had deeded to us in a transaction in 2010. They proposed a land swap, which I'll describe in a moment. But the 5 Point executives at that time were bound and determined to use the artist site for office, commercial, industrial, and residential development, bringing 5,000 to 10,000 cars per day to that site. In exchange, they said, they would donate, I'm not sure quite what that meant, donate the strawberry fields down near the I-5 and I-405 interchange, the Spaghetti Junction there. Although those strawberry fields sound great and for growing strawberries are great, the noise, the inferiority of that site as compared with the artist site is easily discerned just by looking at where it is. This launched a major fight in the city of Irvine. Citizens overwhelmingly wishing to see the Veterans Cemetery developed at the artist site, which everybody had agreed upon. But instead, there was this offer from 5 Point, which put the city into 2 to 3 years of real turmoil. Let me just hasten to add right here, right now, that was the 5 Point leadership then. The leadership at 5 Point Communities now is of an entirely different nature. They say they have no interest in the Veterans Cemetery matter. Whatever ultimately happens there, and they will not be involved in any campaigns or political activities one way or the other. Again, that was leadership in 5 Point Communities back then. We have different leadership now, and they're not a part of the struggle. Next slide, please. So the city council in 2017, that was when our supervisor, Don Wagner here, was mayor, as I recall. The city council proceeded to rescind the designation of the artist site and instead designated an alternative site, the Strawberry Field. That was official city council action. This prompted a citywide referendum, the biggest referendum campaign in the history of the city, a volunteer-driven effort to reject any notion of a land exchange and to see to it that the original site, the artist site, remained intact and that we move forward. So this referendum, which required some 13,000 valid signatures in 30 days, actually was put on the ballot because there were over 19,000 Irvine residents who signed. And so there was a referendum election called for June 5th, 2018. The then leadership of the 5 Point communities put $900,000 in that was reported. Other related entities put another $500,000 that were reported in order to, on the referendum, encourage people to say yes, yes to the land swap. The residents of Irvine who had qualified the referendum had about $75,000 to $100,000 raised at the grassroots level. It was a hard-fought campaign. Incidentally, every signature that was gathered had to be gathered one at a time, one after the other. And so the election was held. And next slide, please. And the result was 28,000 to 17,000, 63% to 37%, rejecting the land swap. Next slide, please. And restoring the veteran cemetery plans to the original artist site. Excuse me. Let me finish, please. You'll have your opportunity. Next slide, please. The residents knew exactly what they were doing when they rejected the land swap. But they went on to do something else. They launched their own initiative campaign. An initiative campaign that required people going out, one signature at a time, gathering nearly 20,000 signatures to put an initiative on the ballot that would zone the artist site for veteran cemetery purposes. In order to gather 20,000 signatures, there's no question but that the volunteers had to talk to 50,000, 60,000 different people. It takes a long time. to explain what an initiative is about and how their signature could make a difference. I would venture to say that in gathering signatures, 80% of the people were favorably disposed toward following through on our initial plan. In the end, this then went to the City Council. Ironically, the last of the signatures gathered were in the weekend just before the state shut down for COVID. But with the signatures submitted, the process was in place to put the matter on the ballot. Now, under initiative law, a governing body is duty-bound to put the initiative on the ballot. If they refuse to put it on the ballot, they can instead adopt it as legislation right there. And this is me speaking as a seasoned politician. The council members sitting there then knew this would pass overwhelmingly if it were on the ballot. So they said, well, why don't we just pass it right now? And it will be the law of the city that can't be changed as a result of our adopting this initiative. That's precisely what they did on May 12th, 2020. Next slide, please. This describes a little bit of what was in that initiative. Remember, it was to rezone the site, reestablish that the ARTA site would be for exclusive use by a Veterans Memorial Park, cemetery, including a perimeter park, gardens, all of the attributes of a Calvet-approved Veterans Cemetery. Next slide, please. Incidentally, before I forget, that $6 million that is required for the grading of the perimeter park is already being allocated by the city of Irvine to build the perimeter park. Next slide, please. This is Cadence near Poussin Way now. Next slide. With the perimeter park, an elevated perimeter park, this is the way it will look. This is one artist's, one designer's rendering. Obviously, others have different ideas, but clearly this would be between the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery and the residents in the Great Park neighborhoods. The Veterans Cemetery itself would be more than a quarter mile away in the interior. Next slide, please. I'm just going to read this for those who might have trouble reading it. Whereas, contrary to the will of Irvine residents and expressed in Measure B and in the Build the Great Park Veteran Cemetery Initiative, on October 26, 2021, the then sitting City Council adopted Resolution number 21-66 indicating the city's support for an Orange County Veteran Cemetery at a 280-acre site near the 241 Toll Road and Gypsum Canyon Road in Anaheim Hills, and effectively abandoned the city's efforts to secure support from Calvet for placement of the Southern California Veterans Cemetery in Irvine at the Artist site. This is a factual recital that you wish to respond as you do. It's your right. I don't see how it adds to the discussion that we're going to have here tonight. With that, let's go to the next slide, please. So what are we talking about when we have a veterans cemetery? A veterans cemetery includes in-ground burial, although the most recently established veterans cemetery in the Central Coast had only columbaria available, that is to say, appropriate enclosures, storage for veterans' ashes in funeral urns. The Central Coast Veterans Cemetery that opened was, I think, 5 years before they had their first in-ground burial. But of course, this is what a veteran cemetery, wherever it is, would look like. I want to make really clear tonight that I have no quarrel with Gypsum Canyon. I have absolutely no quarrel with it. It's not a competition in my mind between the two sites. The resolution tonight is about the city of Irvine on its own establishing a city veterans memorial park and cemetery. Cities around the country do this. Now we have an opportunity, as I see it, to move ahead in the city of Irvine, but not in conflict with those who would wish to establish a veterans memorial park that serves not only veterans, but as I understand it, first responders on the civilian side, and also, of course, would serve as a cemetery for private individuals, and it would be a public hybrid or tribrid even cemetery. I think that's a novel concept. I'll be honest with you, I've been out to that site. We've had studies undertaken. It's very, very clear that Gypsum Canyon, to make it usable as a veterans memorial park and cemetery, will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Every project has its problems. Can it be made to work? I'm sure it can. With enough money, enough effort, enough good thinking, yes. But we've had this analyzed by others, knowing myself how long it takes to get things done. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that would have to be raised and properly invested in design and construction that would actually take at least 5 and probably 10 years at the best. What happens between now and then? what happens between now and then? Well, I say we have a Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery here in Irvine. Next slide, please. Next one. We would fit it in accordance with the concept plan, our own framework plan. We would be able to build and make operational 20 acres, that's phase one, 20 acres of a veteran cemetery within the context of the framework plan. This would be on a site that also included wonderful gardens, monuments of one kind or another, all kinds of enduring features. Next. So, all this would be done consistent with CalVet specifications on the ARTA site and within the Veterans Memorial Park and Gardens. In doing this, the city will harmonize the framework plan with the will of Irvine residents as expressed in the Build the Great Park Veteran Cemetery Initiative, while we would also satisfy the long unmet needs of veterans and their families. Next slide, please. And we would do this in accordance with these provisions. It would be built and operational by Memorial Day 2028. I just want to conclude by going on to the final points here. I want to read them. The foregoing recitals, Section 1, are true and correct and incorporated by reference. Section 2, Resolution number 21-66, and the City of Irvine's support for an Orange County Veterans Cemetery at the Gypsum Canyon site is hereby superseded. It's not rescinded. It's not rescinded because some of us actually do support the idea of a Gypsum Canyon cemetery. But that resolution said exclusively at Gypsum Canyon. And we want to say, by this being a superseding resolution, we will have a veteran cemetery here in Irvine. And frankly, we will lend support to your effort to get this done for Gypsum Canyon as well. Section 3, consistent with the Build the Great Park Veteran Cemetery Initiative, the city selects the ARTA site for the development of an Irvine municipal cemetery. And again, it shall be designed to serve veterans and shall comply with CalVet specifications. And next slide will be the last two sections. The city manager, if this resolution passes, is directed to report back to the city council within 90 days with a plan that includes the completion of the first phase, that would be 20 acres, that would be development and commencement of operations at the Irvine Municipal Cemetery, serving veterans and their families, and again, by Memorial Day 2028. Section 5, the city manager is directed to forward a copy of this resolution to CalVet and other relevant parties, and to explore opportunities and strategies that would allow CalVet to acquire and operate the Irvine Municipal Cemetery in perpetuity. We want to get this done. We want to get it done for the veterans. We want to get it done for ourselves to keep our promise. Thank you for allowing me all this time. I do now want to turn to our invited guests, Supervisor Katrina Foley and Supervisor Don Wagner. And did you wish others to speak as well? Welcome. Incidentally, while we will move on to general public comment from others in a bit, please, as I've expressed to you and had our city clerk express to you, take as much time as you would like, take as much as I took, which is a lot, all right?
No, Mr. Mayor, I will not be doing that, but I appreciate the invitation. I also want to thank you for the courtesy of allowing us the opportunity to speak first, and of course knowing that you know we are not in support of this resolution for a number of reasons. And if I could, I took some notes. I took some notes on the remarks that you gave, and I also want to make sure, I'm not going to read the letter to you, maybe my great colleague Supervisor Foley will, as the two representatives for Irvine on the Board of Supervisors, but we did submit a letter that I trust all of you have had the opportunity to see expressing our concern with this resolution. But let me make a couple of points, if I may, off the top. You started off, Mr. Mayor, by saying, essentially, why can't we get our act together? And though I do share some of that frustration, I think it important to note that we do have our act together. Gypsum Canyon is coming, and you've even said that you're not here trying to stand athwart of Gypsum Canyon. I think that's ultimately what you would like to sell to the folks in the room who are supportive, that this is the way to make the Veteran Cemetery come to Irvine. It is not. And the act is together. It is on the federal list. ARDA no longer is. So the Federal Veterans Administration supports the Gypsum Canyon site. I will also note, in multiple conversations I've had with the Veterans Administration in D.C., and it was ironic, I think I've mentioned this before, but the Veterans Cemetery and the Veterans Administration building was down in the basement. I thought it a very appropriate place for them. And they made clear that you do not have a veterans cemetery in the United States of America if you do not have space for 100 years of burial, a minimum of 50 acres. This site you're talking about is 20 acres. It cannot be a veteran cemetery. Our act is together, not just the feds, but CalVet has supported the Gypsum Canyon site, is moving forward with the Gypsum Canyon site, and recognizes, and the reason they pivoted is recognized long ago, the problems with the ARDA site. If ARDA were as good and great as portrayed here, we would have had that cemetery long ago. But while you were the mayor or on the council at the time, Mr. Mayor, I was in the legislature, I was a co-author, I was in those meetings with Sharon Quirk Silva. ARDA was always a placeholder until a better site could be found. Why? Because ARDA at the time was going to cost upwards of $50 million just to tear down the buildings. Forget the remediation that needed to be done on the base. ARDA is back where the airplanes were parked, where they had chemicals degreasing them, all of it leaching into the ground. The cost of ARDA made it absolutely unacceptable. That isn't me saying so. Remember, we had Sharon Quirk Silva leading the charge in the Assembly, and she has done great work. I was in the car with Jerry Brown, who signed the legislation knowing it was a placeholder, when we toured the Strawberry Fields and ARDA sites. And he turned to me and he said, Don, who's in favor of ARDA? It makes no sense. Jerry Brown knew it back in the day. And so when the public said no to Strawberry Fields, okay, but they didn't suddenly make ARDA any better. It still was exorbitant to clean it it was still an exorbitant cost before you ever talked about putting a single one of our vets in the ground. You had enormous work to do with the infrastructure, work that we don't have to do out in Gypsum Canyon. If the city would like to have a municipal cemetery, knock yourselves out, but be under no illusion. It will not be a veterans cemetery. That ship sailed for Irvine when the Strawberry Fields site was nixed. And veterans, and the veterans recognized it. Every member of our congressional delegation recognized it. Every member of our state legislative delegation recognized it. The Board of Supervisors, every single city, including this one, as you demonstrated in your slideshow, recognized the only viable place, the only opportunity we had left in this county to give to the veterans what they deserve was that Gypsum Canyon site. It's happening no matter what this council does today. And if you want to spend Irvine's money on a cemetery and call it a veteran cemetery when nobody else will, when you won't get the benefits for the burial that the veterans deserve, when it will not satisfy the federal Veterans Administration for a cemetery because it's too small, even if you can build it, even if you can spend all that money, don't break faith with the veterans. Keep Gypsum Canyon front and center because we're going to. That cemetery is coming. I urge you, please, read the letter that Supervisor Foley and I put together. It explains in a little bit more detail some of these points. The day after Veterans Day is not the day to go to the vets and say, we want Memorial Day to pull the rug out from underneath you. Gypsum Canyon is coming, with your help or without it, and I genuinely thank this council for the help that it has so far provided. Please don't backslide.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing my colleague and I the opportunity to speak before you here tonight. Thank you for, I want to thank you for caring also. As the granddaughter of two veterans, Navy veterans, Army Ranger veteran, as the sister of a brother who is a veteran, I am truly committed to Gypsum Canyon as the place for our service members to rest their head. I have to travel to Oceanside and to Texas to visit my grandfathers. I'm hopeful that my brother, should he pass before this, after this veteran cemetery gets built, will have a place close to home where I can visit with him. We have 314,000 residents here in Irvine that I represent, and I know that veterans issues are core to our community, not just in Irvine, but up and down the 5th District, from Costa Mesa, where I live, all the way down to San Clemente. In 2021, as Supervisor Wagner mentioned, all 34 cities signed up to support Gypsum Canyon. Our congressional delegation, our state delegation, CalVet, and the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, all to support Gypsum Canyon. I remember heading out there for the big planting of the flag. We had representatives from all the cities, we had our veterans with us, and it was a very emotional day for many. My colleagues here from Valor are going to share a video for you to showcase the majesty of this space that we want our veterans to lie their heads in rest. It's coastal oaks, it's coastal scrub, it's beautiful, it smells good. I encourage you to visit the site. We also have the designs in place. We have $20 million that the County Board of Supervisors has allocated to this site, $30 million from the state of California. Sharon Quirk-Silva, our Assemblywoman who has been the champion of the Veterans Cemetery in Orange County, has worked to clear any potential environmental challenges. We won the lawsuit against the site. I was sitting in the courtroom when Judge Claster was basically foreshadowing what his ruling would be. The site with the designs is going to be set up so that we protect the environmental space, so that we keep that beautiful open space, not near residential. The closest residential is over the freeway. The land is deeded for a cemetery. The land was deeded to the county to build a municipal cemetery. And then we added the Veterans Cemetery and the Public Safety First Responders Cemetery next door. The land will be a cemetery. The good news is we're building it now. I see all the t-shirts and lots of my friends in the audience wearing the t-shirts, but we are building it now. We don't have to wait for the entitlements. Anaheim has approved it. The most important piece is that the Federal Veterans Administration has adopted this site as the preferred site, and we are building. We're ready to get shovels in the ground. We're ready for our 105,000 veterans that call Orange County home to know that they have a beautiful place to rest and that their families can be adjacent and can visit. We recently toured the site with Secretary Sen from the California Veterans Administration. She personally told me her commitment to this site is unwavering. We ask that you join Orange County's veteran community in maintaining support for Gibson Canyon and denying this resolution. This is important. We must move forward, and we must stop all the bureaucratic obstacles and delays that have cost our veterans anxiety, that have cost our veterans emotional pain. I know because I talk to them, and they're not getting any younger. We need to get this job done, and the County Board of Supervisors with our cemetery district and the help of Sharon Quirk-Silva, we are committed to moving as efficiently and fast as possible. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor Aaron and honorable city council members. Can I get the video to please play, sir? Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
This is a beautiful setting that is going to provide dignity and honor to the veterans who have served this country.
It's where the 91 and the 241 connect, and the flag is assembled. When we were putting it up, the trucks were going by honking their horns.
The main reason why we started to get this cemetery in Orange County is it's kind of a pain to drive from here to Riverside or San Diego. I'm getting up there in age. I'm losing a lot of friends that are a lot younger than me, so.
In 2021, the Orange County Board of Supervisors took bold and decisive action. We dedicated over 200 acres of public land at Gibson Canyon exclusively for Veteran Cemetery. We committed $20 million in county funds to support the site development.
It's very gratifying that we're going to be able to give to the veterans exactly what they want, exactly what they deserve right here in my district. They've given so much to this country. Everybody recognizes that.
We just introduced in our second committee this week
hopefully our final piece of legislation, AB 571 provides a targeted CEQA exemption for the Southern California Veterans Cemetery.
The time for bureaucratic discussion is over. We are ready to move. We're ready to get shovels in the dirt and start building this cemetery.
Our Valor team and our veterans here today embody and represent what true collaboration looks like to making sure that our veterans here in Southern California have a final resting place.
Again, Mayor Agrin and Honorable City Council members, thanks for allowing us to show this video. Good evening. My name is Bobby McDonald, and I'm here on behalf of Valor and the Veterans Alliance of Orange County. I have my colleague with me, Bill Cook. I'm speaking today in place of our president, Nick Berardino, who is currently out of the country. Today, we ask that you honor the hard-earned progress you just saw in the video to create a memorial to veterans. Not to be reopening old wounds and continuing this battle by building a second cemetery in Irvine, but instead by supporting veterans and looking forward to the future. If this property is to be used for veterans, we urge you to consider a vision that honors veterans while they are still living. Let it be a place where veterans can come together, heal, and receive the support and services they desperately need. Build a Heroes Monument wall with names to honor every soldier who flew out of El Toro and never came home. Please approach this issue with care and thoughtfulness. The decisions made here matter, not just to us, but to generations of veterans and their families. Thank you for your time. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation? So we can move on now. Thank you. All right. We can, my suggestion is going to be that we have citizens heard at this time, those who have signed in. I am going to suggest a little bit of a process here that I think will be welcomed by my colleagues. After we've heard from, let's say, you'll be calling Carl 10 at a time. After we've heard from 20 people, let's say, let's pause and give council members at the dais 2 minutes each to respond to what they may have heard. That way, we can turn this into a little bit more of a town meeting as opposed to just us and just people in the audience. So we're going to try that tonight. So everybody's going to have 90 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many speakers do we have?
129.
All right. Okay. That suggests to me that it's about 3 hours of citizen testimony. Of course, you are not only invited, you're encouraged to take less than 90 seconds or to have somebody else who's in line who shares your sentiments say that you're speaking for 2 or 3 people. Very few people take that suggestion, but it's welcome if you do. With that, I would suggest that we start now and see what kind of progress we can make, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call the first 10 speakers down: Alan Meyerson, Robert S., Neil E., Jennifer C., Samiha S., Lana V., Nova V., Paul V., Zion V., and Neil W. And we'll start with Mr. Meyerson.
Well, that was worth getting here early. Good evening, council members. Alan Meyerson. First thing I want to say is being loud doesn't make you right. I'm not sure why people would be against us doing our own veteran cemetery and Gypsum Canyon be a veteran cemetery also. I think the 20 acres you're referring to, Mayor, was the first phase.
That's correct.
So it's not going to be just 20 acres. Assemblyman Wagner used Irvine to get where you're at. So that's one thing. The other thing is I can't believe that veterans that are for just the Gypsum Canyon site would deny veterans that want to be buried and interred at the artist site in Irvine that flew out of the El Toro base. Maybe they want to be there. And would you deny their right to be there? Would you force them to be at Gypsum Canyon? What's the difference? There is a big difference. It's okay to have a cemetery in both places. I don't understand why you think it needs to be one or the other. It's not a fight. We're all for the same thing. People want to be buried where they want to be buried. And if they flew out of El Toro and they want to be buried there, they should have that right. Thank you.
Robert S.
Thank you, Mr. Meyerson, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Robert Schaffnitz. I'm a proud Navy veteran. I served to protect our freedoms, our families, and our way of life. For 11 years, I've called the Great Park home. And I never thought I'd be here today fighting to protect my community from an unsanctioned cemetery. It simply doesn't belong next to our homes, our schools, or where our children play. My late grandfather, who was a World War II veteran and Purple Heart recipient, would not have approved of any type of cemetery to be built near his great-grandchildren. Many veterans, myself included, support a Veterans Memorial Park, but not a cemetery. As a father, I think about the kind of future we owe our kids, yours, mine, all of them. A future grounded in respect, safety, and integrity. Let's stand together and do what's right for our families, our future, our community, and most importantly, our veterans. Please vote no on the unsanctioned cemetery. Thank you.
Neil.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Neil Espiritu. I'm a Gold Star family member and also a proud Navy veteran. I hope I can offer some perspective. Veterans of Orange County and their families have fought for nearly 2 decades and to build a cemetery in Irvine that never came to fruition. And now veterans have moved forward to build a cemetery at Gypsum Canyon with the city of Anaheim. Anaheim has shown unity in their endeavor to honor OC veterans with a cemetery. They have bipartisan support at the federal, state, and county level. Every city in Orange County has pledged their support to Anaheim in their efforts to build a veteran cemetery, all but Irvine. Veterans and their families deserve a cemetery in Orange County that's conveniently located, with no restrictions to customs and ceremonies of the military, and with the amazing visibility for all those to remember. Gypsum Canyon, it checks all those boxes and then some. Please stop the tug of war I've read that Irvine respects and honors veterans, but by not supporting Anaheim and their endeavor to build a cemetery, you're going against and dishonoring Orange County veterans and their families. The best way forward is by aligning and uniting with the well-supported Gypsum Canyon location. And instead, let's build an amazing memorial and garden.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Vote no.
Jennifer C.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Jennifer Chan, and I speak to you today as a proud resident of Great Park, in Cadence Park, as a mother and as a veteran. I come to you with deep respect for the city, for the values it stands for, and for the men and women who have served our country, including myself. I understand firsthand the meaning of sacrifice, duty, and honor. I also understand the importance of building communities that uphold the well-beings of family, safety of children, and the integrity of the promises we were given. My family chose to live in the Great Park because it was presented as a thoughtfully designed, family-centered community. Our children attend Cadence Park, a cornerstone of the neighborhood, a place where learning and childhood flourish. This is not just a school, it's a heartbeat of our community. That is why I and many of my neighbors are alarmed at the proposal to construct a veterans cemetery directly across the street from Cadence Park School. Let me be clear. This is a concern not about disrespecting our veterans. It's about ensuring that both our children and our veterans are honored appropriately and responsibly. There's an already approved, dignified, and widely supported location for the Veterans Cemetery at Gypsum Canyon. That site offers space, infrastructure.
Thank you. Your time is up. Samiha.
Good evening, and thank you for having me here. My name is Samiha Sheikh, and I'm a freshman at Portola High School. Until this year, I used to go to Cadence Park School, and there's a single route going from Portola High to Cadence Park Middle School. And that's the only route that doesn't involve cars swerving at 50 miles per hour. Between those two schools, hundreds of kids, not adults, kids, travel every single day from school to school. Me, being one of those kids, I used to walk this route for years. But now, with crossing a cemetery just adjacent to that route, well, that scares me. It makes me, as a 15-year-old, feel uncomfortable and unsafe, and it dissuades me from going out and exploring my community. The point of this cemetery is to pay homage to our veterans, and what better way to pay homage than have our children doing so? But if I, a 15-year-old, am scared, well, how will younger children react? How will they gain the courage and interest to delve into Orange County, into Irvine's history, when they're afraid to cross the street? I'm not rejecting the cemetery, and I support it completely, but I'm asking you to reconsider its location. Instead of having it in the center of Great Park, I think that the cemetery should be in a different location, and the cemetery and the location.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Lana V.
If you would pull the microphone down, please, or somebody provide a stool of some kind.
Hi, my name is Lana, and I am a student at Cadence Park School. Please vote against having a cemetery across the street from my school. I will be honest with you, the sound of gunshots and knowing there are graves close to my school is scary to me. I respect all veterans and thank them for their bravery. They are the reason I get to speak here today. but I believe the Anaheim location would be more appropriate because it is larger and would be a peaceful place for all veterans and their families. A Veterans Memorial would be a better idea to have in Great Park community. Thank you for considering my voice, my siblings' voice, and the voices of my neighbors. Please vote no to the cemetery.
Nova.
Hi, my name is Nova. I am 7 years old. I go to Cadence Park School. Please vote no to the Great Park Cemetery. I respect all veterinarians because because they are brave and strong. I like the idea of having a beautiful memorial instead of the cemetery. It will give me and my friends a chance to show thankfulness without having graves so close. Please do not build a cemetery by my school.
Paul.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Paul Vitale, and I am a resident of Great Park. As a veteran of the U.S. Army, a brother of the veteran who's a veteran of the Marine Corps, and a son who's a veteran of the U.S. Army Air Corps who fought for World War II, I have a deep honor for those that served. Cemeteries need to be solemn and peaceful places set apart where mourning is possible in private and solitude by the people that love those people. Not surrounded by daily traffic, schools, e-bikes, homes, foot traffic. I'm in support of a memorial. I'm not in support of a cemetery in the middle of a park that is traipsed by bikes and kids, and that is not honoring those who served. In my opinion, that's dishonoring those who served.
My name is Zion. I am 6 years old. Cadence Park School is my school. Do not build a veteran cemetery next to my school. I was taught veterans are heroes. I think a hero cemetery should be quiet and calm to be respectful to our heroes. Please vote no to the cemetery.
Neil, and if I could also call forward Akil P., Sahana C., Jackie L., Savannah C., Ronith R., Julian P., Robin Gurian, Ishan M., and Anish B., and Chanel H.
All right, tough act to follow. Hi, my name is Neil Wood. I'm a veteran of the Marine Corps. I retired April 1st after 32 years of service. My wife, Andrea, is a special ed teacher. She's with Irvine USD, so she's here local. We live in Rise neighborhood in Great Park. I represent a majority of my neighbors in opposing the cemetery in Great Park and request you keep the Gypsum Canyon one alive. Obviously, being a veteran myself, I believe in honoring our service men and women. But Great Park was designed for active neighbors and full of life. The beautiful parks were created for outdoor lifestyles, sports, and exploring. I don't want to be surrounded by a cemetery, and my children exposed to graveyards after they've already been exposed to multiple deaths from my 10 combat deployments of friends and family that we have. As well as the military ceremonies, gunshots going off throughout the day. A cemetery, no matter who it goes for, is against everything Great Park is emulating. I can also speak for my fellow veterans in that even though I have served at El Toro as well, I have no desire to be buried there. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for my family and fellow neighbors.
Paul?
Hello, I am Akil Padoda. I am a fifth grader and an 11-year-old from Cadence Park. I do not support the Great Park Cemetery. One reason I do not support the Great Park Cemetery is that it's between two schools. Children as young as 4 are going to Cadence Park, and I don't feel like they'll be comfortable being near the presence of death. In honor. Another reason why I don't support the cemetery in Great Park is veterans. Veterans already support the Gypsum Canyon site as presented before. My third and final reason on why I don't support this cemetery being built in Great Park is that it's near a walk route, because I've walked between this route between Cadence Park and Portola High. It's a really good route that me and my family walk together often. As I have walked there, after seeing the empty plot of land, I see a lot of traffic there. In my opinion, I believe veterans deserve peace and quietness, as they are heroes of this country, not a bustling neighborhood with cars roaming around. Thank you for listening.
Sahana?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sahana, and I'm a student at Portola High School. I want to talk about the negative impacts a veteran cemetery right next to our K-8 and high school might have on students. First, there are serious concerns about the land use and environment. That open space could be used for something that directly benefits students, like green areas, sports fields, or even future classrooms. However, with the creation of the cemetery, the land is no longer usable. Instead, we have a cemetery, which can negatively affect the environment through the use of non-biodegradable materials, chemicals, and the consumption of land. Second, it's about how the cemetery could affect students emotionally. Like said before, cemeteries are places for mourning and reflection. Having one right next to our schools where we come to learn, play, and grow could feel uncomfortable, even scary for some, especially younger kids. It's hard to focus on learning when the environment feels sad or unsettling. We can and should honor veterans, but let's also protect our environment and the space students need to thrive. Please think about the long-term impact this would have on us and vote no. Thank you.
Jackie L.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jackie, and I'm currently a high schooler residing in the Great Park. So, as a student myself, right, I personally feel that building a cemetery next to school grounds is pretty risky, and that would affect the emotional and mental well-being of children and students in that surrounding area. I think that classrooms filled with young kids shouldn't be within earshot of where memorial gunfire could erupt without warning, right? And I don't think children should be able to have to grow up next to the burials of the deceased, and no parent should have to explain to their child why they hear gunfire next to this cemetery. And I don't think a school should have to brace for the sounds of rifles while trying to teach the students. Please protect the children and stop the cemetery. Thank you.
Savannah?
Hi, my name is Savannah Covera, and I'm a 6th grader at Cadence Park School. Before I start, I would like to clarify, I have nothing against veterans. My dad was a veteran. I have nothing against veterans. So if I sound like I have anything, I don't, okay? So the veteran cemetery should not be built in front of my school because, one, it could make students feel sad or depressed. This might seem selfish, but please just hear me out. Depression can lead to serious problems. According to the CDC, suicide is now the 8th leading cause of death in children ages 5 to 11, and rates of suicide attempts among kids have increased over the past decade. 2, also school shootings can be mistaken for a 3-volley salute, which uses blank gunshots, and delay emergency responses, which can be deadly. Sorry. 3, I also don't want my little brother or the young kids to feel scared or depressed. I want them to focus on learning and have a bright future. So please vote no, not just for me, but for my classmates, my brother, and all the kids at our school. Thank you.
Ronan?
Go ahead.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, my name is Ronit, and I'm a fourth grader, and I live in Great Park along with my family. While I deeply respect and honor veterans' service and sacrifice, I believe the Great Park ARDA site is respectfully inappropriate for the proposed veteran cemetery. I play soccer at the Cadence Park School ground 3 to 4 times a week, which is a tenth of the mile from the ARDA site. We wouldn't be able to laugh or talk loudly because it wouldn't be respectful to the families who are sad and mourning. We also wouldn't be able to distinguish real gunshots and ones that are honoring veterans. Gypsum Canyon is in the hills, and there aren't any schools or houses around. It's more peaceful and quiet, which is what a cemetery should be like. The best tribute we could offer our veterans is to continue the project at Gypsum Canyon. Thank you for listening to me.
Julian?
Hello, my name is Julian Petluck, and I am a third grader at Kalen's Elementary. I don't want to walk by a cemetery every day on my way to school, and I really don't want my little brother to have to see and think about death every day of his life. My family has many veterans, and I love them all. Please honor them by building the veteran cemetery at Gypsum Canyon where they want it to be. Thank you for listening.
Robin Gurian?
So I think the Great Park residents are doing an absolutely spectacular job of presenting their positions and their desires. So I just want to talk about the wisdom of building a municipal cemetery that is fully paid for out of city funds at a point in time where we already know our budget is going to be fairly challenged. It's not a good idea to commit more than $130 million to a cemetery. Don't scowl, you know it's going to cost that much at least to build and maintain for the first 10 years. In addition, when I lived in Iowa, I lived down the street from a municipal cemetery, and it was vandalized daily. And this was not long ago. This was in the early 2000s, and it would break my heart to even consider the likelihood that the graves of our veterans would be vandalized because they're buried in a municipal city which is more open for vandalism
Thank
than
you. Your
a
time is up.
national veteran cemetery.
Is Sean?
Hi, my name is Ishan Modi, and I'm a fourth grade student at Cadence Park School. I don't want a cemetery behind my school because I think a library is more educational and a memorial garden is more peaceful than a cemetery.
Anish?
Good evening, City Council members. My name's Anish, and I live in the Great Park. I'm in first grade, and I go to Cadence Park Elementary. I'm here to ask you if each of you, did you like to go to the library when you were a kid? I love to go to the library. My first time coming to City Council, when I asked all of you to build a big library behind my school. But if you make a cemetery, there's no room for our library. I'm very excited for the park we agreed on at a library. I can read and learn with my friends at the new museum. I can honor our great veterans. Please make the best choice for me and my friends. Vote no on cemetery.
Pernell?
Good evening. My name is Chanel. I'm a third grader at Canes Park School. My two grandfathers proudly served our country in the Army and Navy. I also have two uncles that are active duty in the military. My uncle came home from his deployment in the Middle East last month. When my grandfather died, I attended his funeral. There are a few memorable pieces of a military funeral. The three I remember are flag presentation. The American flag was folded and given to my grandma. Loud music. A bugle call was played in the memory of my grandpa Rick. Bagpipes were played in the memory of my grandpa William. Gun salute. The gun salute. Gunshots were fired in the final salute. Right now, my school memories are full of laughter, sitting with my friends at lunch, and most recently playing after-school sports, Canes Park Fields. Please do not approve guns being a part of my childhood memories. A cemetery across the street is scary and sad. If there's a cemetery across the street from my school, I will not want to go to school or do after-school sports anymore. Please vote no for me and my friends. Let's honor our military in a more appropriate place. Thank you.
Mayor, that is 20 speakers.
What is that?
That is 20 speakers.
That's 20. I'm going to suggest that we allot a minute or two to each council member if they wish to make a comment or ask a question or, by their lights, correct the record. There we are. Okay. Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Go, then Councilmember Carroll, then Councilmember Martinez-Franco, then Councilmember Mai. And we'll add in others. Let's start with Councilmember Liu.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
let's try to limit it to 2 minutes each, okay? And then we'll call another 10 and so forth, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, so I have a few things to add to the presentation. And I encourage everybody to go search the 2018 to 2019 grand jury report on this specific issue. It details the history of the veteran cemetery. So as Mayor said, in 2014, there was a search to start looking for a veteran cemetery because the families had to travel far away to San Diego or Riverside to visit their loved ones. And we talked about the ARDA site. So in the grand jury report, on page 5, it says, prior to 2010, it was owned by a developer. In exchange, the developer received relief from certain city-imposed requirements and retained a right of first refusal to acquire and develop the site. And that is why there was an exchange about Strawberry Field later on. In the grand jury report, it did talk about the ARDA site, and there's 3 negative aspects identified. One is that it has the highest potential commercial value for other purposes. The site has the highest cleanup cost projections due to buildings and runway demolition and soil contamination. And then the last reason is there is some resistance in the city of Irvine to the use of this site for a cemetery. And I've been in Irvine for 20 years, and I remember this was the last time city council was ground to a halt. And city businesses, important businesses, just like you witnessed today, had to be delayed. So Strawberry Field was the other one that was proposed for a land exchange, but Measure B was a rejection for the land exchange, not a mandate to build a cemetery at ARDA.
Excuse me. Your 2 minutes are up. You'll have another chance. Your 2 minutes are up. Let your colleagues comment, and we'll have plenty of chances to speak more from the dais. All right? I'll next call on Council Member Carroll.
I believe I was next.
I'm sorry, were you next?
Yes.
Council Member Go.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks for everybody for coming. We really appreciate your vote, your choice, your opinions. As you guys know, we went to district, And let this be an example how districting can be positive. I live in District 2. I'm a Great Park homeowner. Just like all those people up there that are wearing orange, they pay enormous amounts of taxes. I gladly do so. The reason I do that is because I want this to be a great park. I've been participating in the involvement of this park for so many years now. We're all so excited what it can become. So the question now is, when you use my CFD dollars against the people's will, is that the right choice? To my understanding, we cannot use general city funds to fund the Great Park. So which means you will use our tax dollars against our own will. So let me just remind the council members here, your vote will be recorded. These people will remember. I will remember.
Next, Councilmember Carroll.
Wow, you're going to remember, huh? Hey, listen. That was a cheap shot. I apologize, Councilmember Go. Look, I've been doing this for 8 years, okay? I was a planning commissioner before I was a city council member. I was a community services commissioner before I was that. I got a lot of experience up here. Maybe not everybody, but I got a lot. I want to say one thing about this. Some people are going to feel pretty good about what happens tonight. Some people are not going to feel good what happens tonight. This is Irvine. I'm not looking for cheap applause until I tell you, and it's not going to be cheap. I'll ask for it. I just want you to all know we're all part of one community. We're the most integrated, diverse community in America. You are a part of the second largest city and the sixth largest county in the nation. And whether you think there should be a cemetery there or not, whether you have strong feelings about it or not, we're all neighbors. We're all part of a mosaic. You're part of a city of 320,000 people. So I'm just going to ask everybody just to take a beat and think about it. And now I'm going to ask for applause. And if it's cheap, don't give it. If you think it's legit, give it. I've been doing this for 8 years. Hang on. I've been doing this for 8 years. And I have never in my political career, and I have 2 young daughters, I have never seen young speakers come up here and speak like that. Whether you're for or against it, you got to give that applause. That was absolutely amazing. And, you know, that was my plug for the Irvine Unified School District. I think many of us, we either come here, the reasons that we found when we look at it, you come to Irvine, no one ends up in Irvine. You ever notice that, everyone? You don't end up here. You elect to be here. You decide to be here to this great community. And a big reason is jobs, but the much bigger reason, the reason for myself and my wife, is for the Irvine Unified School District. So if Cadence Park is turning out kids that come up and speak, I can't even imagine the future. The future is very bright. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Hi, well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who's here because that shows the passion that you have for veterans and veterans yourselves. I also want to thank you to all the parents who encourage the kids to come and speak tonight because that gives us hope that the world is going to be good. And we have to encourage our children to keep on being engaged so we can have more participation in government. But with that said, this is my first time also participating in government. And as I was knocking on doors and meeting people in my district, they were asking me, Betty, there's going to be a cemetery in Irvine, right? And I'm like, oh, sure. I mean, I don't know if that's even going to happen. It's like, that's the promise that we were made. I still have my parents here waiting to be buried since the World War II or an uncle or something here that they were promised that they were going to be buried in Irvine. So to that said, there are people that still remember, and they're going to be remembered that was a promise to them here in Irvine. So like I echo my other fellow council members' comments, that this, whatever decision that is going to happen here is not going to make someone happy, but both of you deserve, both sides deserve to have a cemetery where you need it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. And a question, Mayor, are we going to have more dialogue with the City Council and comments? Is it going to
Yes.
continue? Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to keep it really short here because I do want to hear the public's feedback.
That's perfectly appropriate.
Okay.
All right.
Well, the first thing I want to say is thank you to all the speakers. You know, it's wonderful, this turnout here. Everyone's going to have a disagreement here. Not everyone's going to go home with a great feeling because we have blue shirts out there, we have orange shirts out there. We went to district elections, and this is in the Great Park, but you know, impacts us citywide. So we have to take into consideration the people in our districts, as well as citywide, the implications that our vote does. I just want to keep it really super short here. Is that we've received over 500 emails, over 200 calls and voicemails, and my team and I, along with my colleagues here, we listen to every single one. Your feedback has been so important to helping us formulate where we are. And this night is just a continuation of that. So thank you for your participation, and look forward to hearing more from you guys.
Thank you. I think I see no other requests, so I'm going to take my 2 minutes quickly. I just want to clarify a couple of things. When I referred to 20 acres, that's phase one. A veterans cemetery is typically 80 acres or more. Phase one would last 30 years, 40 years even. 80% of all burials now are cremations, which take very little space. Let me also say that the idea that the site is contaminated, we, the city of Irvine, has cleaned up the site. We demolished the buildings. It sounds as though a lot of you have not been out there. The site is ready to go. In other words, those dollars have been spent. They've been spent, invested, so that we can go forward. So the cost to build a veteran cemetery, the first 20 acres, and incidentally, it would not be across from Cadence, from the school. It would be a quarter of a mile away from there at least. And excuse me, I'm going to kind of reclaim my time. I didn't interrupt anybody else. I think you should show respect for me, for everybody at the dais. Let us have our say as well, please. With that, anyway, all the demolition has been done. The remediation has been done. The resolution calls for a report back in 90 days so that we could be clear about what the budget would be. And actually, we have already budgeted over $100 million for the Veterans Memorial Park, gardens, and of course the cemetery could be part of that as well. I want to make those 2 points clear. Also, I want to emphasize the perimeter garden, rather the perimeter park, is already under construction. It's being graded so that anybody on the homeowner side of the perimeter park will not see anything, in the words of Congressman Dave Min, will not see anything they don't want to see, will not hear anything they don't want to hear. And by the way, as for gunshots, I don't think they're appropriate anywhere, and they're not a requirement of a veteran cemetery. They're not a requirement. If people want rifle volleys and Gypsum Canyon gets built and rifle volleys are used there, that might be their preference. I just want to clarify those matters. Why don't we take the next 10, please?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Kyle Swartz, Maya M., Dr. Sonia D., Amit M., Prakash G., Justin Graves, Jenny C., Cassandra H., Namsharan Singh, and Karen V. And we'll start with Kyle.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Kyle Swartz. I'm the District Director and Deputy Chief of Staff for State Senator Stephen Choi. I'm here on his behalf because he's up in Sacramento doing the good work for the people here in this district. Something he wanted me to tell you all is Senator Choi served in the chamber as a mayor and city council member for 12 years. He's well aware of this cemetery issue. He feels that the cemetery matter was well discussed and debated in the council meetings, as well as the community town halls over several years. While then Mayor Choi voted for the Veterans Cemetery at the Great Park, there has been numerous developments and discussions since then involving Orange County veterans, county supervisors, state veterans, and so on, which is why a new site at the Gypsum Canyon in Anaheim Hills emerged as a better suited location. Subsequently, all 34 cities in Orange County unanimously supported Gypsum Canyon as a more viable site, with CalVets and the state legislature following suit. To that end, State Senator Stephen Choi will continue to support the Gypsum Canyon Veterans Cemetery and hopes members of this city council will vote no on this newfound effort to fight the community by trying to drag the cemetery back to Irvine. In the meantime, the Great Park has made its own development plans without the cemetery and has made remarkable progress of building the park, so let's continue to move forward. Senator Choi strongly urges you all to vote no today. Thank you so much.
Maya. Maya.
Hi, my name is Maya. I'm a first grader from Cadence Park, and I would rather to have libraries and a memorial garden than a cemetery.
Dr. Sonia D.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Damanen, and I reside within the Altair neighborhood. I'm a mother to 2 sophomores who attend Portola High School, and by profession, I'm a general pediatrician. I advocate to raise our children in an environment which is nurturing and supportive. In a child's formative years, the visual presence of a cemetery may serve as a trigger from grief, PTSD, or trauma, which can lead to sleep disturbances, trouble focusing, and anxiety. Military symbols like flags and rifle salutes can negatively affect children. Without proper guidance, children may create fearful or superstitious beliefs. Understanding of death develops with age and maturation. Children should be given the opportunity to be children and have the freedom to express their jubilation at recess. We must ensure their setting does not contribute to anxiety, grief, or misunderstanding, especially in today's world where gun and arms misuse is an unfortunate reality. What if it is an active shooter? How can our children distinguish between an honorary gunshot versus an actual threat? Vote no on the cemetery.
Amit.
Good evening. My name is Amit Modi. I'm a resident of Cadence Park in the Great Park and the proud parent of 2 of the children that have spoken here tonight. Mr. Carroll, I share your sentiments regarding the school system here. We moved here for a reason. That reason was the Great Park. We want to see a world-class park, just as I know you do. A cemetery, whether we call it a municipal cemetery or a veteran cemetery, this close to schools and homes is unprecedented. Councilmember Treseder, I know you are a champion of the environment. The environmental effects of a cemetery this close to homes and schools has not even been addressed, and I hope you will think about that in your vote tonight, because it is an impact to all of these children that are the future of Irvine. And Mr. Carroll, under your leadership on the Great Park Board, the Great Park is finally seeing progress. I was very excited to be a part of the State of the Great Park event a couple of weeks ago. Notably, the cemetery discussion never came up. The excitement was all over all of the other aspects of the Great Park that are finally coming into fruition. We cannot keep doing this thing where we backtrack every few months. If a single council member has a different idea, we need to move forward. I'm urging you to please vote no on this measure. Let's get the Great Park going and keep it going. Thank you.
Prakash.
Good evening. My name is Prakash, a father of 3 and a resident of Cadence Park. Councilmember Carroll, I'm here because of our great park, a one-stall project that you and our great city staff have brought to life. Under your leadership, the framework plan was approved, demolition began, and real momentum is finally here. This is going to be a big part of your legacy, sir, building one of the greatest municipal parks in the country. But the proposal to put a veterans cemetery at the artist site risks taking us in the wrong direction. Back in 2021, you voted against placing a cemetery there. You supported CalVet's recommendation for Gypsum Canyon, a peaceful site with broad support. You recognize that placing a cemetery next to 10,000 homes, schools, and an amphitheater in a zone that's going to be filled with construction for the next 20 years, noise and heavy foot traffic is not a respectful resting place. This very council spent years debating the amphitheater's design because of noise concerns, and now we would ask our veterans to rest permanently beside it. Let's honor them properly with a serene, community-supported memorial at ARDA that my kids and I can visit to reflect and honor the brave men and women who fought and dedicated their lives so that we could be free. Mr. Carroll, please make the right kind of history. Thank you.
Justin Graves.
Good evening, Mayor Agron, Vice Mayor Mai, as well as other council members. I want to thank you for your continued dedication and service to our city. Your commitment in Irvine is appreciated, and I understand the work that requires significant effort and leadership. Secondly, I want to thank everybody that's here tonight. It's so amazing to see the young children come up and speak. I've been a Irvine resident for 25 years now, and I just want to say I have a deep attachment to this city, and I believe it holds great potential for its residents. I'm here tonight to address the item on the agenda concerning the discussion of the Veterans Cemetery in the Great Park. This topic has been debated in the past, and I believe it's important to consider whether revisiting it is necessary. I would like to pose a few questions for consideration. How many in our community support the idea of placing a cemetery in the Great Park area? What is the consensus among 34 other cities in Orange County that endorse the Gypsum Canyon site? How might this proposal impact the work already undertaken by the County Board of Supervisors, the California Department of Veterans Affairs, and our state legislators who support the Gypsum Canyon location? Have community members had the opportunity to visit the Gypsum site? What implications might arise in terms of legal, financial, and developmental aspects if this proposal were to move forward? Additionally, I find it concerning that replacing a planned library in the Great Park with a cemetery is quite comical. Our city has a diverse population and many residents.
Thank you. Your time is up. Jenny C.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Curry. I'm a Great Park resident, parent, and grandchild of a veteran who gave his life for his country. I strongly support honoring veterans. However, I oppose placing any cemetery in a residential neighborhood adjacent to schools and homes. My child attends Cadence Park School and will attend Portola High School. A cemetery means funeral processions and cemetery operations during school hours. Even limiting rifle salutes to weekends will disrupt residents. Veterans deserve full military honors without scheduling restrictions, which Gypsum Canyon provides. Veterans' families deserve to grieve with dignity, not work around school and neighborhood schedules. This location also potentially disrupts the planned library and botanical gardens which have been developed with extensive community input. I urge this council's wisdom to recognize that this location is not in the best interest of veterans or of our community. Thank you.
Sandra?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually wasn't going to speak today, but my daughter inspired me because she said something while she was creating her speech, and that was that she was going to be afraid to go to school. My name is Cassandra, and I'm a Great Park resident. Our family deeply honors the service of our servicemen and women, including those in our immediate family. The kids have a different perspective than adults when it comes to cemeteries, and the kids' thought should be an important factor in your vote. After all, they will be next to the cemetery for 8 to 10 years while they attend Cadence Park School and pass by it daily for the 4 years after that. A military funeral is much louder than a traditional funeral. Soundproof headphones, like the ones my daughters have worn, are regularly worn by children in attendance because the sounds of gunfire are loud and startling. Now imagine that multiplied by the thousands of grave sites, daily burials, and gunshots for years. What about our kids' hearing and mental health at school? Here are some things that you may not know about our surrounding area in Great Park. There's after-school daycare available for parents with the latest pickup at 6 p.m. Hearing bugles play as a reminder that someone has died will be their new norm. Cadence Park has after-school sports teams where practices run in the afternoon and evening. Hearing gunshots while trying to pass to a teammate will become their new norm. Wild Rivers is open all summer, and you said it's deeper into Great Park, closer to Wild Rivers. We and others enjoy spotting the school from the top of the water slides. Staring down at a funeral taking place will be the new norm. Lastly, hearing gunshots during a big test will be the new norm. Years from now, people will wonder who decided to put thousands of grade sites right next to an elementary school. The Gypsum Canyon site is
Thank you. Your
state-approved,
time is up.
shovel-ready, and supported.
Brahmcharan Singh?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members. I am a resident of Great Park. My name is Ram Saran Singh, and I live in Rise Park. This proposal of the cemetery is right in the center of the neighborhood and parks, retails, schools, and all surrounding areas. And I don't support, and I will request you to oppose this proposal. Again, there will be very noisy scene here, and a lot of kids around. Everyone will be playing, and people will feel very panic once if there is gunshot or there is anything like that going on. People will be like confused, what is going on, whether this is the active shooter or it is the cemetery, things like that. So I really appreciate if you'll vote no for this proposal. Thank you, everyone.
Karen V. And if I could also call forward Laura B., Stefan C., Jean Kaplan, Shirag M., Kui Z., Sharon Toji, Bolat Batal, Byron S., Jackie Woods, and Mara Z. Karen V. Laura B.
Good evening. My name is Laura Baltzer, and I'm a Great Park resident and mom to a Cadence Park Elementary student, Caitlin Baltzer. I stand here tonight with deep concern. As a niece, sister, aunt, and friend to many brave veterans, I strongly oppose the proposed veteran cemetery in Great Park. For weeks, I've grappled with the deep conflict balancing the immense respect we owe our veterans with the well-being of our community. This struggle led me to consult my own veteran family members and truly listen to my neighbors' concerns, particularly regarding our children. My veteran family members consistently tell me they prefer Gypsum Canyon due to its ample acreage for a dignified resting place. They also worry about children being exposed to gun salutes, especially given the tragic reality of school violence. The Great Park will already include a Veterans Memorial and Garden to honor our veterans. Choosing the Great Park site for a cemetery disregards our veterans' clear wishes and overlooks a far more suitable location. Please vote no on the Veterans Cemetery in Great Park. Thank you.
Stefan.
Good evening. I'm Stefan Crowley, a longtime resident of Great Park, living directly across from the proposed site. Over the years, we've seen grand promises for Great Park fall short, from a vibrant European-style downtown reduced to a secondhand carousel, until the latest inspiring vision once again raised our hopes. Now, we face a proposal to replace a significant portion of this thoughtful plan with a cemetery, despite a better alternative location already existing. This past weekend, I spoke with over 200 Great Park residents, many of them veterans, and every single one of them prefers the original vision without the cemetery. It's clear the majority of ARDA supporters do not live in Great Park. I urge you to listen to actual Great Park residents and vote no on this ARDA proposal. Thank you.
Dean Kaplan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gene Kaplan. I'm an Air Force veteran and a 21-year resident of Irvine. I'm going to do something unique right now that I did the last time I was here. I'm going to speak to the people. I've been here listening to you since 4 o'clock. Well, actually, I came at 4 o'clock, and I've been here listening to you since 7 o'clock. Is this working? 7 o'clock this evening. I ask that you respect my feelings. I have been active in this group for 9 or 10 years. We have a dedicated group of 20 people that meet together every Monday night for a period of an hour and a half to discuss what we can do to bring this cemetery to our city. I don't think you appreciate what has been done for this city in the past. We now have a wonderful council that is made up of somewhat liberal and progressive people that are going to work for this city to try and make some changes to what the builders have done over the last 10 years. This council has been controlled by the building industry for 10 years because they spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars putting their own people on the council.
Thank you. Your time is up.
One more thing. I want you to have the respect for this council and for Larry Agron for the things that have been done to make this city what it is today.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Shirag M.
Good evening. My name is Chirag Mehta. I'd like to start by saying thank you to all the veterans in attendance tonight, and thank you all for your service. I am deeply in favor of honoring their legacy, their memory, and their sacrifice by prioritizing the cemetery at Gypsum, not at the Great Park. We deserve a great park that benefits all the residents of Irvine, and the vision that was recently laid out is the best culmination of that vision. The cemetery discussion that we're having tonight, while informative, is ultimately spending taxpayer dollars on an effort that will not pay off the dividends Mayor Agron is promising. I do not believe the timeline is accurate. I do not believe the effort expended is going to prove to honor the veterans the way they need to be honored. Saying that if someone wishes to have full military honors, they can do so at Gypsum makes this not a veteran cemetery, just a cemetery. We deserve a veteran cemetery in Orange County that is in Gypsum, not at the Great Park. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cho Zong, and I'm a concerned resident of Great Park. On the heels of Memorial Day, I'd like to thank our veterans and service members for their sacrifice and their service. I was surprised and dismayed to learn of the resolution on the creation of a cemetery at Great Park. I felt this way because the Great Park Framework Plan that was unveiled quite recently had no mention of such a plan, and this stinks of a bait and switch. Another bait and switch is Mayor Agron's revelation today that this would be a municipal cemetery with a nod to the veterans without the accreditation of CalVet. It smacks of dishonesty and disinformation to the vets and Irvine residents. Redirecting city funds to build elsewhere would jeopardize Irvine's precious resources for libraries, parks, and communities, potentially creating more legal and political morass and delaying a much-needed resting place for those who served. A cemetery at Great Park may have been great in 2014, but things have changed. Building a memorial at Great Park is a better and more suitable way to honor our veterans at the site. I urge you to vote no on the cemetery at Great Park.
Baron Toji.
I'm Sharon Toji. I'm 89 years old, maybe one of the oldest people here. And I still live in the Irvine house that I bought in 1966. So I'm one of the original residents. By the way, I was on the school board too, and I'm kind of wondering why they built that school where they did, frankly. I followed the saga of the Great Park and the proposed Veterans Cemetery at the Great Park every step of its torturous way. I'm a child of World War II. I heard President Roosevelt on the radio saying we'd been attacked and we're at war. My friend next door was taken to a concentration camp for Japanese citizens. We had blackout curtains and a camp for German POWs in our little town. And I went to school with children whose dads went to war and didn't come home. And if I'd lived in Orange County, they might have had left from El Toro. And it's been highly offensive to me to see our veterans shoved aside because a developer wanted to sell homes to people who didn't want to live near a cemetery. And a few council members who were getting donations from those developers managed to delay it, even when voters more than once said they wanted the cemetery there. So thank you, Larry Agrin. This is a centerpiece of the Great Park and a constant reminder
Thank you. Your time is up.
of our sacrifice of our veterans. So let's get it built. Thank you.
Bulat. Bulat.
Good evening. I would like to provide a more global perspective on this issue. My name is Bulat Bital, and I live in Northwood in Irvine. I want to speak for myself as a legal resident and for my beloved family relative, the late Elma Kazbek, a longtime Irvine homeowner and a voter who came to America 75 years ago as a war refugee fleeing a totalitarian government. Our refugee family came from the Caucasus region in Southern Europe and were welcomed here. We carry the abiding gratitude to the brave American soldiers who left the El Toro base to fight for democracy and save lives. I want to speak tonight in support of the inclusion of the Veterans Cemetery in Irvine in what I see as hallowed ground. Just consider, you can travel to Normandy in France, where I've been, and I've commemorated the American heroes, and there are graves there filled with American heroes. How equally fitting it will be then to honor the veterans' graves here in Irvine to remind us of the sacrifice these heroic soldiers made for freedom that meant so much to my family and beloved Elma and to people around the world who value freedom and democracy. You know, Elma was a 10-year-old girl in a refugee camp on the outskirts of Munich, and they were liberated by American soldiers. Elma carried in her heart the grateful memory of American soldiers and their kindness and generosity throughout her long life of 90 years. I respectfully submit to you that this is a great example to follow by us all.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Please let me finish. As responsible descendants,
Please. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
It's very rude for you to shout.
Sir,
I'm sorry.
Sir, your time is up.
Fine.
I'm going to ask you to sit down, but I think everyone understood your sentiment. All
Thank
right?
you very much.
Thank you.
Byron Salvatierra.
Good evening. My name is Byron Salvatierra, and I'm proud to call Irvine my hometown since 1984. Having greatly benefited from the education opportunities provided the city, I enlisted in the Army in 2000 to give back to my community and protect the country I love. I deployed to Iraq in 2003 and returned with a greater appreciation of the safety and tranquility of Irvine. In 2006, I visited the Northwood Memorial site where it was just flags planted in the grass by volunteers, and I've seen it grow into a permanent site where we now hold ceremonies of remembrance. Now, as a parent, I brought my 2 young children to both Northwood Memorial and the Bill Barber Memorial Day ceremonies, hoping to instill a sense of connection and honor the sacrifice of our service members made for us beyond what they've read in a textbook or seen in a movie. I credit the city's support of veterans and fallen service members to their strong understanding of what it means to be an American citizen and what it has taken for them to enjoy the freedom that comes with it. A memorial site and ceremonies are invaluable, but a cemetery would provide a true place to mourn and honor. Direct to my ask, our veterans are aging and dying. They are urgently in the need of a final place to rest. I implore this council to expedite the decision to support a veteran cemetery or remove any roadblocks toward its completion, be it Gypsum Canyon or the Great Park. Our future generations need a place to remember the sacrifice of those who have given so much for our community and country. Thank you.
Jackie Woods.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm Jackie Woods. I have been in Irvine a homeowner for 53 years. My father retired out of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as a 32-year Army veteran. He died when President Reagan died, and he got the same funeral as President Reagan in Arlington National. People are under the misnomer about the volleys at the veterans memorials. Let me just play for you, please, what it sounds like. That's it. Here's the deal. Not everybody gets volleys, and people tend to think that it's, oh, okay, it's a 21-gun salute. What it is, it's 7 riflemen with 3 volleys each. So there is a rack and a shot, and a rack and a shot, and a rack and a shot, and that's it. And as Mayor Agron said, the cemetery has a berm of 15 feet around it. You don't have to go there. I think some people tend to think that the cemetery is going to be like the ones next to churches, where they have raised, scary headstones and things that are going to frighten children.
Thank you. Your time is up.
That's not what's happening here. Please vote yes for the Arta site.
Mara Z. Hernandez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mara Hernandez Franco. I have been resident of Irvine 4 years, and here to express my strong opposition to the proposed cemetery. I want to start asking veterans, councils, residents, do you want your grandchildren growing up near to graves or gunshots? Like many children, my son thrives in the safe and happy environment at Cadence Park School. My own childhood was marked by the sound of gunshots, and I experienced the devastating loss of a friend due to a stray bullet. I refuse to allow my children to grow up accustomed to the presence of death or guns near their homes or school. I want my family and his friends to be able to ride bikes to the school, walk safety around Cadence Park, Portola High School, camping during the night without being afraid or without encountering funeral processions or the associated concerns to a cemetery, that a cemetery brings. This proposal directly contradicts the safety and peace that drew many of us to Great Park. Please vote no. Thank you.
And that was another 20 speakers, Mayor.
All right. Why don't we give each council member 1 minute if they requested, if they wanted to respond to anything that's been said, and then we'll take 20 more. Any requests? Council Member Liu, then Council Member Martinez Franco, then Council Member Go.
Thank you. So
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. Well, so let's not talk about the history anymore. Let's talk about the current use of the site. The Arta site is now developed into school and residential, so the area is no longer suitable for a cemetery. on top of the reason why that it's only 20 acres, which will not be recognized as a veteran cemetery. And without the recognition, the veterans will not be able to get the benefits that CalVet offers. If they want anything close to that, they will have to pay for it themselves. And that is not the way we honor veterans who serve our country to defend our freedom and pay a price, not only for their own lives, their families also have to pay a price of having a loved one away in danger. So I support Gibson Canyon, which is shovel-ready. I already had the funding, and there's no other funding available if Irvine wants to build one. Not to mention that we do not have the capacity to run a cemetery. The Gibson Canyon site will be run by the county cemetery district, which we do not have in Irvine. So we don't have the funding to build one, and we don't have the funding to run one. And on top of that, it is a disgrace to have to put veterans through this and claim that they're able to get a veteran cemetery when they cannot, because it's not sanctioned by CalVet.
I think Councilmember Martinez Franco is next.
Yes, in response of the gunshots that you may hear, and I have a question, and forgive me that I don't know. Does these burials, do they always have gunshots? And the other thing that I was going to mention, I live in West Park, and I hear at least once a week, boom, explosions, and they come from Camp Pendleton. So explosions at night, gunshots for something that is, we are honoring our veterans. So, but I want the response about the burials and gunshots, if anyone can ask.
I'll try it when it comes to me, all right? Let's turn to Council Member Go. One minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will use my minute by just being brief. Can we please stop calling this a veteran cemetery? It's a Great Park Cemetery. Attorney Melching, are there discriminatory issues to face when we won't allow other parties that want to be buried here who are not a veteran? It's not a sanctioned veteran cemetery. So are we allowed to discriminate as a city?
Councilmember Go, I will absolutely take a deeper look at that question. My initial response, however, is that, well, yes, that is discriminatory in the broadest meaning of the word. It doesn't discriminate against any protected class. And so my initial reaction would be it's likely not illegal.
Thank you. First of all, like Councilmember Liu mentioned, it is not feasible to have a municipal cemetery without the federal funding. It is going to be so expensive to bury someone here. You have a Gypsum Canyon approved veteran cemetery.
Your minute is up.
Just, can I finish? Can I finish for 1 more minute?
Go ahead.
This still goes back to the fact that you are using our CFT tax dollars against our will. You have a veteran cemetery. We are not taking that away from you.
I see no other requests, so let me just take my 1 minute. The notion that Gypsum Canyon is shovel-ready is just a lie. It is not shovel-ready. It will be 8 to 10 years at best after having to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. As to the question of gunshots, I don't think gunshots are going to be allowed anywhere. You know, having rifle volleys, even at Gypsum Canyon next to a freeway, I don't know. Certainly in the city of Irvine, if this is our cemetery controlled by us, we can specify there simply will not be gunshot volleys associated with any service in that cemetery. We can do that. That's what local control is about. That's it for this round. Let's take 20 more.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jeff Stark, Carolyn Inman, Kongkun Yang, Tom Showman, Pamela B., Mike Aguilar, Jane Roshman, Abraham G., Joanna R., and Joyce Kassouf. And we'll start with Jeff Stark.
Hello, I'm Jeff Stark. At today's Great Park Board meeting, the current Great Park plans were reviewed. The maps of the Great Park framework do not include a cemetery. The majority of homeowners in the Great Park bought a house thinking the cemetery had been moved to Gypsum Canyon. As a city, we fought to close the asphalt plant, even though that was in a place where homes were built and sold. Now we are forcing a cemetery onto a neighborhood full of people that do not want to live near a cemetery. This isn't fair and will tie the land up for years with lawsuits creating a financial burden for the city. A cemetery removes that land from the community being able to use it. The Great Park is continually billed as an oasis in a growing city. The addition of a cemetery is at odds with that dream and would create a less inclusive park, not a great park. I say vote no on the Great Park Cemetery. Thank you.
Carolyn Inman.
Hi, Mayor Agrin and council members. My name is Carolyn Inman, and I moved to Irvine in 1975. I've been a long-term resident and volunteered for the city and the schools since then. Presently, I am serving as president of the South Orange County Community College District, but I am not speaking officially for them at this time. I do support veterans, and I have from the very beginning. At the college, we have a veterans center, a veterans program. We support student veterans, and recently I established an endowed scholarship for student veterans. The other kinds of things that are really important, a long time ago, I taught at El Toro Marine School. We built relationships with the families. They knew and they said that it's the best school that they went to ever. It was an absolute social center of the whole base. What's important about that is that my dream is that those students can come back and visit their loved ones in El Toro, where they went to school and where their families lived. They loved the base, they loved the schools, and they want to come back to see their fathers, grandfathers, et cetera, at this place. There are people who have urns that are sitting on bookcases that are waiting for this to be done. So vote yes, please. Thank you very much.
Tom Showman.
Yes, my name's Tom Showman. I did have a picture to show. Nope, not tonight.
Not aware.
Okay. I emailed it, got a confirmation.
What is the problem on that?
I was not aware. Our public information office may have been aware, but I wasn't aware that you submitted a photo.
Okay. They approved. They sent me an email confirming they got it.
If you want to step aside, we can go to the next speaker, and then we'll try to find it for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Pamela B.
No, this is
Mike Aguilar.
General.
Mayor, pleasure to see you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. Thank you for all the support you provide my organization. But I do want to make it clear I'm here as a private individual and a Marine Corps veteran. And I do support the council's agenda to put a cemetery, a municipal cemetery at El Toro, Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, now called Great Park. I feel strongly about this because for many of us who are aviators, El Toro holds a special place. And to be able to have a piece of ground where those that choose and would like to be buried there, I think is something the City Council should seriously consider. I know there are a lot of challenges that will be associated with this. You heard about the gunfire, you heard about the cost. And I'm sure the City Council will consider all of those and balance that against the dedication and the sacrifices that all those that served in the military with having a cemetery, a municipal cemetery at Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, Great Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jane Roshman.
I just want to say thank you, General, for your service. Go right ahead.
Oh, did we start? Oh, hi, my name is Jane Roshman. I've lived in Irvine for over 50 years. Our home was close to El Toro. El Toro is a big part of the history of all of Irvine. We need to honor and preserve our history with a Veterans Memorial Park and cemetery in the hallowed ground that was El Toro Marine Base. The cemetery has been on the planning books for over 20 years. It's not a new concept. I was involved with Measure B, which moved the Veterans Cemetery, which tried to move the Veterans Cemetery to Strawberry Fields. The people of Irvine, the residents, voted against that move. They did not want the cemetery to be on the off-ramp of a freeway. I was also involved in speaking with hundreds of people to get the initiatives signed. Over 20,000 people signed that. And I talked to many of them, and we're still fighting this issue. The land is ready to go. What are we waiting for? This is an Irvine issue, not a Great Park issue. The residents of Irvine have voted 2 times, and you are all, we're voting residents. One more thing I want to say, scaring kids about cemeteries does not honor anybody. We all know people, we all have relatives who have died. Why are people scaring children about a cemetery? A cemetery is going to be part of
Your
a
time
park.
is up.
Thank you.
Tom Showman.
Thank you. If you could put the picture up, that'd be great. My name is Tom Choman. I'm a 28-year resident of Irvine. When I was going to college back in Indiana in urban planning, we actually studied the city of Irvine, and I moved here 15 years later because of the great plans, the parks, the schools, the bikeways. And today I'm showing us a picture of my dad. He volunteered in World War II. My mom told me 10 years ago he volunteered because all his buddies were there. He was in college. He left college to go to the Navy and go to the South Pacific and fight in the war. You know what? 6 years ago, I got involved in the Great Park and the build a veteran cemetery and became the field director of it. We had 150 volunteers that I helped guide and get 20,000 signatures. I did it for my dad. I did it for the veterans, the men and women of this country that flew through El Toro to Vietnam and to World War II. My dad only talked once about the story of his war. I was 14. And we were in a counseling session. They got him to talk for the first time. My mom never heard it. He goes, yeah, one of my buddies was next to me. He got his head blown off. You know, what do we do with veterans? What do they go through? My dad lived 35 years with that in his heart. And then other stories we don't hear about. And this is what I'm fighting for, veterans. I'm not a veteran, but I'm fighting for the men and women of this country that made us free today to have a beautiful city of Irvine. And we deserve a great park and great cemetery in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Joanna Riley, and I'm a resident of Great Park. My father served as a Marine, my grandfather, Army. My daughters attend Cadence Park School. Our family supports the Veterans Cemetery in Gypsum Canyon. Let us not bring fear and trauma into a community filled with children by placing a cemetery in the heart of it. Let us not desensitize our children to the sounds of gunshots. Instead, let's give the veterans the resting place they deserve, a place that is quiet, a place that is accessible to all, a place where they can be honored with gun salutes without inducing fear, and let us support our children's right to a peaceful learning environment by saying yes to a cemetery in Gypsum Canyon, but no to a cemetery in Great Park. Vote no to a cemetery near any school. Thank you.
Joyce Kasuf. And if I could also call forward Shannon P., Nekdek Ozder, Sahil C., Mia K., Melissa C., Michelle G., Daniel V., Kathy L., and Duck N., and Mark D.
My name is Joyce Kasuf.
Could you pull your microphone? Could you pull your microphone down a little bit? There.
My name is Joyce Kasuf. As a 57-year resident, 57-year resident, and registered voter in Irvine, I have participated in many varieties of civic campaigns. The most honorable and humbling of all was the gathering of signatures for the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery at the Arda site. I worked every day but 3, Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day, from 9 to 5 in cold, wind, and rain, from October to March. I gathered over 3,500 validated Irvine residents' signatures. I was most humbled hearing from wives tell of reserving their loved ones' ashes to someday be interred at the El Toro site. Greatly humbled as I listened to veterans tell their stories of comradeship, victory, sacrifice, and sorrow in the loss of fellow soldiers in arms. Today, you can demonstrate your integrity by affirming the resolution before you and giving justice for all, as you have all pledged at the opening of this council meeting. Do the honorable right thing by awarding the promise made to our military men and women a military burial ground. We, the constituents of Irvine, will remember those who stood tall with their integrity intact today.
Thank you. Your time is up.
For the justice for all, to which you pledged allegiance.
Thank you.
Shannon P.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Shannon Petluck. I'd like to just first off by saying thank you to all the veterans throughout the country and for all of you showing up this evening. I know we're on 2 different sides of this, but in the end of the day, I hope we can find a resolution for our veterans. I have 2 children. I live in the Great Park in Irvine. My son Julian spoke earlier today. They both go to Cadence Elementary School. I rise up today as a proud and grateful supporter of our veterans. I deeply respect their service and firmly believe they deserve a final resting place of honor and dignity. That said, I urge you to vote no on placing a veteran cemetery in the heart of the Great Park. What once was an empty expanse with abandoned buildings is now home to thousands of families and nearly 5,000 school children across 4 great park schools. Introducing a cemetery here would have a lasting emotional and psychological impact on countless residents, something we cannot ignore. There's a better option, Gypsum Canyon, a site supported by every Orange County city, 34 of those, Calvet, Valor, and all legislative bodies. It honors our veterans' wishes without disrupting the daily lives of the families who now call the Great Park home. Thank you to the Council for your time and for your consideration of a no vote. And thank you to my Great Park neighbors for coming together in support of protecting our community. Thank you.
Sahil.
Dear Mayor and Council members, I'm battling a sore throat, and honestly, public speaking is not for me. But yet I'm here because our community's future matters deeply to me. I'm a Great Park resident and a grandson of a veteran Army officer. And I stand with many others in opposing the proposed Great Park Cemetery. We cherish our veterans. We love them. Because of them, we are here to speak in front of you all. And we want them, but we want an honored, peaceful, dignified resting place. Great Park is not that one place. The Gypsum Canyon Cemetery, a 200-acre site built just for the veterans, backed by all OC counties, Calvet, Valor, and state agencies, fulfill this vision. First phase alone itself offer 11,000 burial plots, starting the burial from 2027. It's not right that it will take 8 to 10 years. As per the Anaheim government officials, the burial will start from 2027. The work will start from fall 2026. This place far exceeds what Great Park would offer. That too, after 3 to 4 years and at a steep cost of tens of millions of dollars. This cost is redundant and avoidable. If our city has these funds to spare, redirecting them to Gibson Canyon would be significant contribute to our veterans. Finally, I would want to specifically talk to Mr. James. You are the vice mayor and people's man. We are looking towards you to listen to us. We are the people directly impacted by it. Please vote no for it.
Michelle G.
Mayor, council members, I'm grateful for the freedom to speak tonight along with my fellow residents, and thank you for your patience. I know this is a long night. My name is Michelle Goldberg. I'm a Great Park resident, and I want to start by saying I have nothing but profound respect for our service members and veterans. The sacrifices that they've given deserve to be honored in a thoughtful, dignified way. And this isn't about being for or against or supporting or not supporting veterans. It's about location and this one not being appropriate. I have 9-year-old twins who, like many others, will be deeply impacted by the placement of a municipal cemetery across from their elementary school. But one thing I think is being overlooked with this proposal is the cultural impact of placing a cemetery in this specific location. One of the most celebrated parts of living in Irvine is that many of us in this community come from a variety of backgrounds. Backgrounds where living near burial grounds is deeply uncomfortable, not out of disrespect, but because of long-standing cultural and spiritual beliefs. In traditions like Chinese, Judaism, Hindu, Muslim, and Caribbean cultures, proximity to cemeteries is considered emotionally or spiritually disruptive. This proposal doesn't just affect land use. It affects how people feel in their homes, in their community. Please think about these sensitivities seriously when considering the impact of the families who live here versus gypsum where there are none. Thank you.
Duke.
Thank you, Mayor Agrin and council members, for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Duke Wynn, and I live in Cadence Park. I have a daughter that goes to Cadence Park School. I'm speaking in front of you today to urge you not to vote, or to vote no on building a cemetery in the Great Park. What may have seemed reasonable in 2014 is completely out of place today. This isn't an empty land anymore. It's a thriving neighborhood filled with families, schools, and parks. You'll see kids walking to and from school, playing on the fields. They're selling and buying Girl Scout cookies together. Over the years, we've gotten to know our neighbors, who come from all walks of life. Our kids go to school together, they play flag football, basketball, soccer, you name it. We become like family. A cemetery in the middle of that just doesn't make sense anymore. I support honoring our veterans, and the proposed memorial park is a thoughtful way to do that. But a full cemetery belongs somewhere more fitting, given the changes to the area in recent years. Gypsum Canyon has the space, the peaceful setting, and support from every city in Orange County, County Supervisor Wagner, and other elected officials. Please vote no. Thank you.
And that was the next group of 20, Mayor.
I'm going to suggest we just keep going. All right?
If I could call forward Vincent C., Anita B., Michael D., Patrick G., Darren M., David L., Larry Bales, Thomas Cho, Richard Watson, and Ryan Zhu. And we'll start with Vincent.
Hello, council members. My name is Vincent Chow, and I served on the Great Park Task Force appointed by this council. Just weeks ago, we stood together to break ground on the new retail center, and it was a moment of real progress. Several of you spoke at that event, and together we celebrated a framework plan that was shaped by years of input and broad community support. Similarly, the Gypsum Canyon site for the Veterans Cemetery has earned overwhelming support. There is no requirement that veteran cemeteries be located on former bases. Most World War II veterans who deployed from San Francisco are buried at Golden Gate National Cemetery, not a former base. The same is true for Riverside, as well as the National Cemetery of the Pacific, where most of the veterans deployed out of Hawaii. All not on former bases. So the claim that veteran cemeteries must be buried on a base is both inaccurate and misleading. And now all of the progress made on both fronts is at risk. Today, the council faces a critical decision, one that will shape Irvine's future for generations to come. Will you force our veterans to keep battling endless obstruction, or will you support a bright future for a community anchored by botanic gardens, a library, a veterans memorial, and public spaces for all? Please let your legacy be one of standing with our neighborhood and vote no on this measure. Stand with our veterans in their quest for a memorial and a proper cemetery location, and help us put an end to this circus so we can move
Thank you.
forward.
Your time is up. Anita B.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anita Bhatt, and I am a proud resident of Great Park. I also had the chance to serve on the Great Park Task Force, and I am absolutely elated to be associated with the over 200 neighbors who have come here in person today. One of my favorite things about this experience of gathering as a tribe in the last 4 days has been the amount that people want to share. You know, Councilmember Carroll, when I was appointed to the task force, what I appreciated the most about City Manager Oliver Chi and from Pete is that they wanted us to give our feedback. In fact, we held over 6 town halls throughout the city to say, tell us what you want in the Great Park. And over again, we heard library. We heard we want museums. We want expansive nature for us to enjoy time with our family. This is what we have asked for because we care. And you asked us because you care for our input. We have worked tirelessly to bring our children here because they care. Parents have shown up, veterans have shown up, all of us have made time in crazy schedules because we care about what goes in our backyard. We also care deeply about our veterans, and we urge you to honor them in the way they have requested time and time again. With a cemetery in Gypsum Canyon and a beautiful museum and memorial in our park, let us have our libraries too. Thank you.
Your time is up.
Vote no.
Michael D.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to address this important issue. My name is Michael Duncan. I'm a Great Park resident and father of 2 young children at Cadence Park Elementary. I'm also a proud grandson of a World War II POW, grandson of a Korean War veteran, and son of a Navy Vietnam veteran who ended his flying career landing an A4 at El Toro. While I did not follow them down that path of service, I fully understand the importance of honoring their memory. I share many of the concerns of those who have spoken before me in building a cemetery in the Great Park, but I'd like to dedicate my time to discuss the will of the people. Mr. Agren's memo speaks about the overwhelming will of the people of Irvine to build a cemetery in the Great Park, but this is a gross misrepresentation. Measure B was not a vote for the Great Park location, but a vote against the land swap in Strawberry Field site. Furthermore, Measure B won with 28,000 votes, and the subsequent 2020 petition was signed by 19,000 residents. Both these totals account for less than 10% of the population, hardly an overwhelming majority. But coincidentally, 19,000 is also roughly the estimated number of new residents in the Great Park zip code since that petition was filed. I urge you to please vote no because Irvine residents deserve the beautifully designed Veterans Memorial, Botanical Gardens, and the Irvine Central Library without further delay. Our veterans deserve a final resting place that is embraced by its community, where they can be honored with celebrated by all who visit, not one that will be looked upon daily with negative emotions by its closest neighbors. I know I would be deeply saddened by that outcome, and I hope none of you, and certainly not the overwhelming majority of Irvine residents, would prefer that outcome either. Thank you.
Rick G.
Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Patrick. I'm a 25-year resident of Irvine.
I came here as a college student at UC Irvine. I've been here for 25 years, raised 3 kids. I'm a father of 3. And I'm also a resident of Altair in Irvine. And I stand before you today on behalf of our community to share our concerns and vision for a neighborhood that supports both our families and the dignified remembrance of our veterans. Now I want you to imagine your child playing at the park, looking across to see funeral processions. Every day, our neighborhood families would witness funeral processions and mourners gathering just yards away from where our children play. This is the reality we face with the cemetery in Great Park. We support honoring our veterans with dignity. That's not in question. But placing an active cemetery near schools, parks, and young families and homes fundamentally changes the character of our neighborhood. Our community deserves spaces focused on life and growth. Meanwhile, our veterans deserve a proper memorial in a setting that truly honors their sacrifice, like the Gypsum Canyon site, which already has $20 million in funding and support from 34 Orange County cities and veteran groups. I urge you to vote no against agenda item 5.3.
Thank you. Your time is up. Darren M.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm an original homeowner and resident of Great Park since 2017. I'm a lifelong Orange County resident and have made Irvine home since 2009. I'm also a retired member of the U.S. military, a Desert Storm and Noble Eagle veteran. Military memorial in Great Park, yes. Municipal cemetery disguised as a veteran cemetery that will not even be authorized to provide proper and official military burials. I am not for that, and I urge you to vote no. I echo Supervisor Wagner's words to you, and I echo my fellow residents' words to you tonight. Vote no. Because a community is on a former base does not inherently demand or justify a cemetery be built on it. Few, if any, BRAC decommissioned bases have been repurposed as a veteran cemetery. I'm sure many, if not thousands, of military veterans would love to be buried on their former bases, but that's just not a reality. El Toro was not the only U.S. base to deploy men and women to war who did not return. A memorial, not a cemetery, should honor them. This veteran, Irvine resident, and voter does not approve of this, and my votes will reflect that. Thank you.
David L.
Good evening. I'm David Lingerfeld. I've been living at the Great Park for quite a while, and I had a lot of things to say this earlier this evening. And Mr. Carroll, you brought up the T word, and I want to talk about another T word, and that's trust. And I want you to put yourself in our shoes and how much trust we have to have in the city council to spend the tens of thousands of dollars in Melrose and trust that you're going to spend those wisely and listen to us and provide the amenities that we want. The trust that you build what you showed just a few weeks ago at the State of the Great Park. Everybody saw that. It looks wonderful. We want the framework plan. Why is that changing literally just a few weeks after showcasing that great event? The trust that we have in you, Mr. Carroll, as the Great Park chairperson, to listen to us when we come here day after day, fight after fight, hour after hour, so that we can be heard and we can be listened. That's it.
Larry Bales.
My name is Larry Bales, and I live in Tustin. I'd like to get something straight with the loud noise on a gun. It doesn't happen. They do not use blank bullets. They use caps, and you can barely hear them standing next to you. Or, better yet, if you don't want to use any guns, you guys can stop that. When I came home from Vietnam, I was spit on, I was not a very happy guy because people wanted to beat me up and everything else. Then I worked for the Orange County Assessor's Office, and I happened to run into some corruption there. I blew the whistle. 43 indictments, 43 convictions, including Andrew J. Henshaw, congressman, the first congressman to be relieved from Congress since the Civil War. I support the artist site 100%. That's for veterans who has worked for this country and put their lives in jeopardy. Thank you very much.
Thomas Cho.
Mayor Agron, council members, thank you for your time. My name is Thomas Cho. I am a father of a child at Cadence Park School and also a Great Park resident. I've been an Irvine resident since 2010. I believe all the concerns of my fellow parents of Cadence Park School have been very well discussed, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. I come to you today out of deep respect for our veterans and a concern for how this issue is being handled. The plan for a veterans cemetery has already been approved in Anaheim with the full support of veterans organizations, Calvet, Valor, the state, and the county. It is a site chosen through consensus with funding and momentum already in place. Reopening this discussion to place a municipal cemetery in Irvine's Great Park doesn't honor veterans. It politicizes a profoundly solemn matter. It creates confusion, divides support, and delays a project that so many have worked years to realize. Our veterans deserve a final resting place built on unity and respect, not conflict and controversy. Please honor the clear path that's already been chosen. Let's support the Gypsum Canyon Veterans Cemetery in Anaheim and finally deliver on the promise made to those who served. Please vote no on the municipal cemetery. Thank you.
Richard Watson.
My name is Dick Watson. Been in Irvine. My name is Dick Watson. Been an Irvine resident for over 27 years. Born in Santa Monica, went to UCLA, 60s. Draft was on, had a low draft number, worked full-time, lost my student deferment. Friend said, join ROTC. I said, I want to wear that uniform. He said, it's 1 hour a week. I went, oh, I don't want to be at the ground with friends in Vietnam. So joined ROTC, graduated, became a pilot, flew F-4s in Vietnam, 74 missions over North Vietnam, 101 missions over South Vietnam, 175 total. Then I flew transports, resupplying it after that from Travis Air Force Base. Was exposed to Agent Orange when I was in Vietnam, and 100% disabled. I go to VA meetings in Santa Ana, and also some of my health care's in Long Beach. And I want everybody to think about this for 1 second. The people that I talked to were all close to getting to needing a cemetery. Everybody thinks that the Gypsum Canyon site is Mars. It's not included in the city. It's just out in the middle of nowhere. The veterans, we want to be respected.
Thank
Vote
you. Your
yes
time is up.
on ARDA.
Ryan Z. If I could call the next 10 speakers, please. Linda Linden, Michael Foucher, Bobby Vidana, Eli Miller, Byron Luoma, Susie Chu, Henry King, Don Geller, Mary King, and Ankur Patel. And we'll start with Linda Linden. Michael Foucher.
Mayor Agron and City Council, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm not a veteran, but I'm the proud son of a veteran. My parents are both interred in Arlington, which is quite a ways away, so I'm kind of sensitive to the idea of having something nearby for families to visit their fallen soldiers and family members. I vote, if I had one, I'm asking you to vote yes for the cemetery here. I think it's appropriate from a location. It's centralized within the County of Orange, which it's going to serve. And its history, I think, is important in the Great Park, along with the other military memorials, and soon to be the Flying Leathernecks Museum will be here as well. I think they're a great complement. I understand the sensitivities of neighborhoods, and I think the cemeteries that I have visited in traveling around Europe, they are surrounded by life. There are communities there. There are families there. It's not something that should be put off and hidden in a canyon off the freeway. I think the Arta site, as it was developed originally, is still an appropriate way to show respect for the soldiers, whether they departed from El Toro or not. They live here now, and they're dying here now, and I think that's where they
Thank you. Your
belong.
time is up.
Thank you.
Bobby Vidana.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you very much for your time here today. I'm a Marine veteran here, served El Toro, LTA, Miramar. I'd like to speak to you a little about the promise made here by the City Council, here to have us Orange County veterans here buried at this site. My uncle served as a gunnery sergeant. I served here. My family members have served 3 generations now here in Orange County. Well, my uncle passed away recently because of the promise that was made and not kept. We had to bury him in Bakersfield, California, miles and miles away from here. Riverside wasn't considered because a lot of other families in Central Valley, but there was a promise made here, and though I understand and respect the opinions of the other residents here in Irvine that live here, this wasn't smoke and mirrors. There was no surprise or secret. This is always going to be a veteran cemetery around this great park. I'm not sure of the fear that's been taught to some of the children about guns and veterans, but in my household, my 3 sons, words like honor, commitment, courage, sacrifice is very dear to us. My sons followed me and recently retired out of the Navy here. I served in the Marine Corps, like I said, and to honor all of these veterans here, we should not have to go to Riverside or Bakersfield to be buried and honored here. We should be buried here in Orange County amongst our fellow veterans that served here proudly. Thank you for your time.
Henry King.
Mayor Agron, City Council members. My name is Henry King, a resident of Irvine for the last 45 years. I'm a chairman of Irvine Prime Club, which is about 20 years. I have quite lots of friends and the members in the audience from the Chinese community to support the Orange County Great Park Veteran Cemetery in Great Park. About 20 years ago, under the leadership of Mayor Agron, we defeat the commercial airport in El Toro Marine Base. From day one, the Great Park planning process, we know we will have a veteran cemetery. This is the process as we Chinese community knew very well. Let me repeat it. From day one of the Great Park planning process, we know there would be a veteran cemetery there. Again, I know I only have another 7 seconds. I would say, let us here
Thank you. Your time is up.
and say, welcome back home our hero and veteran. Thank you.
Don Geller.
See if we can do this quickly. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Don Geller, and I serve on the Finance Commission. I am only speaking for myself, but I want to bring up the financial aspects of building a veterans cemetery at the Arda site. The council has already approved approximately $100 million as part of the initial framework for the Arda site. This includes demolition, cleanup, perimeter park, infrastructure, and the build-out of most of the Veterans Memorial Park. I am confident that the cemetery portion can be included in the existing budget that has already been approved. Let's see where the budget comes in when staff does a deep dive and comes back to council with the final numbers in 90 days. Now let's compare the economics of this almost fully funded project with the alternate project being proposed at Gypsum Canyon, a budget that will require hundreds of millions of dollars with absolutely no funding sources. In fact, the state is currently $40 billion in the red. Where is that kind of money supposed to come from? And what about the necessary on and off ramps that will cost hundreds of millions of dollars more? I would say that as far as the financial aspects between the two projects, there is no comparison. We are talking about money that is already budgeted and sourced versus a pie-in-the-sky financial boondoggle, a project that can be built and ready in 2 or 3 years versus a project that will never get the necessary funding. I ask for the council's vote to honor our veterans with a beautiful
Thank you. Your time is up.
veteran cemetery here at the Arda site. A legacy project that you will absolutely be proud that you were a part of. Thank you.
Ankur Patel. And if I could also...
Thank you, council members. My name is Ankur Patel. I moved out here a few years ago during pandemic. As Mike Carroll, council member Carroll mentioned, people don't get forced to Irvine, they choose Irvine, and we chose Irvine because of great schools, great outdoors, great. It has pretty much everything great about it, except for the great park, which is still being built out. So I'll just start. I actually strongly oppose placing a cemetery in Great Park neighborhood because this is a vibrant, growing residential area with schools, parks, and families nearby. Making a cemetery is an incompatible addition to the Great Park. It does have a lot of great elements like sports park, we have the water park, we are adding the culture terrace and other things, but a cemetery sort of does not vibe with the existing framework that was suggested. Cemeteries are also permanent and would restrict future use of valuable parkland, which should remain flexible because one thing I've noticed, things keep on changing, people come and go, and requirements will change. If we have a farmland today, it will be a Air Force tomorrow, and it'll be something else tomorrow. So locking into a cemetery is not permanent. And the other thing, we want to build a great park, but Central Park of New York does not have a cemetery in it. Thank you. Your time is up.
Mr. Mayor, that was another 20 speakers.
How many do we have left altogether?
Our next speaker would be speaker number 81, and we have a total of 130. So we would be at number 81.
So I'm going to turn to my colleagues here and try to figure out where we go from here. Typically, well, I think our actual policy calls for us to take the measure of things at 11 o'clock. I think that's our written policy. We've informally been moving that back to taking the measure of things at 9 o'clock. As for me, I'm happy to just sit here and listen to everybody. I don't care how late it goes. If, on the other hand, my colleagues feel they want to cut off further comment at a certain time or at a certain number, they should say so, and maybe we should take just a few minutes at the dais here to figure out where we're going. We also have a couple of business items that we have to take care of. Mr. Melching, I can't remember what those items were.
Yes, Mayor, we have two items that we still need to get to. They are item 4.2, which is a bond financing matter. I'm sorry, that's the TEFRA matter. Should be fairly quick.
Yes.
And then we also need to come back and do the reassessment district 25-1, which is item 5.1. Those typically are fairly short. And I apologize, Oliver reminds me, we also have the consent calendar to go.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, Mayor, I just have a thought here. We have a lot of people here. Just a suggestion for you is maybe let's go another 30 minutes to 10:30 and let's see and just ask everyone here, they took time out of their schedule. I know what that means. If someone feels the absolute need to come down, stuff's starting to repeat. I don't mean that disrespectfully. This is what happens when you have over 100 people. If someone feels they have something novel to say or they really want to come down here and speak their mind, come on down. Let's line them all up. I think, Carl, I would suggest you do 10, and when you get to 5, call another 10, and let's just make sure everybody's voice is heard. I don't want to try to squelch that. We just have to get to a vote. You guys want an answer. And it's 10:05, so maybe we can try another 30-minute clip.
I think that's a good suggestion. Let me also suggest that we urge people to confine their remarks to 1 minute and see if we can move through them more rapidly that way. Unless there's objection, let's proceed with the next half hour on that basis.
I'd like to offer my opinion.
Go ahead.
I'm willing to stay here till 7 in the morning. I want to hear these people because if we don't do it and some reason this vote doesn't go through, there will be 1,000 of them on the next time we bring this item. So I prefer we just get this done and we get the vote and let the people speak and we decide.
Well, let's see. Let's see where we are in a half hour.
If I may chime in, because I've been waiting for from about 20 speakers ago, but not acknowledged.
Did I omit
Yes,
recognizing you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why did you not bring it to my attention?
Because you said let's go on, and I figure I want to hear everybody out.
All right, well, I'll recognize.
That's fine.
I'll recognize you
okay
now.
with that as well, but I would like to have everybody speak up because I don't see this as another issue that should stop us from moving the city forward, like what happened last time. And just like we can see right now that there are two important items that we have to get to today, and this is probably not going to end at, 7 a.m. in the morning. Hopefully not, because I have a 7:30 meeting. So, yeah, I'm willing to hear people out.
What you're saying is what Councilmember Carroll suggested?
No, not really. I'm saying that if we are willing to limit everybody's comment to a minute, because like Councilmember Carroll was saying, that we're starting to repeat it, let's keep it to a minute, but I do want to hear everybody.
All right.
And Mayor, point of order. My opinion has been highly recharacterized on this dais. Everyone that wants to say something needs to come here and say it. And I'm willing to stay here all night to hear all those things. I was just saying, out of respect to the decision, and we have young people here, if you feel like your point has been made, that's fine. But if you feel like you want to come down and speak, I guess I shouldn't have said anything. I just want to try to get this through a rational process through a 30-minute time. I don't know why everybody feels the need to speak here. Let's go.
Point of privilege. For my mischaracterization.
Point of privilege, Mayor.
What is your privilege?
I would just like to say, let's just get it going and just go through it. I'd like to hear everyone also. People have been here for hours. Let's just go and no breaks.
Okay, that's not a point of privilege. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
I am also willing to stay here. I want to hear everyone, but I really need to stretch my legs, so I need a break.
All right, Do you need it right now, or?
Yes, preferably.
All right, why don't we take a break for a recess for no more than 10 minutes?
I would like to be able to speak, if you don't mind, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you, Councilmember Treceder.
Yeah.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yeah, I think everybody should be able to speak. They've been waiting here a long time. That is fine. This is what I'm paid for. I also favor cutting it down to 1 minute and just seeing how we can get through it. Thanks.
All right. Should we take a brief break, or do you? All right. Why don't we, let's see, it's 10:07 now. Why don't we be back here at 10:15 and continue? Thank you. The City Council, having been in recess, is now reconvened. The time is 10:29 p.m. And at this time, we're going to continue taking public comment. People will be limited to 1 minute. I would suggest if somebody is literally mid-sentence, we want them to finish the sentence, but let's keep it to 1 minute, all right? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Priyan Shah, Frank McGill, Dave C., Peter Chow, Steve Berger, Austin Wagner, Tina Spindler, Jennifer Velasquez, and Adam T. And we'll start with Priyan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Priyan Shah. I live in the Great Park, and I have two kids, age 8 and 5, who attend school there. I believe that the cemetery would be seen or be visible from the kids' playground. Given their young age, since they're not able to process life and death just yet, I'm afraid this can lead to worsening of the mental health crisis. Please consider the impact on our youth and consider voting against the cemetery at Great Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank McGill. Frank McGill. Steve Berger.
Mayor, sorry.
Yes, Councilmember Liu.
I missed the opportunity, but I had several parents come up to me during the break to ask if their children will be able to speak a little earlier because they have school the next day, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll tell you, school children should probably be home now. But we're going to get lots of other requests for favors I've heard from people who have disabilities and so forth. Let's think about that for a minute, all right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. It's been a long evening.
Yes.
Mayor Agron and council members, my name is Steve Berger. I've spoken to the council before. I've been an Irvine resident and voter since 1978. I haven't aged a day since then, and I hope that all of you can say the same. We've heard a lot of talk tonight, but I have yet to hear one substantive, rational, and credible reason why this resolution supporting the Artisite and the Veteran Cemetery at the Artisite should not be approved. It's part of the Veterans Memorial Park and Gardens. The final element of that is a Veterans Cemetery. There is a berm, a park around the perimeter. And all of this about honoring veterans. What about their final sacrifice? What about the ultimate sacrifice? They have to be buried. We can't honor them for that, but we can honor them for everything else. NIMBY,
Thank you.
not
Your
in my
time is up.
backyard, is not a substantive, credible, or rational reason to oppose this resolution. It should be unanimously approved.
Austin Wagner.
To start, could I petition for 1 minute and 15 seconds of time? I did prepare for 1:30. I know that we're here late, and I don't want to take up too many people's time, but I did kind of prepare, and I'm here, and I really would like to speak.
It's up to my colleagues here. I try to be flexible on all this. Why don't you just go for it and see?
Perfect.
See,
And then if we could just
when
reset that
when
as
we
well.
get to a minute, I usually give people a few seconds extra. But just do that. This conversation is, of course, taking a minute itself. So go right ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Austin Wagner. I do believe that associating fear with the cemetery is not necessarily the best plan forward. These service members gave their lives for us, and then to associate fear with them after they've passed, I don't think that's a really good argument for us to kind of bring forward. We should really embrace that. I think additionally, kind of going forward, that the guns, it seems like Mayor Agron can promise, or at least maybe some sort of guarantee that there will not be those sounds of the fires or the shots heard from the schools. However, I do not think this is the right location for the cemetery. The Great Park has baseball fields, it has soccer fields. It is a very busy area, and you'll be hearing whistles, you'll be hearing cheering, you'll be hearing lots of things going on. School will get out, and you will have all these people and kids coming by where you're trying to have a nice, quiet moment. So I really don't think this is a good option. You mentioned that it was shovel-ready, but when I did my research, it looked like there was still a lot of jet fuel that had to be evacuated and a lot of cleaning that still had to be done. And so I think there was a false promise that we can be done by 2028 for the Veterans Cemetery here. The city of Anaheim mentioned that by 2026, they could start groundwork, and they could even put bodies in the ground by 2027
Your time
for the
is
city
up.
of Anaheim. And so I really think that we should go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Spindler.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tina Spindler. I'm a 40-plus year resident of the city of Irvine. I'm also the president of a nonprofit, the 501c3, the Great Park Garden Coalition, whose purpose, as many of the council know, is to support the creation of the botanical garden at the Great Park. My concern about this measure is that the 125-acre Artisite, when the cemetery was moved to Gypsum Canyon, became a part of the park, and then it was designed with park uses, including the botanical garden, an arboretum, a library, and the Veterans Memorial, but that is much smaller than a veterans cemetery. And if the Veterans Cemetery comes back and requires that 125 acres again, then we eliminate potentially the botanical garden, the library, the arboretum. And I don't think that any of us want to do that. So for that reason, I'm encouraging you to protect the Botanic Garden and the other uses, and it doesn't
Thank you. Your
seem to
time
me
is
that
up.
that can happen. Thank you.
If I could call forward Glenn Dick, Harvey Liss, Ira Lewis, Gail Lewis, Trish Axelrod, Ferdinand B., Pat Kennedy, Major Ron Groves, William A., Janet Shermer, and Howard Peck. We'll start with Glenn Dick. Harvey Liss.
I'm Harvey Liss. There's been a huge amount of misinformation currently stated. Both cemetery locations are approved by state and federal. The state legislation states state funding is available to an Orange County cemetery. Either one qualifies, and federal funding can be switched back to the artist site as easily as was switched to Gypsum Canyon. Also, I'd like to say that Supervisor Wagner, who apparently left, has a lot of chutzpah, that's a Yiddish word that means nerve, to come here and spew a total pack of lies. We don't have a veteran cemetery here in Great Park precisely because of Don Wagner and his council cohorts. He virtually gave away to Five Point the 125-acre artist site that was worth about $500 million in exchange for a crummy piece of land next to the I-5, I-4, 5 freeways that was appraised for only $67 million. Couldn't, because the Five Point couldn't build residential housing on that awful piece of property. Fortunately, my committee was able to collect enough votes to overturn Wagner's measure.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Listen. I try to be fair to everybody. I don't try to cut people off the last moment. I wish the shouting from the audience, I understand the clapping in favor of this person and clapping in favor of another person, but we do not allow shouting from the audience. Understood? Thank you.
Gail Lewis.
My name is Gail Lewis, and I'm reading this for Pam Smith, who could not be here today. Pam Smith, hi, I am Pam Smith, the 36-year resident of Woodbridge. Steve Cullen, my partner of 24 years, served in Vietnam and received a Medal of Honor. While he was there, he was exposed to Agent Orange, and in March 2022, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. He died in November of 2022, and his ashes are currently on my dresser, waiting for the Veteran Cemetery at the Artis site to be completed. This really needs to happen for Steve and me and many others whose ashes are ready to be enshrined in the Veteran Cemetery in Irvine.
Pat Kennedy.
Thrown this speech out. I did not want to repeat too much what you've already heard. What I heard tonight was a lot of questions, a lot of misinformation, a lot of things that were brought up by some of the elected officials that spoke tonight needs clarification and correction because they're wrong in many ways. I have family. I've lost family. I've lost friends in wars. I had one come back in pieces, emotionally and physically. I believe these men and women deserve what was promised to them. This is a promise. It was promised to them by the government to be buried in a VA cemetery. It was promised to them by us here in Irvine. We owe them, but first you've got to clean up the mess we've got going now.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay. I say that you set this aside and bring it back.
Thank you.
William Allenbach. And if I could also call forward Janet Shermer, Howard Peck, Abraham Navarro, Ashish N., Matt Hustad, Lloyd Rowe, Peter Sue, and Russ Fanvong.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I'm a resident of Irvine, 15 years, retired Episcopal clergyman, Marine Corps veteran. I think that the site for the Memorial Garden and Cemetery is an outstanding idea. We lived in Europe, we lived in Saint-Lô, where European families took their children to the cemetery to teach them that freedom isn't free, that people get killed in trying to protect freedom. We need to use this site as a tremendous educational tool. It's a place that has the power to bring in millions of people, not Gypsum Canyon, but the city of Irvine and the Great Park, to come and honor veterans and see how we do freedom in the United States of America. I plead with you, please have it here. It's a great learning tool, and it's a great opportunity to put Irvine further on the map. Thank you.
Abraham Navarro. Abraham.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council persons.
Excuse me, can you pick up the microphone? There we go. Set the time. Thank you.
My name is Abraham Navarro. I'm a resident and devoted for 23 years in Irvine. I'm also a Vietnam vet, a Marine. We're here today because of the issue that we've been waiting for 20 years. This issue is for the residents of Irvine. We've been hearing about it. We haven't talked, we haven't mentioned that it was deployed by the developer some time ago, and we haven't really made it right. So the issue is supposed to be here this evening to make it right. El Toro location has historical significance for all the Marines, and for some of us, it was home when we came back from Vietnam. Furthermore, the residents of Irvine, we have already exercised due diligence and participated in the political process. We gathered the signatures. We voted 63% in form of electoral location. We are a patriotic city.
Thank you. Your
Irvine
time is
takes
up.
a lot of pride in being a patriotic city. Let's vote yes. Let's vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Hustad.
Good evening, everyone. In an effort to make sure that every vote counts from the City Council, including the mayor, I want to bring up the FPPC. And for those of you don't know in the audience, I'd like to just mention that the Fair Political Practice Commission is a 5-member independent nonpartisan commission that has the primary responsibility for the impartial and effective administration of the Political Reform Act. This act regulates campaign financing, conflicts of interest, lobbying, and government ethics. The Commission's objectives are to ensure that the public officials act in a fair and unbiased manner in governmental decisions-making process to promote transparency in government. The most recent Form 460, for Build the Great Park Veterans Cemetery organization shows it owes Mr. Agron $120,000 in loans, and the organization has almost no cash. Mr. Agron's only hope to get his $120,000 back to attract donors. This is probably why this is on the agenda. There's possibly a potential personal financial stake in this. There's a very large conflict of interest, and it must be recused himself from discussing or voting in this manner at a council meeting. If he doesn't, council has the legal authority and duty to the Irvine residents to block him from doing so. Thank you.
Let me just tell you that I'm going to turn to the city attorney now and ask him, because he's familiar with what has been alleged, and he's also familiar with the disposition of this matter. Please, Mr. Melching.
Thank you, Mayor. In 2022, a virtually identical allegation, that is, that you cannot participate in deliberations relating to the placement of the cemetery on the ARDA site on account of a loan to the Build the Great Park Veterans Cemetery Committee, the same loan that this gentleman referred to. That complaint was made to the FPPC. The FPPC reviewed that matter and found it not meritorious and and found that there was nothing that would prevent you from participating.
Thank you. That concludes that comment. Next, please.
Lloyd Rowe.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm a 48-year resident of Irvine and a taxpayer and a voter. And I find it interesting that one neighborhood seeks to control everything that goes on, contrary to the vote of all of Irvine, contrary to the petition signed by all of Irvine, contrary to the support many of us have had for the ARDA site since way back when. It seems like some people failed to do their due diligence, or the previous administration of the 5, whatever that place is, failed to tell them that this was known, as the gentleman said, since the very beginning. And now we're here again listening to the same things. Please vote yes. Let's move forward with this once and for all. Thank you.
Russ Van Vong, and if I could also call forward Sabani Sheikh, David Olinger, Sam Shoxi, Sally Ye, Stephen Sponer, Andre F.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak. I am a commissioner on the Finance Committee. I'm also a Great Park resident. And I'm not actually going to be here to talk about numbers or finance. I'm coming to look and feel. What's going on with all of us? We're fighting. The last time I remember us fighting this much was during the amphitheater. So much passion. And look at this. Look at us. We're divided. What this resolution is dividing us. I want us to be united, but we're not. I see a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and just a lot of fear in everyone. And it does not feel good. So I want everyone to vote no, because the voting of yes to this is just going to spread division. Just because it doesn't end now, it's going to be years. It's going to be 2 years. It's going to be 4 years. It's going to be 5 years. It might be 10, 15 years because of lawsuits. Just know that there's going to be a lot of anger if you vote yes for this resolution. So I want everyone to vote no. Thank you very much.
Subhani Sheikh.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. First of all, thank you for considering staying late all this time, without taking breaks. So my name is Subhani Sheikh, and I'm a part of a Great Park residents. And we totally respect all the veterans here, whoever it is, and their families. No question about it. Okay, we don't need to learn anything new because we are raised throughout learning the veterans and their sacrifices. We totally respect. I'm going to give you one point. Thank you, Mayor Argon. You gave in the presentation some information about the budget, and you need to have millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, and there are like 19,000 signatures collected to propose. But it was like a few years ago, right? 5 years or 10 years ago, a decade ago almost, right? So now thousands of people moved in. So changes of interest is different now because you need to consider all our residents' interests at this point of time. Imagine like the people with all the children in the Cadence Park. We have like nearly 1,000 people, at least 1,000 kids. If they have a mental health issues, or any traumatic situations, we need to spend at least $5,000 per person.
Sir,
it's like
excuse
millions
me.
of dollars.
One sec. Your time is up. We'll have no shouting, all right? Please, your time is up.
Yes, you're giving few seconds, right? So can I please?
Well, you took a few seconds. I didn't interrupt you, all right?
Okay, so one last second. So these millions of dollars we don't want to spend on the kids for their health issues, right? The traumatic situations. Please consider that.
Your time is up.
Stephen Spooner.
Hello, Council. My name is Stephen Spooner. As a disabled veteran, Air Force veteran, I'm 100% in favor of the Veterans Cemetery at the artist site. This could have been completed by now for much less money, if not for greed, false pride, and avarice. We learn in the military to admit mistakes without excuses, and we use the chain of command to achieve results. I served my city and OC for 25 years as I lived here. I've had problems with the Irvine Police Department. I've reached out to Larry Agrin's office about corruption, and I tried to get Chief Kent to speak to me because that is the chain of command. Both were rejected. So I will be here every month till I lose my house based on police corruption. Thank you.
All right.
And we should have
Thank you. Your time is up.
we should have the cemetery in Irvine.
Don't leave the microphone. Just stay there for a moment. I'm unaware of having been contacted. I wish you would leave your information with the city manager, and I'll see.
I've spoken to 2 city managers already about the problem.
Well, then leave your information with the city manager, and I'll call you directly.
Thank you. Right? That was what we originally agreed to, a 5-minute conversation, but then nobody followed up from your office to set it up.
Well,
Thank
that's
you
a
for your
shortcoming in
time.
my office. I think we're square now, right?
Thank you. And
I'll call you
I
tomorrow.
just didn't realize so many people were against a cemetery for veterans. I had no idea.
Thank you. I will call you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Andre, and if
Did you leave your information with him?
Andre, and then if I could also call forward Arnis Della Cusack, Eno Jiang, Prashanth K, Carl Maurice, Louette Forrest, Vicky Johnson, Krish Tikula, Don Z.
Go ahead.
Mayor Akron, City Council members, thank you. I'm Andre Fontanella. I'm a resident and homeowner since 1979 here. My children attended Irvine High School, and they went on to college. My eldest served in the U.S. Marine Corps and was deployed to Desert Shield and Desert Storm, where Saddam Hussein burned the oil fields and created the black toxic air. And as a result of this, my son suffered a long and painful death from the cancer he developed. He grew up in Irvine. He raised a family here. This is where he needs to be interred. I grew up on the East Coast where we had cemeteries on every corner, and nothing happened to me. So I feel that this scare tactic about kids in cemeteries is crazy. And so what are you afraid of?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Semper Fi.
Arnis Dela Cusack.
Hi, good evening. My name is Arnis Dela Cusack, and I am currently a planning commissioner and was part of the Great Park Task Force. I speak for myself and my family. My father and my grandfather are both U.S. Army veterans. My grandfather was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal for his World War II service. I've spoken to my family, and they approved these remarks. Irvine had a chance to have a veteran cemetery, but it was unfortunately rejected. Our state, our county, and Anaheim stepped up, and there will be a beautiful veteran cemetery in Gypsum Canyon. The municipal cemetery proposed in Irvine is not a veteran cemetery. The VA, the state, and the county are not involved. My family was in favor of a veteran cemetery in Irvine, but that opportunity has passed. I urge you to support Gypsum Canyon, an actual veteran cemetery approved by our state and our county, and please build the Veteran Memorial Park and Gardens, the library, and the botanical gardens as in the current Great Park Framework Plan. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
The Wet Forest.
Thank you, City Council. I'm here, and I've been here since 2014, and I'm been collecting signatures in University Hills District, and I wanted to have a video to thank Kathleen Tressiter from our district for supporting the build, the Great Park. And so if you can run the video, thank you.
And then also, yeah, really making sure that we pick up these initiatives that have been floundering because the city council is slow walking them. And so like approving the Veterans Memorial Park. Now I want to say that I support a cemetery as well. I support a cemetery in the Arda site for sure. And as soon as that is available for us to do again, I would be very happy to support it. And in the meanwhile,
Vicki Johnson.
Hello, I'm Vicki Johnson. I urge you to vote yes. My parents are buried at a national cemetery. The Veterans Military Park and Cemetery at the Great Park will be an educational vehicle. It will educate all of us, all ages, about war and sacrifice and mortality and our military history. Cemeteries for veterans teach us about the need for peace, and there is nothing more important than working for peace. Honor our veterans and teach our children about war and peace. Vote yes.
Mike Ruff. And if I could also call forward Jackson Kemper, Ruhi S., Robert Grimm, Sun C., Jean Ann Turner, Shakila Sheikh, Shrikar M., and Mark Deppie.
Thank you. I'm Mike Rao. I lived in Irvine. I live a short drive south now. The convenience and locality of the Great Park position for the Veterans Cemetery is excellent. It's an easy reach, and that's the way it should be. It's a solemn place, a lovely place for people to go, look at the names of the persons who have died there, look at their backgrounds, consider the conflicts in which they participated, think about those wars, consider your citizens responsibility in a democracy to participate in decisions that lead up to war or lead up to negating war. It's an important process not to be left at the last moment when you're suddenly drafted into something you didn't see was coming and would have objected to if you'd had the chance to say something.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ruhi. Ruhi.
Hello, Mayor Larry Arkin and council members. I respectfully disagree with the idea of a cemetery in Great Park because there are hundreds of students that go to Cadence and that are young. And as a fifth grader, I wouldn't want to be scared to go to school. And I speak for a lot of kids and teenagers. Although I don't want a cemetery, I still respect the soldiers, veterans, and much more to go on. That's why I would agree with the idea of a memorial where kids wouldn't be scared to go to school, and instead they would respect and learn about our history of soldiers.
Thank you.
Robert Grimm.
Well, good morning. This is Robert Grimm. I'm a 40-year resident of Woodbridge, a Vietnam-era veteran, and I support the Great Park in the Artist Center. It's been a long 40 years fighting for this cemetery in the Great Park. But just because previous city councils sold out the veterans in Irvine doesn't mean we should give up the fight. And I appreciate you for continuing the fight for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sun C.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Sun Chambers. I'm a Great Park resident, and I represent the hundreds of Great Park residents who came today, called, emailed, and the thousands who could not make it today. We are new residents of Irvine. We've only been around for a little over 10 years, but we are a big majority of Irvine residents, and our voices must be heard. And this is simple. A cemetery in a highly dense residential neighborhood is not the future of the Great Park. Even if the city diverts the memorial funds to build a municipal cemetery, how will it be paid for in perpetuity? It was clearly laid out that the federal, state, and county money stated by Supervisor Foley and Wagner will only be used for Gibson Canyon. So where will the money come from? Are we going to take money away from the newly formed Irvine Public Library system? A municipal cemetery is a city-funded cemetery. Where will the funds come from? We urge you for a no vote tonight. Thank you.
Keenan Turner.
My name is Jean Ann Turner. I live and vote in Irvine, resident 54 years, wife and daughter of veterans. I was one of the many volunteers who circulated petitions for the zoning ordinance to create the Veterans Cemetery on the Artist site, which I fully support. I had a unique experience. Every day for 3 months, I spent hours, Monday through Friday, canvassing the UCI campus and surrounding area, student housing, and I am still inspired as I recall the warm and enthusiastic reception that the initiative received from registered voters, young and old alike. It was a privilege to participate in the democratic process at the ground level and to witness firsthand the exercise of the people's right to petition their representatives. Hopefully, we will see the fruition of that effort here this evening when you vote to affirm this resolution. Thank you.
Shaquila.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shakila and a resident of Irvine. And we are here because of veterans and really appreciate all the work they have done here. And we cannot say no for that. But your vote today decides our kids' future, both as health issues and the mental issues. And I just wanted to bring up my own feelings here, where when I'm passing a cemetery, I feel very low for the couple of days because of sadness or grief. But instead of having a cemetery, if we rather compensate that with a memorial park, where I'm very happy to take my kids, spend hours together as a where they can learn really what the veterans have done, where they have spent their life. I'm really appreciating what they have done, and it's having a symmetry than actually having a memorial park is more appreciated than having a
Thank you. Your
cemetery
time is
within
up.
the close proximity where the kids are.
Thank
And
you. Thank
we
you for
really
your
appreciate
comments.
veterans. Thank you.
Srikar?
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. I really didn't have anything prepared, actually, because I was at home all evening watching on Zoom. Thanks for you guys to provide that. And I was watching with my daughter. So I couldn't have put anything better than all the people here who have said what the reasons are. So my daughter was watching with me what was happening. And the first thing she said was, who would want to put a cemetery next to my school, right? And then she cried her way into the bed. I said, I'm thinking, hey, I should at least go voice my opinion in front of the council to know a kid that is 8 to 10 years old has an impact, just to hear that, hey, there is going to be a cemetery in the area of her education. So, and going back one step, in terms of the vote itself,
Thank you. Your time
Great
is
Park
up.
has greatly changed. So please consider and vote no. Thank
Your
you.
time is up. Thank you.
Park Deputy?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mark Deppy, and I'm a Great Park resident living in Cadence Park. I also have the privilege of serving as a Community Services Commissioner for District 2. I want to begin by expressing my deep respect and strong support for our military and veteran community. Several of my close family members have served and continue to serve in our armed forces today. I am thrilled that Irvine has approved both a memorial and a museum in the Great Park to educate the public and celebrate the legacy of those who served. As you've heard tonight, our neighborhood loves its veterans. We love the military, and we're excited to see Irvine step away from this pursuit of putting a cemetery in the Great Park and supporting this very popular, well-funded plan to build a veteran cemetery in Gypsum Canyon. Irvine needs to stop its efforts to build one in the Great Park and focus instead on delivering our beautiful park that residents were promised. A vote no tonight is the best way to vote yes for veterans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you may unmute your mic.
Mayor Agron and council members, I support the item to start construction of the Veteran Cemetery at the Great Park. It's the only viable buildable site in Orange County that has enough funding to start the first phase. I would just simply say about Gypsum Canyon, that is not a peaceful site. It has 320,000 cars going by it daily. It has no dedicated off-ramp. And most importantly, it has no funding. It's $200 million short of what it needs to even build phase one. So let's move forward with this as soon as practical at the artist side and honor the will of so many Irvine voters and veterans. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joyce Chen. Joyce, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Joyce, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Alan Lynn. Alan, you may unmute your mic. Alan, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Jay Bruce. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, council members. I just want to say, I don't even ardently support the Veterans Cemetery or anything. I just kind of oppose the dialogue that many public commenters are having here. Like, if we lived in a purely honest world, I could ask the people in the chambers why they're here, and I think 90% of the people here would say that they're here because they're worried about their property values, which is fair, but we don't live in an honest world, and instead, people bring their 6-year-old kids into this. So as a 15-year-old, I just kind of want to set the record straight, because I don't believe in ghosts. The thought of a veteran cemetery being built near me doesn't make me depressed or suicidal, and I would guess that about half the students at Cadence Park School can't even name the street that their school is on, so I guess that they wouldn't even really bat an eye at a cemetery either. And even if they do, what's so bad about kids being, seeing cemeteries anyways? I feel like it can be such a good learning experience if you just tell them about it, what it's about. And I think, kids are smarter than you think. As for pedestrian safety, there's going to be traffic anywhere. If you want to fix it, you need to have
Thank
a
you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Leslie Kinney. Leslie, you may unmute your mic. Leslie, can you hear us? Our next speaker is MV. MV, you may unmute your mic. MV, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Wendy Wang. Wendy, you may unmute your mic. Wendy, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Dear Great Park members, please vote no. My name is Wendy Wang. I'm a proud resident of Irvine. I live here with my husband, a 21-year military service member, and our son, who is currently a middle school student in Irvine. My husband has served overseas. We are incredibly fortunate that he returned home safely to us. Not all families have such great fortune. That is why I'm here tonight, to respectfully urge you to join our family in supporting Gibson Canyon, which truly honors veterans. The Great Park is a vibrant and growing community. It is no longer the right location for a cemetery. What our city truly needs in that space is a library, a garden, a memorial, a place where we can honor our families and support our community. Let's build something that truly serves all of Irvine while paying deep respect to our veterans. Please vote no to a cemetery in Great Park.
Our next speaker is John. John, you may unmute your mic.
Is that me, John Hong?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, my name is John Hong. My family and I have resided in Irvine since I was 5. I'm 42 now, and with children attending Cadence, 8 and 5 years old. I am for a veteran cemetery, but not at the Great Park. Maybe a different part of Irvine, but not at the Great Park. I don't think it'll make the Great Park great. I have not heard one single good reason to have the cemetery at the Great Park. I've heard of many good reasons for a memorial, but not a cemetery. I was actually one of the ones who signed the petition many years ago at a Costco gas station in Irvine, and I think the mayor was misinformed, but we were not given detailed information about that. I was misinformed. I had the impression that the Great Park was going to build a cemetery instead of houses. So at that time, I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And it's already getting too crowded. But I am against the Great Park having a cemetery at this time. A lot has changed since that petition. And I think you're going against the supermajority and trying to put a cemetery in the Great Park. The Great Park residents will physically block the construction if we have to.
We'll try Joyce Chen again. Joyce, you may unmute your mic.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate the time you take to hear my comment. To echo what everyone said, I represent Solis Park. I am a resident of Rise Park in the Great Park neighborhoods. I've been a resident of Irvine for over 10 years. I love Irvine, have the utmost respect for our veterans, and I support a memorial park. I would happily take my children there. I do not support a cemetery. It is not the appropriate place, just in the bustling city center that is Great Park. I just don't think that it's the right place to put it, and I support Gypsum Canyon. Thank you.
We'll try Alan Lynn again. Alan, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, am I coming through?
We can hear you.
I'm Alan Lynn, and I call Great Park home. I've served in the Air Force and Space Force for over 21 years and deployed overseas. During that time, I've learned that mission success demands a unified vision and uncompromising commitment to that shared vision. We cannot divide our forces. That is why I urge Irvine City Council to exclusively support the Gypsum Canyon site, jointly backed by our neighboring cities and both the state and the federal VA. Great Park is no longer suitable for any cemetery, as this proposal is a municipal, not veteran cemeteries. No more studies. Please don't politicize veterans' sacrifice. As planned, A Great Park Veterans Memorial honors their service, embraced by the local community, and teaches Irvine's future generations. Please vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mel. Mel, you may unmute your mic.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Melissa Cabrera, and I've been a resident of Irvine since 2005. I'm here to support our veterans and urge the council not to delay progress at Egyptian Canyon. Our vets deserve a dignified resting place without further delay. I also ask that the public green spaces at Great Park continue forward, as it's been almost 20 years since I first heard of the Central Park inspired vision. Let's deliver on that promise and not allow our planned green spaces to turn into more housing. Please do not replace the funding and location of a much-needed public library with a public cemetery. A library would serve the 10,000 plus school-age children in the surrounding neighborhoods. And lastly, I respectfully ask that a public cemetery not be placed next to my kindergartner school. I believe our veterans deserve all the honors that come with burial ceremonies, including rifle volleys and 21 gun salutes. This would be difficult to introduce into a heavily populated community of young families. Please vote no, and blessings.
We'll try Leslie Kinney again. Leslie, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Leslie, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Camiar. Camiar, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. Just want to say I really appreciate all the comments from all the fellow residents on both sides of the matter. I'm saddened by Mr. Agrin in proposing this divisive issue where we clearly had a path for the veterans to be honored at a cemetery. So I hope the other city leaders join in voting no on this proposal and stop the division in our city. We really need to work together and unify ourselves and work on bigger issues that we have and move forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Parisa. Parisa, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you guys for staying this late on this subject. You guys are very clear on where I stand on this. Obviously, we don't want to hear. The residents have shown that we have overwhelmingly opposed this, as we have for the last, over 5 years now. So I'm hoping that, Mike, you continue to stand by this neighborhood in voting against this, as you have many times in the past. James, I hope that you support the residents, as you have stated many times that you are for the people. And I hope that this vote ends tonight and that we do not continue this discussion. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
There we are. We've completed it. Excellent. At this time, I'd like to turn to my colleagues so that they may make additional comments. I'll wait and be last, and then I'll propose a suggested course of action here, and we'll weigh in on that. All right? Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. May I know how long I have?
Why don't you take a few minutes, and I won't cut you off, but please, in the interest of everybody's mental and other health.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to make a few final points just to sum it up. Gypsum Canyon site has been endorsed by CalVet, the state of California, all 34 cities in Orange County, including Irvine, and the county of Orange. It's been a bipartisan effort. The second point is Gypsum Canyon site will provide 283 acres of tranquil final resting place for our veterans, first responders, allied veterans, and legislators representatives. In contrast, we're talking about maybe 125 acres, but now we know it's only 20 in RDOT. And the third point is all available fundings have been committed to Gibson Canyon, about $90 million. In the city of Irvine, the $100 million that's been thrown around tonight, that's not true anymore. That ship has sailed. Some of the funding had already been committed to Gibson Canyon, and that's not going to be available to Irvine. And the fourth point is Irvine voters never voted for a veteran cemetery in the Great Park. Again, Measure B was against a rejection to a land swap rather than for a Great Park cemetery. The fifth point is Gibson Canyon Veteran Cemetery will be managed by the Orange County Cemetery District. The city of Irvine has no such equivalent agency and would be forced to start another department and divert valuable resources from essential services from Irvine residents. The sixth point is the Great Park residents will be forced to bear a disproportionate burden, financial burden, to fund the unsanctioned graveyard in their backyard based on the funding structure of capital improvement project in the Great Park. Seventh point is a unsanctioned graveyard would deprive veterans the burial they deserve. The families will be stuck paying for military honors if that's even allowed. Miss out on burial plot allowance and any additional benefits provided by CalVed in a municipal graveyard. The eighth point is Gibson Canyon is away from homes in high traffic areas, yet conveniently accessible via the toll road, 241 toll road and 91 freeway. So this will be away from any other places and give veterans the honors, the quiet that they deserve. And another point is Assembly Bill 571, introduced by Assembly Member Sharon Cork-Silva, was to waive the CEQA requirement for Gibson Canyon project, has passed California State Assembly with unanimous bipartisan support. And it's about to pass the state Senate. And as we can see, that state Senator Choi had sent representatives here to support that point as well. And my last point is that an unsanctioned graveyard would replace the amenities promised to Irvine residents. We just had a state of Great Park, and this was not part of the plan. So if we're looking for additional plots to make up the acreage for a cemetery, then what are we going to lose? Well, let's think about that. So finally, I want to say that Gibson Canyon is about to be ready. If you go on the Orange County Cemetery District website, you will see that the estimated completion date is 2026 or 2027. And I would really urge my colleagues to vote the right way and choose the right side of history and honor the veterans in Irvine's military history with the Veteran Memorial Park, a Flying Leatherneck Museum, and stop blocking Gibson Canyon from being built. Because that was the problem. That's why it wasn't built. It kept being brought to court and they kept losing. So that's what is stopping this from happening. If we truly want to honor the veterans, we should not be in the way of blocking the Gibson Canyon side. And let's just make sure that we vote to honor the veterans instead of making them a political ploy. Thank you.
Are there other council members who wish to be heard? If not, oh, I'm sorry, Council Member Go.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. I really appreciated what one of the commenters said, Russ, you know, the division and the hate. I'm not a hateful person. For people that know me, you know that. And the people that don't know me, I have nothing against anybody that stood for whatever it is you believe in, and I'm happy to hear it at any given time. This isn't a veterans issue. This is a cemetery issue. Who doesn't support our veterans? If you lay your life down for anybody, for any cause, you are supported by any means. That is not what we're dealing with tonight. Our CFDs are being used against our own will. That is a problem. This potentially illegal, discriminatory cemetery will cost the city millions of dollars in fighting, in lawsuit, in hatred. You're all attorneys here, a few of you at least, and you can appreciate the data that you've seen tonight. Evaluate it with your own set of eyes. The irony is, we have some people who support the cemetery, whatever you call it, and you don't live at the Great Park. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the people wearing orange shirts who live at the Great Park, they're veterans, they're active military, they're serving. They don't want to be buried there. Guys, let that sink in. Let it sink in. We were elected here to make hard decisions, and we happily took it upon an oath to serve. This is not a hard decision. Please, just like my first statement, you are here to serve the people. Choose the side of history you want to be on. We will not forget. We will remember.
I see Councilmember Mai request to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start first by quoting Robert Frost here. Freedom lies in being bold. Thank you for speaking your mind. Thank you for waiting these 5-6 hours with us. I speak my mind myself. I say what I want. I do what I want. I'm steered by my own compass in life, and I won't be lobbied internally or externally. I might be losing some friends here tonight, but it is what it is. First off, I think we all need to recognize that this resolution does not impede Gypsum Canyon. I want to make that clear as well. No one is against veterans. I'm not against veterans. My father and my mother both, my father and my adopted mother are both buried at Sarasota National, and I fly there every year. It's a beautiful place there. My district, we're in districts. My district has, I would say, probably the most veterans, district number 3. Some of these veterans were stationed at El Toro. Many of the veterans tell me that they put a $100 down payment on their home, or they paid $13,000 for their house. These are guys that have been there, and I care, and I ask them about their opinions as well. I went to their doors and I said, over 10 of them that live on my street, and I said, hey, what do you guys think of this? I took that into consideration as well. I took in consideration that we had 500 emails. Almost 90% of them were opposed. 100% of the 100 emails were opposed. I appreciate the history, the promises that were made, and it was unfortunate that it took us 20 years to get to this point. Previous councils, I looked at the history, and it's history. We're here on a new dawn and a new era now. I feel bad for the promises that were made to people, but this was 20 years ago. It was a different time. It was a different land. There's people here now. There's houses here. There's schools here. We have to take that in consideration. We can't just say it was promised 20 years ago, because it was an entirely different place. As many of you know, you've heard here as well, people have said to me, James, and I do live by this motto, and this slogan is people over politics. And I will stand by that. I've heard the people. I've also heard words like recall, if you vote a certain way. I've heard the words, don't try to run again because we'll go against you. But if that's the case, I'm going to stand by the people anyways, and I'll take that risk. Factoring all these factors, I'm going to be against this.
Are there any other requests?
I'd like to make a motion,
No, excuse me.
a substitute motion,
Excuse me, sir. Substitute to what?
to not build a cemetery at Great Park and honor the veterans with the Veterans Memorial Park as we always plan.
I wish. Councilmember Go, in your eagerness, I wish you would accord me the opportunity to be heard. I've accorded you that opportunity over and over.
I apologize.
All right. Since there are no other requests, I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to enter into the record the letter from Peter Chow. His name was mentioned, and he was on the list of speakers. I'm going to read it into the record. My name is Peter Chow. I've been a proud resident of Irvine since 2010. I'm writing to express my strong support for the development of the Veterans Cemetery at the Great Park. As a current member of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs Secretary's Advisory Committee on Cemeteries and Memorials, as one of 12 members of the ACCM committee and a representative veteran from California, I am deeply committed to honoring our veterans and ensuring they have a final resting place that reflects the gratitude of our community. I would be honored to contribute in any way I can to support this meaningful project in Irvine. I look forward to exploring ways to support and enhance the efforts dedicated to honoring our veterans. He says attached is his personal information. He's decorated officer, and made it a point in giving this to me to say that he was kind of distressed that the Chinese community has been, in his estimation, more or less smeared with the idea that because of feng shui or otherwise, they're opposed to a veteran cemetery at the Great Park. So I pass this along. Our city clerk will enter that into the official record. Let me just say a few things. The neighborhood concerns that people have are real. This saga began more than a decade ago, and over that period of time, 5 Point and related developers were loading up the area with residents who understandably have concerns about what is or is not being built near them. I want to make it a point here to note that through the efforts of Councilmember Carroll, chair of the Great Park now, through my own efforts, we're at last making progress on the Veterans Memorial Park. Mind you, former Councilmember Tammy Kim wanted the entire area to be a botanical garden that would attract 1 million cars a year. Fortunately, I was successful in pushing for the Veterans Memorial Park and gardens, which will include some memorial and botanical gardens. And that left open the question of whether a veteran cemetery was suitable, whether it was doable. And I've concluded, yes, it is. It's compatible with the framework plan and with the development that we are undertaking right now, including the perimeter park, which is the surrounding park, the elevated 100 to 200-foot berm that will have trees and trails, tremendous, beautiful trees, and that will serve as a buffer between the Artis site, the 125 acres, and any homes in the area. Repeatedly, I heard testimony tonight that this is across the street from my school. That is absolutely not true. I mean, technically, there is a street between the school and the Artis site. It's known as Cadence, but the contemplated Veterans Cemetery, excuse me, would you please be polite enough, just put down the signs. We haven't been taunting one another. Let's be grown-ups about this, all right? The fact of the matter is that any cemetery that would be constructed would be at least a half mile from any residence and from the school. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm familiar with the site. I'm familiar with various alternative plans. So that part of it, you know, I want to clarify the record. I am mystified, to tell you the truth, and maybe this is a generational problem. I'm mystified by the idea that our children's mental health is at risk if there is a cemetery within a half mile of their home. I don't know what to think of that. I just don't know what to think of that. I don't think that's a very good argument because I don't believe that's true. I don't believe that children who are raised in the shadow of veterans' memorials and are told stories about veterans and their service and what it has meant and learn a little about the history. I just don't think that their mental health is at risk if there is a modest cemetery initially on just 20 acres of land a half mile from their homes. Again, I'm just mystified by that line of argument. I do think there is a timing issue here. Our efforts to establish a veteran cemetery at the Great Park date way back. I remember when Bill Cook and Nick Berardino and a number of the people who have been here tonight, I remember when they were absolutely in tears. Bill Cook said, "This is hallowed land. This is the perfect site." It was then. I still think it's the perfect site for Orange County's Veteran Cemetery. I don't see this as a battle between the Artist site, the Great Park site, and Gypsum Canyon, because this is a county that absolutely could and should have 2 veteran cemeteries, perhaps even 3, one covering the northern part of the county. We're the largest county without a veteran cemetery in the whole country. Now, are we going to get a veteran cemetery? I want to level with you. It ain't going to happen at Gypsum Canyon. I'll tell you why. There is no money for it. None. Gypsum Canyon, by all accounts, will cost $150, $200. There have been estimates even by supervisors on the Board of Supervisors saying, wow, this is going to cost over $300 million. And that's before you somehow persuade the state to put in on-ramps and off-ramps, a dedicated off-ramp to be there. To make that site work, because of all kinds of landslide problems, contamination problems, noise problems that have to be dealt with and so forth, you can take it to the bank. It's going to cost $300 million. Don Wagner didn't say, we're going to see to it that the county provides the $300 million or more. The only way they can do that is by putting a tax increase on the ballot for all of Orange County to vote for. I challenge him to do that. That would make the Gypsum Canyon site credible, in my view. I say this just because I'm a realist. And then the question is, what do we tell the widows, the sons, the daughters who are holding the ashes of their loved one? And in some cases, they've given me instructions, please, when there's a veterans cemetery here in Orange County at the Artist site, they asked me specifically, please see to it that my ashes are properly placed at that site. We have the opportunity to do that. But I'll tell you, if we bring this matter back next year or the year after, and I think we probably should, we should get a status report on where we are with Gypsum Canyon, because the idea that it is shovel-ready it's laughable, except it's such a sad, sad lie. All accounts indicate it's going to take 8 or 10 years. That's assuming they get the money somewhere. It's going to take 8 or 10 years or more. In my view, it isn't going to happen. And the Vietnam-era veterans who are dying by the day, there'll be nothing provided here in Orange County for them. If people really believe Gypsum Canyon is going to happen, what's wrong with having a plan B in case it doesn't? And plan B is the city of Irvine stepping up, doing what we promised to do. The resolution that I've offered tonight gives direction to the city manager to, within 90 days, come back to us with a plan that can be effectuated, implemented so that a veteran cemetery is open and operational by Memorial Day 2028. I know we can get it done. We're doing miraculous things at the Great Park. Our team is ready. We've got designers. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to at least see such a plan and see for yourselves and take the measure of it yourselves as to whether somehow this is such a violation of sensibilities in the neighborhoods. I think you'll find it's not the case at all, that this can be made to work for everybody. I'm going to move adoption of sections 1 through 5 of the resolution and ask my council colleagues for a vote. If you wanted to, well, let me just.
Point of order, Mayor.
What's that?
Will we be able to have another discussion after you make the motion?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Would you put up the resolution? The last two slides were sections 1 through 5. I want everybody to understand what these mean, and then we'll see procedurally how to deal with the matter. There we are. Let me just go through these again. Section 1 is simply a stipulation that the recitals are true and correct and incorporated by reference. Section 2, resolution number 2166 in the City of Irvine's support for an Orange County Veteran Cemetery at the Gypsum Canyon site is hereby superseded, not rescinded, superseded to facilitate the city's support for developing a veteran cemetery at the Great Park. Section 3, consistent with the Build the Great Park Veteran Cemetery initiative, the city selects the artist site, express our preference for that site, for the development of an Irvine municipal cemetery, controlled by us, which shall be designed to serve veterans and shall comply with CalVet specifications for veterans. Section 4, the city manager is directed to report back to the city council within 90 days with a plan that includes the completion of the first phase development and commencement of operations at the Irvine Municipal Cemetery, serving veterans and their families by Memorial Day 2028. So we want to see something, assuming this were to be successful. We want to see something within 90 days, and obviously that's up for discussion, assuming it came back to us and would reflect the kind of concrete plan that people could use to decide for themselves whether or not we should go forward. Section 5, the city manager is directed to forward a copy of this resolution to CalVet and other relevant parties and to explore opportunities and strategies that would allow CalVet to acquire and operate the Irvine Municipal Cemetery in perpetuity. I want to dwell on this for just a moment. The idea here is that, let's assume for a moment Gypsum Canyon doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen at all in a timely fashion. Under the terms of Section 5, we could have an open offer to the state to acquire from us, and of course it would cost them, they'd have to pay for it, to acquire our veterans cemetery built to Calvet specifications and to operate it in perpetuity as a state-funded, state-operated veterans memorial park and cemetery. At some point, the state may actually have money to do these kinds of things and might be willing and eager to do so. And if Gypsum Canyon doesn't happen, and it's not going to happen, not soon, if Gypsum Canyon doesn't happen, this option remains for state participation. That's been the thinking behind all of this. I'm going to take this opportunity to move adoption of the resolution. I'd ask for a second so that it can be discussed by council members, whether you support the resolution or not. I'd appreciate a second.
I second that motion.
Thank you. With that, I'm happy to turn to others to speak to this matter. Maybe I'll turn to the second first. Betty Martinez Franco, our newest council member, and Council Member Liu wants to be heard after that.
Well, I'll gladly let her talk first, but I just wanted to point out that I was.
Well, you were first, but you know, I really do
No,
try
I
to
said,
be fair
yes,
and
I agree.
allocate
And that's why I said I
opportunities
will
for
gladly
others
let
as
her
well.
speak. Yes.
I really resent being criticized. I pride myself on trying to be fair to everyone.
Yes, but
And
I'm
that
aware
includes-
that the audience cannot see where the queue is, so I'm
It's
just trying to
fine,
point
and
it out.
Councilmember Luke can go. Go ahead.
No, I'm yielding my time to you first. Go ahead.
So I've been a council member just barely kind of a month. I still have fresh, like I mentioned, knocking on the doors of my district. I'm not the kind of person also that gets lobbied by a person. The people who voted for me knows that I give opportunity to people to be heard. And I like to hear both sides because both sides have a reason why they're so passionate about an issue. But when I hear this group that is here being present from Irvine, I got curious. And when I fully supported this issue, it was when I started knocking on doors. These people knocking on doors, they are over 80 years old, that they are still remembering their loved ones. And I wouldn't be honest if I didn't keep my promise to them. And I apologize to the people for the Great Park, but I don't want to start my career breaking a promise that I make to the people that voted for me. And this is because I feel their pain. And I'm gonna keep my integrity, and if I make a promise to you, I'm gonna keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Franco. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. So I just have a few questions first. First of all, can City Attorney explain what the difference between the legal effect is between voting to supersede or rather than rescind the support for Gibson Canyon?
Supersede is easy. I'm sorry, rescind is easy. Rescind is to take a prior approval and remove it. Supersede can have different meanings, and the meaning that the mayor articulated, the meaning that we would apply in this instance if the council were to approve it, would be really to say that the prior resolution supporting the Gypsum Canyon location would remain in place, but the portion of the resolution that said that that was the exclusive location that the city of Irvine would support would not remain in place, that effectively the city would support both the Gypsum Canyon and the ARDA site. That's the interpretation we would apply to the word supersede based on the person that prepared the resolution's statements.
Thank you. So you're saying that in that case, my next question is probably to the mayor because he's the person who made the motion. So are we talking about selling Irvine's land and keeping this valuable piece of Great Park property on hold without development? Or what are we talking about? Just in case the Gypsum Canyon site does not go through. I just want to make sure that we know what we're voting on.
This is our land, the entirety of the Great Park. If the state of California, if Calvet expresses an interest in acquiring the site with the understanding that they would acquire it, operate it, and maintain it in perpetuity, I'd certainly be interested in that kind of an offer.
So I'm just a little confused. Are we talking about holding this land in perpetuity in case this thing doesn't happen that is shovel ready? So we may be able to sell it.
I don't understand your question.
Well, I am not sure what you meant by holding the ARDA property in perpetuity so the state can buy the piece of property from us.
No, if the state has an interest in taking over the the entirety of the Veterans Memorial Park and Cemetery, I'd certainly be interested in entertaining that offer. I'll tell you why, because it would relieve us of any expenses whatsoever going forward. And of course, the people who are putting in so much money into the Great Park and its development itself would be relieved of a very substantial burden. All of us would. But that's the best I can do. What concern do you have?
Well, just to know why we are keeping this piece of land in the Great Park in case Gypsum Canyon doesn't happen. But that sounds like what you were trying to say is that in case the state shows interest that we'll be able to sell it to them?
Well,
okay.
The state, and I will tell you, the state would show interest because they passed legislation identifying that site before.
Well,
now, that was then. People feel differently now.
Right.
But the state did pass that legislation to designate the ARDA site for the Calvet funded, built, operated, and maintained
So allow me to go
Veteran
back.
Cemetery.
Yes, thank you. So allow me to go back to the grand jury report that I was referencing earlier, that in the actual final findings, finding number 7 says there is no known oppositions to the use of the Gypsum Canyon site as a veteran cemetery from the Anaheim City Council, Orange County Veterans Group, or the OCCD. In the last finding, in this report says the city of Irvine and OCCD and at their city of Anaheim site could both be interested in developing the veteran cemetery at their respective property. The state and Calvet, however, will support only one veteran cemetery in Orange County. So again, they will only support one, and because the funding had already been committed to Gibson Canyon, I don't really see how it is possible for us to pursue that and pursue the funding. And I really don't know where this money is going to come from. And by the way, if you Google the site real quick, it's about 20 minutes away from Irvine. So we're not talking about driving over to Riverside or San Diego or LA Veteran Cemetery to allow the families of veterans to pay their visit. And my other question is, if the VA state, County of Orange, and 34 cities in Orange County cannot jointly build a veteran cemetery, how do we think that Irvine can do this alone? So I am not sure what the argument was to support that. And honestly, if we already know this is the wrong choice, why are we spending time and wasting resources to find out if this is even a viable plan? And like Mayor had mentioned, the veterans cannot wait. And I really feel for you that you have been promised something that cannot be delivered, but it could be delivered at Gibson Canyon, and it is ready. And I hope that you will be able to find that place. I just don't think it is honest to say that we are able to get you a cemetery in Irvine. Thank you.
Well, since I'll turn to Councilmember Go, and then I'll take the opportunity to respond a little bit myself after that. Councilmember Go.
I just want a clarification. Do we need to vote for this before we address my motion?
The motion before the council, right? You made a motion, nobody seconded it. If you effectively withdrew it, and then the motion was later put before the council to approve the resolution. So at this point, the motion before the council, the motion and the second before the council is to approve the resolution. Your options are to either let that motion go forward, or if you choose to make an amendment to that motion or a substitute motion, those are both options that are available to you at this point.
It's midnight. There's a reason why politicians are not well liked. We're not very efficient in this term. I'd like my council colleagues to decide amongst themselves if they'd like to vote this through before I make the substitute motion again, or if I could make that substitute motion again now and see if somebody will second me. I don't know how the process is in voting.
Well,
Second.
second. First of all, excuse me, I'm the presiding officer. At this point, there is no substitute motion.
I'd like to make that.
Excuse me, I don't know what Councilmember Treseder was seconding. Do you? Did I miss something?
Mayor, I'm not 100% sure either. I think Councilmember Go was about to make a substitute motion, but I don't know whether, I did not hear that he did.
Yeah, make your motion.
Well, let me just say something. I put a motion forward. It has a second. I'm prepared to take a vote now. I think people, if you've got some other idea, fine, but
Quick question on that.
Yeah.
If we do vote and it does not pass, can I still make my motion?
You can. The agenda
I'm
item won't be
fine
over.
with either one. I just want to make it crystal clear. We're here at midnight. This is not a hard problem to solve, and I'd like to solve it today.
all right. So if I understood you correctly, I'm prepared to go forward with a vote if nobody else wishes to be heard at this time. I think the motion is clear. It's been seconded. We've had discussion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
A point of clarification, could you please just remind us what the motion is? It's your motion, is that right, Mayor?
It's the motion to adopt the resolution, which includes the 5 sections at the end that are the operational aspects of this. All right?
Thank you.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
No.
Councilmember Liu.
No.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
No.
Mayor Agron. Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4. Council members Go and Liu and Treceder and Vice Mayor Mai voted no.
I would like to make a motion to respect veterans' wishes to honor Gypsum Canyon as the proper burial site for all veterans moving forward. Please build us a Great Park Veterans Memorial as we planned.
To tell you the truth, Councilmember Go, I think that's more of a strong definitive statement, which I respect. I don't think it's a motion, actually.
What do I need to do to correct it, Attorney Melching, to make it a motion? I would like to build at the Great Park a Veterans Memorial, just like we've always planned, and not a municipal, potentially illegal cemetery.
Councilmember Go, it's your motion, obviously. I think what I heard you say is you'd like a motion to reaffirm the council's support for the construction of a Veterans Memorial at the Great Park.
Correct. And if it helps to know, however, my piece, whatever you want to call it, to honor Gypsum Canyon as the proper burial site for veterans, which all veterans support at this point, as you've heard from county supervisors.
So Councilmember Go, if I could, and again, it's your motion. It would be a single motion with 2 parts. Part 1 is to reaffirm the City Council's support for a Veterans Memorial at the Great Park. And Part 2 is to reaffirm the City Council's support for Gypsum Canyon as the location for a Veterans Cemetery in Orange County.
Correct. Thank you.
Second.
Councilmember Carroll.
Sure. So just to the city attorney on the motion, what is this motion doing? If the primary motion failed, what is this motion doing that doesn't already exist?
Councilmember Carroll, first of all, I need to say what's correct about what you're asking. Resolution 21-66, which expresses the City Council of the City of Irvine's existing support for the Gypsum Canyon site, remains in place. That's part 2 of Councilmember Go's motion. Part 1 is, with regard to that, our plan, our framework plan for the Great Park already includes the Veterans Memorial. What I believe Councilmember Go is attempting to achieve is a current reaffirmation by this 7-member council that those 2 directions remain the policy of the City of Irvine, which...
I've asked you a different question.
I apologize.
My question
I
is,
misunderstood.
what has changed if this motion passes? What currently exists right now? What has changed? Be definitive, please.
Nothing.
And don't feel pressure. Just give me your legal opinion. Say that word again. What?
The only thing that changes is you have a current reaffirmation. The policy of the City of Irvine today is Gypsum Canyon is the site that the City of Irvine supports, and a Veterans Memorial is in the framework plan. And that policy would not change by virtue of this
so
motion.
I'll thank you. I have a few minutes left. So the answer is nothing. Thank you. So, Councilmember Go, if you want to spike the football, you have every right to do that. Sorry, I have the floor here. So,
I think.
Excuse me. Councilmember Go, if you go ahead and spike the football on the mayor, that's great. That's your prerogative. I think it's wrong. I think it's unjust. It's fitting that Councilmember Treseder seconded because that's her game. I will vote no, and I will vote hard no. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I am definitively for, as our city attorney said, everything that we've done on this great framework plan. Everything I've spent probably 10,000 hours on since 2019. And I think that using words like honesty, Councilmember Liu, and doing this spike the football thing, Councilmember Go, I don't think that's appropriate. So it's 12:10, I'll go to 4 a.m., and I will not stop talking until we get some real rationality out of this council. The vote was had, the vote was taken. You guys want to rub it in? Go ahead and do that. My vote will be an extreme no. I'll keep talking. I can't wait to hear what Vice Mayor says. I can't wait for what you have to say now, Councilmember Go. This is not the way to run the city council of the greatest city in America. And I will say that until the very day that I'm no longer a council member. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I respond to that for a brief comment? Just
All right,
very
Councilmember
brief.
Go.
I respect your opinions, Councilmember Carroll. I do understand your point. I'm really not looking forward to doing this every other Tuesday. And I'm not trying to spike the football. I respect everybody's time here. I'm willing to sacrifice. I'm okay with that. But by any means, I'm not trying to rub it into anybody or spiking the football. You can ask everybody here what sacrifices we've all made to be here today. And I just have an interest to stating it clear so that everybody does understand what we just did for the past 7-8 hours. And that, to me, that's a reasonable ask to my council members. Whether it changes anything or not, it makes a difference to me. And I don't speak much. I speak when necessary, when I have something to add. And I believe I've added some value to people here. Whether you believe it or not, that's your opinion. But respect ours. Have some common courtesy. And, you know, we respect you. I'm not once yelled at any of you. I'm not trying to. I don't want to. But just like what people say, look at it from your side or our side. Everyone has a side. When 2 differing opinions is there, no one ever thinks they're wrong. I get it. It's fine. It's okay. But I just want to be heard and make sure people know they're appreciated. They're here. They spent the last 7 hours here. And we're just trying to make a point that we appreciate it, and I want to make it clear. So that's it. It's not spiking the football by any means.
Councilmember Mai, and then Councilmember Carroll. And I want to speak to the motion myself. Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, we're getting into the area where things are getting petty here. We already have the victory. We already have a memorial park that is planned. The motion put forth by Mayor Agron was to at first rescind and then supersede the support of Gypsum Canyon. That was defeated. The support from Irvine is still there for Gypsum Canyon. And we have a memorial park, and we're not going to have a cemetery at the Great Park. We've already, the votes have shown that we have done what we needed to do for the people. I don't think we need to do anything else. And I don't know if the term is spiking the football. It's just overkill at this point. We're good. We did it already. That's all.
Councilmember Carroll, your name, okay. Councilmember Liu, and then.
I'm fine withdrawing the motion in the interest of us being able to continue all our other items. Is that okay?
Right. If you withdraw the motion is hereby withdrawn. We don't need to have the second withdraw. That being the case, we've concluded our business on this item, and we have other items to turn to. I want to thank everybody for their participation, and drive home safely.
Are you going to do 4-2? Are you going to do 4-2? Perfect. We should do consent last, right? Yeah, just because. I left it.
What do we have to do?
Couple of things.
Is this shit? Can we put that? We can't put this over.
We put everything else over. All right. I understand that we're supposed to turn to item 4.2 on the agenda, which I can't find. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Thank you. Item 4.2, approval of tax-exempt bond issuance by the California Municipal Finance Authority for financing and refinancing of construction, furnishing, and equipping of continuing care retirement communities, including Regions Point, Human Good 2025 project.
Is this a public hearing or not?
Yes, it is.
This is a public hearing, which I'll now declare open. Do we have a staff presentation? Apparently we do.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'll jump right into the presentation for the item.
Well, just for the record, give us your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Josh Brooks, Deputy Director of Administrative Services.
Thank you, Josh.
The item, this is what is referred to as a TEFRA hearing. In this case, Human Good has applied to issue tax-exempt bonds with the California Municipal Finance Authority to finance and refinance the costs of construction, furnishing, and equipping of continuing care retirement communities, which also includes Regents Point, located at 19191 on Harvard Avenue in Irvine. CMFA is authorized to issue tax-exempt bonds to promote economic development and public benefit. Part of the process involves a public hearing and city council approval, and that's required by the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, hence the acronym TEFRA. CFMFA will be the issuer of the bonds, and an important note here is that the proposed bonds are not an obligation of the city, and the city will have no financial, legal, or administrative obligations for the debt. The project team from Human Good is also here tonight and available if there are questions. And with that, staff's recommendation is to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution to approve the CMFA bond issuance.
All right. At this time, do we call for public comment?
There are no requests to speak, Mr. Mayor.
I guess I'll turn to my council colleagues. Don't you want to get deeply into bond financing now, tonight? I guess not. So at this point, we can close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Carroll, seconded by Councilmember Liu. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
So having done that, is there a motion on the item? Would you, Mr. Melchi, tell us what the appropriate motion is? I simply I've lost my place.
It would be to adopt the staff recommended action number 2, which is the resolution of the city council effectively approving the bond issuance. It's not the city doing the issuance of the bond, not the city liable for the issuance of the bond, but nevertheless, we have to approve it.
Also move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Absent any further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
That concludes this item. What's next?
Next item we have, Mr. Mayor, is item 5.1, consideration of approval of reassessment district number 25-1, limited obligation refunding improvement bonds. We have a brief presentation that Dale, our Administrative Services Director, will provide at this point.
Excellent. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dale Bulusan, Director of Administrative Services. I'll go through this really quickly. We do have before you limited obligations refunding, improvement bonds, reassessment district number 25-1. Also with me tonight, we have Sarah Brown from Stiefel, our underwriter, and also Anna Sarabian, who's our financial advisor, if there's any questions. So just give a little background, just overall what we're looking to do is...
Make sure it really is a little background, okay?
Correct, yes. Really what we're looking to do is refinance bonds that were previously refunded back in 2015, and we have an opportunity to save the residents in 3 different districts, approximately $1,200 per unit, per resident, present value dollars. So we're not looking to extend the term of the bond. We're just looking to refinance to save the community some money. These are the different areas: Stonegate Community, Portola Springs, Laguna Altura Community Map. Just some summary of the bond details. It's not to exceed $29.5 million. Borrowing cost, approximately 4%, maturity 17 years. And the funds would go to redeem those bonds, refinance it. And this, again, is not an obligation of the city, and it would be secured by special assessments. We did want to just provide a brief update on the market. It's definitely been fluctuating over the last number of months, as you know, with the market. It has stabilized more recently, and we hope to issue the bonds within the next month. Definitely, we've had a lot of players help us to get to this point. We're looking at a timetable of pricing in June 4th and then closing on the bonds on June 25th. So the recommendation before you tonight is to approve the refinancing of the bonds. Again, there's no obligation to the city. It would save the residents funds. So
let me ask you a quick question or two. Are you done?
Yes.
All right. Let me just ask you a quick question. So the closing would be, you said, on June 25th. When would they actually get their money?
So we're looking to have them save from the next cycle. So I believe that
Fiscal year 25.
it would be fiscal year 25 and 26.
Oh, I see. They'll get their check or whatever next year.
It would reduce the amount that they would pay in their assessments.
Somewhere along the line, my son and daughter-in-law benefited from one of these things, and they actually got a check in the mail. Is that?
Good evening, Mayor
Yes.
and City Council. I'm Sarah Brown from Stiefel. That what you're referring to happens often at the end of the financing period. There's extra money that accumulates in the bond funds, and that money is legally obligated to the individual property owners within the district. So there can be situations where checks come back. But the plan for this financing, we're trying to take all that money that we know exists now, use it to downsize the bond so that the borrowing cost is less, and then have a lower assessment going forward through the maturity of the bonds to 2042.
So do you foresee that something will be left over at the end here or not?
Well, likely it will, because there's interest that accumulates in bond funds, and the city is, proactive on investing it. So there is likely at the end of in 42 there'll be money left over, and that's kind of a natural part of the process.
Thank you. Well, that's good work on our staff's part on behalf of the residents. Again, what communities are affected by this?
Excuse me.
How many homeowners
Units.
are we talking about?
Yeah, approximately 2,100 units.
All right, excellent. I'll be happy to move the item.
Mayor, we need to open the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or take public comment if there is any.
It's not a public comment.
Oh, I apologize. I'm the one that's off. Sorry.
You certainly are.
I
actually slipped up and did the right thing. All right. With that, I'll move staff recommended action
Second.
1, 2, and 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded by whom?
Second over here.
Seconded by Councilmember Mai. Absent any discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
All right, that concludes that item. Now, we had a couple of consent items.
Yeah, I think we didn't end up with the whole consent calendar.
Correct. We bypassed consideration of the entire consent calendar. That's what's remaining for this evening for council consideration.
All right, is there anybody here to talk to any of those things?
We
Do you have any requests?
We do have 4 that signed up in person, and then we do have 1 on Zoom.
All right, well, we better take them one at a time then. Which one is first here?
We're on consent calendar, so
Yeah.
yeah. There was a request to speak on item, or 2 requests for item 3.4, Johnson Shi and Hui Wang.
All right, so we blew past the whole consent calendar,
I think we have a Zoom.
and there 3.4, and which is the other one?
We had a request to speak on 3.7 and 3.8, Leslie Tan and Audrey M.
So, did you say it's 3.4 also, or not?
We had 2 for 3.4, but it doesn't seem that they're in the audience. But we do have 1 on Zoom, and I'm not sure what item they wish to speak to.
All right, so I'm just thinking about moving the balance of the consent calendar.
Mayor, as
Yes.
a suggestion only, you could take the 1 comment. We take all the comments on all the consent agenda items at one time.
All right.
We'll take the 1 comment on Zoom, hear that, and then that'll leave you in a position to move the whole consent calendar
Got it.
unless one of your colleagues wants to pull an item.
Very well. So let's call on whoever wanted to speak to one of these consent calendar items.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker is Leslie Tan. Leslie, you may unmute your mic.
Can you hear me? Oh,
We can hear you.
okay. Good evening, the Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Leslie Tan, Irvine resident since 2013. Please have a City Council vote on item 3.7. City Clerk, please play the video.
We're waiting for them to queue it up.
Please dispose of the waste disposal agreement, WDA item 3.7. The city must prioritize the protection of residents. It is imperative that the city advocate forcefully on our behalf with real solutions. Our residential neighborhoods are becoming an industrial park. Why is the city of Irvine allowing these industrial trucks to drive through our city? Importing trash from other cities and counties makes no sense. Right now, we have about 500 trucks daily. An increase to 700 trucks per day is unacceptable. Please do not make the Irvine residents bear the burden of the county.
With the video we just saw, I hope the council members realize how big of an issue we are having in our city. The Gateway Preserve and Neighborhood 4 aren't even built out yet, and not to mention the recent new housing developments proposed by the Irvine Company at Oak Creek and near UCI. How big of a mess will the traffic be when we have more trucks hauling trash to the Bowerman landfill? Why must we extend the WA agreement if we do not agree with them? Before we can resolve the issues, they are stripping away the quality of life of the Irvine residents. We shouldn't roll this into a bigger issue or approve any more new homes in Irvine. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize for the interruption. Michelle Johnson also raised her hand in the queue. She was in the queue hours ago. If it's okay, if we can take her as well.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mayor Agron and council members. I know it's late, so I'll try to be brief. I'm speaking on item 3.7 against the waste disposal agreement extension. I just want to make sure the council understands for over a year, I, as well as other residents, have been voicing concerns over the importation of out-of-county trash into the Bowerman landfill. A grand jury report that was put out in 2017 criticized the county for this continued practice. They were basically using the money they were getting off this to pay the bankruptcy bonds from the Orange County bankruptcy, but those bonds have long been repaid, yet they continue to import the trash and are not going to cease that practice. I think it's pretty clear that the county's determined to continue to ignore any and all recommendations by the grand jury. And the city of Irvine is most impacted by this, as Bowerman is now the 9th largest landfill in the country. This proposed one-year extension conveniently ignores the continued proposed expansion of the landfill to include a new multi-million-dollar gas plant in what was already a designated very high fire severity zone. The closing of the Brea landfill, scheduled for 2026, will put an additional 400 trucks onto our streets 6 days a week. There are already numerous families in Stonegate today that cannot take their children to school using Sand Canyon to exit onto Irvine Boulevard because there's just a continuous stream of truck traffic. I think at this point, we have to find a way to bring the county into discussions with the city. I would propose that you consider a 90-day extension of the WDA instead of a year, and to hold a special study session with the impacted residents and demand answers from the county to protect the health and safety of really the thousands of residents that are now in close proximity to the landfill. In addition, I think any further agreement with the county should not be delegated to staff, but require a city council vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thoughtful comments and specific recommendations. I'll turn to Council Member Carroll at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm actually really glad. I appreciate Ms. Tan as well as Ms. Johnson doing this at 12:35 a.m. I realized this was an item I wanted to do some more work on personally. I would just say, given the topic, and unless city attorney and staff thinks there's a problem in doing so, I'd like to maybe move to continue this item to the second meeting in June, so we can just do a deep dive. As council members, I'm not really ready to approve this right now, but unless there's a reason why someone wants to do this.
We can certainly postpone consideration of the WDA. The existing WDA is the contractual arrangement through which Irvine has access to utilizing the landfill. Without an approved WDA, we wouldn't have the ability to dispose of trash in the existing county landfill system, would have to haul our trash outside of the county to a different location, which would result in a adjustment to our trash rates that would be fairly significant. But the agreement runs through June 30th, and so there's certainly time to continue this, come back to the council, do a more in-depth review of what the one-year extension is proposing to accomplish, and also articulate some of the efforts that are underway to try to mitigate some of the impacts from the pending closure of the Brea-Olinda landfill.
That would be great. Thank you, City Manager. If we could just move that, and again, this is on me, my request. I'm sure the staff's run this down. I appreciate that, Mr. Chief, because I haven't looked at it. We've had a couple of small things happening last couple of weeks and this meeting. So if we could move it to the second meeting, that'd be great, and then we can just kind of dig in and figure out what we need to do and what you're bringing up with regard to fees and anything regarding stuff with the county is something we may probably need to look a little closer at. So I just would move.
So your
to
motion
do that.
is to continue it to
the
second
meeting in June.
In June, I'll second that. Absent any discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Truceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Let me make one added suggestion that Ms. Johnson and Ms. Tan be contacted and that there be a meeting or meetings at City Hall to really do a deep dive on all this prior to our actually meeting and voting on it. All right?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chi. All right. What else?
We have the balance of the consent calendar.
I would just move the balance, Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Carroll moves the balance of the consent calendar. I'll second the motion. Absent discussion, of course. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carrie 7-0.
I'll move that we adjourn again in remembrance in honor of, I believe her name was Jerry Rosen, the CEO of Working Wardrobes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mai. Clerk, why don't you call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes, thank you
3-7-0.
all for adjournment.